Section 43 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by garybclayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 43. Chapter 42. The Paragraph in the Newspaper. Having partaken of a good dinner and imbibed a glass or two of wine, Tom Rain returned to the perusal of the Sunday newspaper which he'd brought with him to his old lodgings, for the highwayman loved a newspaper dearly, especially the police reports and Old Bailey trials. But as his eye glanced down a column principally devoted to fashionable intelligence, he was struck with a mingled horror and astonishment by the ensuing announcement. It is rumoured that the young and wealthy Earl of Ellingham will shortly lead to the hymeneal altar the beautiful and accomplished Lady Hatfield. Her ladyship is a peeress in her own right, that distinction having been conferred upon her in consequence of the eminent services of her ladyship's deceased father. Tom Rain was absolutely stupefied by this paragraph, so stupefied indeed that he sat gazing upon it in a species of vacant wonderment, not starting nor uttering any ejaculation, so that neither the Jewess nor Charlie Watts, who were both in the room, noticed his emotion. At length he recovered himself and read and re-read the paragraph until he could have repeated it by heart. The shades of evening were gathering fast over this hemisphere, and he had therefore now a good excuse for going out, for that announcement in the Sunday paper had produced such an effect upon him that he felt he could not rest until he had performed a duty, an imperious but most painful duty. Having hastily arranged his toilet in the bedroom upstairs, and put on a dark uppercoat and a large woolen comforter, he sallied forth, but not without having previously kissed both the Jewess and little Charlie. At the nearest coach station he entered a hack vehicle and ordered the driver to take him to the residence of Lady Hatfield in Piccadilly. But ere the coach arrived quite opposite the front door of the fair patrician's abode, Rainford alighted and dismissed the vehicle. Then he advanced to the house, but it was with the step of a man who would rather, 1,000 times rather, have fled in any other direction. His hand was on the knocker, and he hesitated. Yes, he hesitated, and that hand trembled. It must have been some powerful cause that could have made the gallant, dauntless, almost harebrained Tom Rain manifest so much emotion. But at length the summons was given, and a livery servant opened the door. To Rainford's inquiry whether Lady Hatfield were at home, an affirmative answer was given. "Say to your mistress," returned the highwayman, "that a person wishes to speak to her upon very particular business, and do me the favour to show me to a room where I can see her ladyship alone." The servant hesitated a moment, for the excited tone in which the request was made somewhat surprised him. But remembering that it was not his business to question his lady's visitors, he conducted Rainford into a parlour where a fire was burning in the grate, and, having lighted the candles, the domestic retired to deliver to Lady Hatfield the message which he had received. The few minutes which elapsed ere the door of that room again opened seemed like an age to Tom Rain. He first sat down, then he rose again and stood before the fire in a state of extraordinary nervousness. In fact, he appeared perfectly unmanned. We can conceive the feelings of appalling doubt, hope mingled with terrific fear, and agonizing suspense that must be experienced by an individual accused of a capital crime and awaiting in the dock the return of the jury in whose hands are his life and death. Such was the state of Tom Rain during the 5 mortal minutes that elapsed before the door opened again. At length it did open, and though he had his back turned towards it, yet the rustling of silk and a light, airy tread convinced him that the lady of the house was now in that room. He turned. The light streamed full upon his countenance, for he had laid aside his hat and woolen comforter, and Lady Hatfield, for it was she, uttered a faint scream, as her eyes met his. "Pardon this intrusion. Fear me not now, my lady," exclaimed Rainford hastily. "But grant me 5 minutes' attention, I implore you. Not for my sake, for yours." Georgiana had started back and had become pale as death when she recognised the highwayman. But even while he was yet speaking, she recovered herself sufficiently to approach the spot where he was standing. Then, without sitting down, but leaning her arm upon the mantelpiece, as if for support, she said in a hoarse and hollow tone, "My God, what would you with me?" "Lady Hatfield," returned Rainford in a mournful and even solemn tone, "forget the past, if you can, for a few minutes." "Forget the past!" repeated Georgiana hysterically, her whole frame convulsed with horror. "Oh, terrible man! Wherefore have you come hither? Have you not injured me enough? What do you now seek? My life?" And as she uttered these last words, the syllables seemed to hiss between her set teeth, and her bosom heaved and fell rapidly with spasmodic palpitation. "Listen to me, madam, I implore you!" exclaimed Rainford, cruelly perplexed and deeply touched by the agonizing emotions which his presence occasioned. "I know that the sight of me must be abhorrent, loathsome to you, but it will be your fault if our interview is protracted beyond the few minutes which I ask you to grant me." "Speak, sir, speak quickly!" cried Georgiana hysterically. "But mark me, sir," she added in a firmer and more resolute tone, while her usually placid glances seemed to glare with deadly hatred against the highwayman. "Mark me," she repeated. "If your intention be to coerce me again to commit a crime for your sake, you will not succeed. But a few days have elapsed since the stain of perjury, rank, abhorrent perjury, was fastened on my soul. And to save you! Oh! that I could have been so weak as to yield to your insolent command to swear to that which was false, atrociously, vilely false, at the bar of justice. And now proceed, sir, with the business which has brought you hither." "Lady Hatfield, I I dare not explain myself while you labour under this dreadful excitement," said Rainford, himself painfully excited. "Calm yourself, I implore you. For what I have to say most nearly concerns your interests." "My interests," repeated Georgiana in a sorrowful voice. "But proceed. Go on, sir. I will be calm." "I observed in a newspaper of this day's date," continued Rainford, "that your ladyship is about to become the wife of the Earl of Ellingham." Lady Hatfield gazed upon the highwayman in that vacant manner which left it doubtful whether she were the prey to feelings of surprise, terror, or despair. "And if that rumour be true, my lady," added Rainford after a moment's pause, "I would have you reflect on the propriety of this matrimonial connexion." "My God! He assumes the right to dictate to me!" almost shrieked Georgiana, as she sank back upon the sofa, clasping her hands together in the excess of her mental anguish. "No, my lady, not to dictate," said Rainford. "I have not a shadow of a right to do that. If it were the height of madness, the height of presumption, an insolence beyond all parallel on my part, in fact a deed so monstrously inconsistent with even common sense—" "That you are surprised I should have entertained the idea?" asked Georgiana, with an irony and bitterness which seemed lent her by despair. "My God! I foresaw all the terrors of this interview," exclaimed Rainford with feverish impatience. "Then wherefore did you come?" demanded Georgiana. "Is it to expose me, to persecute me, who have never offended you, but who have suffered so deeply—deeply——" "Madam, I came to perform a painful duty," interrupted the highwayman, "and the sooner I accomplish it the better. Oh, you know not—you will not give me credit for the ineffable pity, the profound commiseration which I feel for you, as well as the loathing, the abhorrence, the shame, the disgust in which I hold myself. But I cannot recall the past. Would to God that I could!" "Then you mean me no harm?" exclaimed Georgiana eagerly. "Mean you harm, madam," repeated Rainford enthusiastically. "Merciful heavens! If to mitigate one single pang of the many, many which your breast must throb, poor innocent sufferer that you are, a sufferer through my detestable crime, if to relieve you of any portion of the load that waits upon your mind, were that portion no heavier than a hair, if to do this my life would suffice, I would lay it down, madam, at your feet. Think you that I glory in what I have done? No, no, bad as I am, criminal as I am, robber, plunderer as I am, and as you know me to be, yet I have feelings, ay, and a conscience too. And often, often, my lady, when the smile is upon my lip, that conscience is gnawing my heart's core, for I think of you. And all this is true as God's own justice is true. True as that you are an innocent and a noble lady, and I am a despicable villain." And Tom Rain, the gallant, dashing, almost harebrained Tom Rain, burst into tears. Georgiana gazed upon him in astonishment, in profound astonishment, and she was softened towards that bold and desperate man who wept on her account. "But wherefore have you sought me this evening?" she said, in a milder and more gentle tone than she had used during this remarkable, this solemnly interesting meeting. "It is not to demand your pardon, madam," returned Rainford, dashing away the tears from his manly countenance, "because that you can never give. It is not to assert any presumed right to dictate to you in respect to your marriage, because that were adding the most flagrant cruelty to the most atrocious wrong. But it is to inform your ladyship that if you contract this marriage with the Earl of Ellingham, you wed one who is—" "Who is what?" gasped Georgiana, almost suffocating. Rainford paused for a few moments. It required these few moments to enable him to conquer emotions of so terrible a nature that they almost choked his powers of utterance. And then, bending down until his very lips touched Georgiana's ear, and his hair mingled with hers, he whispered a few words in a faint and scarcely audible tone. But she heard them plainly, far too plainly. And when he withdrew his face from its proximity to her head and glanced upon her countenance, he saw, with feelings awfully shocked, that she sat mute, motionless, the image of despair. Alas, she spoke not. She looked neither to the right nor to the left. Her eyes seemed to be fixed upon the face of the highwayman, and yet she saw him not. She was gazing on vacancy. This dreadful state of stupefaction, the paralysis of despair, lasted for upwards of 3 minutes, a perfect age alike to her who endured and to him who beheld it. And then suddenly burst from Lady Hatfield's lips a long, loud, piercing scream, a scream so appalling that the very house appeared to shake with the vibration of the air, which was cut by that shriek as by a keen-edged sword. "Merciful God! The whole place will be alarmed!" ejaculated the highwayman. "Compose yourself, madam." But vainly did he thus address himself to the unhappy Georgiana. She had fallen back insensible upon the sofa. The door opened abruptly, but Tom Rain was rooted to the spot where he stood, gazing on the motionless form of that wretched lady, stood gazing too in horrified amazement at the effect which his whispered words had produced. The scream to which Lady Hatfield had given vent in the paroxysm of her ineffable anguish had reached the ears not only of the domestics in the kitchen, but also of the company in the drawing-room, for there were guests that evening at Georgiana's residence. Thus, when the door burst open, a crowd of persons poured in: Lord Ellingham, Dr. Lascelles, Sir Ralph Walsingham, 3 or 4 ladies, and all the servants. Miss Mordaunt, we should observe, was no longer an inmate of Lady Hatfield's abode, for reasons that will be explained hereafter. Lord Ellingham was the foremost of the crowd, and the first object that met his eyes as he rushed into the room was his Georgiana stretched senseless on the sofa. He saw a man standing near, but he didn't pause to cast a second glance upon him. The state in which he found his beloved engrossed all his thoughts. He raised her in his arms. The ladies produced their smelling bottles. The female servants hastened to fetch water, vinegar, and anything else that struck them as useful under the circumstances. And Dr. Lascelles, who had recognised Tom Rain, though without appearing to do so, professionally superintended all the means resorted to for the purpose of restoring suspended animation, while the highwayman still looked on with a kind of mechanical attention. At length Georgiana opened her eyes slowly, but the moment they caught a glimpse of Lord Ellingham's countenance, a faint cry escaped her lips, and she covered her face with her hands, as if to shut out some terrible object from her view. "Georgiana, dearest, 'tis I," murmured Arthur in her ear, but a dreadful shudder seemed to convulse her entire frame. "Someone has terrified her, alarmed her," exclaimed the Earl, colouring with anger as he glanced rapidly around. His eyes met those of the highwayman. At that moment Dr. Lascelles desired that Lady Hatfield should be supported to her chamber, and this suggestion was immediately followed by the female friends and the servants, the physician accompanying them. End of section 43. Recording by GrayClayton. Section 44 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by GrayClayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 44. Chapter 43. Lord Ellingham and Tom Rainford. Lord Ellingham and Sir Ralph Walsingham remained behind in the apartment where Rainford also still was. "Sir," said the nobleman, advancing towards the highwayman, "you will perhaps be kind enough to explain the cause of her ladyship's emotion, for the scream which reached our ears and the condition in which we found her denote something more serious than sudden indisposition. This gentleman, sir," added the Earl, indicating Sir Ralph Walsingham with a glance, "is Lady Hatfield's uncle. You therefore need not hesitate to address yourself to him, even should you decline to vouchsafe an explanation to me, who am a total stranger to you." "Yes, my lord, for I know you well by sight. We are total strangers to each other," replied Rainford in a singularly mournful tone. "And yet—" But he stopped short, seized his hat, and was about to hasten from the room, when the Earl caught him somewhat rudely by the arm, saying, "Mr. Rainford, for such I believe to be your name, we cannot part with you thus. A lady, dear, very dear to me, and who, indeed, will shortly be my wife, dear also to Sir Ralph Walsingham, who is now present, that lady has been alarmed, terrified in some manner by you, and we must insist upon an explanation." "My lord," returned Tom Rain in a tone of deep emotion, as he gazed with a peculiar, almost scrutinizing attention upon the Earl's countenance, "no other man on earth would thus have dared to stop me with impunity. As for explanations," he continued, his voice suddenly assuming a little of its usual reckless indifference, "I have none to give." And again he moved towards the door. But Lord Ellingham hastened to place his back against it in a determined manner, while Rainford, as if discouraged and daunted, fell back a few paces. "Mr. Rainford," exclaimed the Earl, "this matter cannot pass off thus. I insist upon an explanation, or I shall consider it to be my duty to detain you until Lady Hatfield be sufficiently recovered to declare the nature of the treatment she has experienced at your hands. Moreover, sir," added the nobleman, observing that Rainford's lip blanched and quivered nervously, "you are to a certain degree an object of suspicion in my eyes. A variety of circumstances have combined to prove to me that you were implicated to some degree in the theft of diamonds, which lately caused so much embarrassment at the police court." "My lord, that business does not regard you," replied the highwayman. "The diamonds were restored to their lawful owner, and more than that, I even ascertained from Mr. Gordon's own lips that they were paid for, before their restoration, by one who—" "But let me depart, my lord, I say," ejaculated Tom, his manner suddenly changing from nervous trepidation to the excitement of impatience. "You must remain here, sir," said Arthur coldly, "until we ascertain whether it be Lady Hatfield's pleasure that your detention should assume a more serious aspect." "Allow me to pass, my dear Earl," exclaimed Sir Ralph, "and I will hasten to ascertain how my niece is now, and what her intentions are with respect to this person." Rainford paced the room in an agitated manner, while Lord Ellingham afforded egress to the baronet, and then resumed his position of sentinel with his back placed against the door. "My lord," at length said the highwayman, advancing close up to the Earl and speaking in a low, oppressed tone, "you will find that her ladyship has no complaint to make against me. Permit me to take my departure, and again I tell you that no other living soul would I solicit as a favour what I would command by force. I cannot allow you to leave this room, at least until the return of Sir Ralph Walsingham," answered the Earl. "Lady Hatfield must have been insulted or menaced by you in some way." "I take God to witness that I neither insulted nor menaced her," interrupted Rainford warmly. "If your liberty be endangered," said the nobleman, "it is well worth a falsehood to attempt to avert the peril." "My God, this from him!" muttered Rainford bitterly to himself as he once more turned around to pace the room. And then, at the expiration of a minute, he said in a calmer tone, "Well, my lord, I am content to wait until the decision of her ladyship is made known in respect to me. And since it appears that we shall have a few moments more of each other's society, permit me to ask, your lordship having just now alluded to a certain transaction at a police court, permit me to ask, I say, whether you really believe that Miss Esther de Medina was innocent or guilty of the charge imputed to her?" "This is rather a singular question coming from you, Mr. Rainford," exclaimed the Earl. "And before I answer it, allow me to ask whether it was not you who left a certain letter at my house, desiring me to repair to the police office on that occasion." "I will not deny the fact, my lord," replied Rainford. "Indeed, I did not particularly study concealment respecting it. Else would I not have afforded your lordship's servants an opportunity of describing to you the personal appearance of the individual who left that letter. But if your lordship entertains even the shadow of a suspicion injurious to the character of Miss de Medina, you are wrong. You are in error. Yes, as grievously in error as ever mistaken man could be. Beside, my lord," added Rainford hastily, "you are well aware that the alibi which your lordship proved was correct." "And how knew you that Miss de Medina was with her father and myself at Finchley on the very day and at the very hour when the diamonds were alleged to have been taken?" demanded the Earl. "It would be useless to pretend that accident gave me the information," answered Tom Rain. "But think not that she employed me as an agent or as a messenger to obtain the intervention of your lordship." "Mr. Rainford," said the Earl haughtily, "I dislike the present conversation. I have the highest opinion of Mr. de Medina, and I should be sorry to think ill of any one connected with him. But I must candidly confess that there is so much mystery respecting the character of his daughter—a mystery, too, existing on account of yourself—for which reason alone do I condescend to discuss with you any affair relating to Mr. de Medina or his family." "Lord Ellingham," interrupted Rainford in a hasty and impetuous tone, "Esther de Medina is the very personification of innocence and virtue. As God is my judge, she was ignorant of my interference in her behalf on that day when she was accused of a deed from which her pure soul would recoil with horror. She knew not even that I was in the court." "And yet you were there, Mr. Rainford," exclaimed the Earl, "for I noticed you, although at the time I knew not who you were." "But Miss de Medina was not aware of my presence," rejoined Rainford emphatically, "for she does not know me by sight." A smile of incredulity curled the nobleman's lips; for the oath which Mr. de Medina had administered to his daughter, and in which her connection with Rainford was so emphatically mentioned, was uppermost in his mind. But he dare not allude to that circumstance, although he would have been truly rejoiced to receive the conviction that Esther was indeed far different from what he was at present compelled to believe her to be. "Your lordship said ere now," resumed Tom Rain, "that you noticed me in the court, although at the time you knew not who I was. Those were your words. Does your lordship now know who I am?" "I cannot boast of a very intimate acquaintance with you or your affairs, Mr. Rainford," returned the nobleman, with an hauteur bordering on contempt. "And what I do know of you is so little in your favour, that you see I am detaining you here on the suspicion that your visit to Lady Hatfield was for no good purpose. In fact, the first I ever heard of you was in reference to the charge on account of which you yourself figured at Bow Street some short time since, a charge of which I am bound to say you were honourably acquitted, Lady Hatfield having satisfactorily proved that you are not the person who robbed her on the highway." "Thus far, my lord," said Rainford, "you have no just ground to speak disparagingly of my character." "Certainly not. But then comes the affair of the diamonds, and I do not hesitate to inform you that Mr. Gordon related to me all the particulars of your interview with him when you called to restore the jewels, and when he made you aware of the fact that Mr. Medina had already been to pay him the full value thereof." "Ah, Mr. Gordon was thus communicative," observed Rainford. "Yes, and not sparing of his aspersions against the character of Mr. Medina," returned the Earl. "But I defended her, Mr. Rainford. I defended her then." "And wherefore should you not defend her now, my lord?" demanded the highwayman. "Oh, were I to reveal to you by what wondrous combination of circumstances! But no, I dare not. And yet, my lord," he added in an earnest, solemn tone, "you are an upright, a generous-hearted man, and I appeal to your good feelings. I implore you not to trust to outward appearances. As there is a God above, Esther de Medina is innocent of anything that scandal or misconception may have imputed to her." "Again you smile incredulously, and yet mournfully, my lord." "Ah, I can assure you that Esther is innocent. Oh, believe her to be innocent." At this moment footsteps were heard approaching the door, which Lord Ellingham accordingly opened, and Sir Ralph Walsingham reappeared. "How is Georgiana now?" inquired the nobleman hastily. "My niece is ill, very ill," returned the baronet. "Ill!" ejaculated Arthur. "Ah, villain! This is your work!" he cried, rushing towards the highwayman. "Keep off!" thundered Rainford. "You know not whom you would strike." "No, touch him not!" cried Sir Ralph, catching the Earl by the arm and holding him back. "I have seen my niece. Dr. Lascelles is now alone with her. She is more composed, though very far from well, and she begs that this person be allowed to depart without the slightest molestation." "Her ladyship shall be obeyed, Sir Ralph," returned the nobleman. "Mr. Rainford, you have heard the message that has been sent relative to yourself." Having thus spoken, Arthur turned aside, for a strange misgiving, a vague suspicion—no, not a suspicion either, but a vague feeling of dissatisfaction had stolen into his mind. If Rainford had alarmed or insulted Lady Hatfield, wherefore should she allow him to go unpunished? Was it not more probable that he had brought her some evil tidings? But how could there exist any connection, however remote or slight, between that man of equivocal character and Georgiana Hatfield? What business could possibly bring them together and produce so strange, so powerful an impression upon her? All these ideas rushed to the Earl's mind in rapid and bewildering succession, and the reader need not be astonished if we repeat that a sentiment of dissatisfaction, almost amounting to a vague suspicion, but of what he knew not, had suddenly taken a firm hold of his imagination. Who was this Rainford, after all? Was he other than he seemed? Could he be in any way connected with that narrative of the Black Mask which the Earl supposed to have partially affected his Georgiana's mind, and which he looked upon as the cause of that apparent fickleness or caprice which had first led her to refuse his proffered hand? The more he involved himself in conjecture, the deeper did he plunge into a labyrinth which grew darker and more bewildering at every step. But he turned around again towards the place where he had left Rainford standing. That individual was gone, and the nobleman was alone with Sir Ralph Walsingham. "You have seen Georgiana?" said Arthur, advancing towards the baronet and grasping his hand with a convulsive violence of deep emotion. "I have, my dear Earl, and she appears as if she had received some severe shock," was the reply. "What, in the name of God, does all this mean?" exclaimed the nobleman, with wildness in his tone. "I know not, I cannot comprehend it," answered the uncle, as much bewildered as the lover. "But did you not question your niece? Did she offer no explanation? Did she not state the cause of her emotion? That piercing scream, that fainting, that movement of horror when she recovered?" demanded the Earl impatiently. "I questioned her, but perceiving that it only augmented her agitation, I did not press a painful interrogatory," replied Sir Ralph. "When I informed her that you had detained that man who I heard you address by the name of Rainford, and whom I therefore supposed to have been the person suspected of robbing my niece, when I informed her that you had detained him, I say, she was greatly excited, and desired me to hasten and request you to allow him to depart immediately, as she had no cause of complaint against him." "Strange, most strange," murmured the Earl. "Have patience, my dear Arthur," said Sir Ralph. "Tomorrow Georgiana will be better, and then she will doubtless explain." "Tomorrow, tomorrow," repeated the nobleman impatiently. "Oh, what suspense! What terrible suspense! Ah, Sir Ralph, you do not know how wretchedly will pass the weary hours of this night. If I could but see her, only for a moment. Would you be indiscreet? Dear Sir Ralph, have pity on me, and ask Lascelles to come and speak with me." The baronet, who was a kind-hearted man, instantly departed to execute this commission, and in a few minutes he returned, accompanied by the physician. To the latter, the Earl repeated the same question which he had already addressed to Sir Ralph Walsingham. "What, in the name of God, does all this mean?" And the doctor gave almost a similar reply. "I know not, I cannot understand it." But there was less sincerity in this answer as given by Lascelles than there was in the same response as uttered from the heart by the frank and honest baronet, for the physician had his suspicions relative to the mysterious connection which now appeared to subsist between Lady Hatfield and the individual whose visit had caused so much painful excitement. "That villain Rainford! I am sorry even now that I suffered him to escape," ejaculated the Earl, scarcely knowing how to act or speak. "Rainford!" cried the physician. "Why, that is the name of the man who was taken up on suspicion of having robbed her ladyship near Hounslow." "And that was Thomas Rainford who was here ere now," returned Arthur with bitter emphasis, as if he hated the name. "Rainford!" exclaimed the physician in astonishment. "I thought that man's name was Jameson." The reader will remember that such was the denomination under which the highwayman passed when residing in South Molton Street. "What, do you know him?" demanded the Earl, gazing upon the doctor with unfeigned surprise. "I once attended a patient at his abode," was the laconic reply, for Lascelles remembered the solemn promise which he had made to Tom Rain on that occasion. "And where did he live?" inquired Arthur eagerly. "I may wish to see that man again." "Where he lived then, he does not live now," returned the physician, "for he moved away the very next day after I was called in, and whither he went to, the people of the house knew not." "I believe him to be a man of bad character," observed Arthur hastily. "But enough of him, at least for the present. Doctor, can I be permitted to see Lady Hatfield for a few minutes?" "Impossible for tonight, my dear Earl," replied the physician. "Her ladyship is in a state of nervous agitation—feverish excitement indeed, and must not be disturbed. Her maids are now with her, and she is about to retire to rest. Tomorrow, my dear Ellingham, you shall see her, that is, provided she is more composed." "Then must I submit to this weary night of suspense," exclaimed the young nobleman. "But tomorrow, doctor, I may see her, You have promised me that I shall see her tomorrow. My visit will be somewhat early. Will it be indiscreet if I call at 11? Call at 11, then, returned the physician, smiling at his friend's impatience. But I think I ought to administer a composing draught to you. The Earl and Sir Ralph Walsingham shook hands with Dr. Lascelles and took their departure. The other guests had already gone, but the physician remained behind to see his fair patient once more ere he returned home. When Lascelles found himself alone in the apartment which the young nobleman and the baronet had just left, he fell into a train of reflection which, like the Earl's state of mind, was strangely characterized by perplexity. Were the doctor's thoughts put into words, they would assume as nearly as possible the ensuing shape. Well, this is an evening of unpleasant adventure. That Jameson, or Rainford, or whatever his name is, has brought confusion and dismay into the house. Perplexities increase rapidly. I remember all that Ellingham said to me the day that he called to inform me that he was the happiest of men, and that her ladyship had accepted him. He declared then that he knew all, that he would never allow what must be considered a misfortune to stand in the way of his happiness, and so on. I also remember complimenting him on his moral courage in rising superior to a common prejudice, and then we dropped the conversation because we agreed that it was a delicate subject. And so it was, too, a devilish delicate subject. And I had found out the grand secret by stealth. The effects of that opiate were powerful, and she never suspected that I did find out the secret. But Ellingham scarcely seems to have his wits about him, or else he must suspect the object of this Rainford's visit. It's as clear as daylight. Rainford is the man, and now he wants to extort money from her ladyship. But Ellingham cannot put two and two together as I can, and the physician rubbed his hands complacently, little suspecting that his sapient conjecture relative to the object of the highwayman's visit was totally wrong, as the reader is aware. This Rainford is an extraordinary character, and I do believe that he really robbed her ladyship, but that she did not dare say so in the police court. He has the cut of a dashing fellow who would as soon rifle a pocket as drink a bumper of wine. Curse him for having intruded on the mysteries of my laboratory. Oh, if Ellingham only knew what I know about the beautiful Esther de Medina, the charming Jewess. What deceivers some women are! To look on Esther, one would think she was purity itself. And yet... The physician's reverie was interrupted by the entrance of a female servant, who came to inform him that Lady Hatfield had retired to her bed, and that the doctor might now visit her again. He accordingly repaired to her chamber, and having prescribed some composing medicine, took his departure, without once alluding to the incidents of the evening. For he was anxious that Georgiana's mind should remain as free from causes of excitement and agitation as possible. End of section 44. Recording by GrayClayton. Section 45 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by GrayClayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 45. Chapter 44. Mr. Frank Curtis Again. In the meantime, Thomas Rainford had quitted the abode of Lady Hatfield with a heavy heart, for the duty which he had felt himself called upon to perform, in making a particular statement to Georgiana, had acutely pained, his generous soul. He had not proceeded many yards from that lady's dwelling when he suddenly encountered Mr. Frank Curtis, and as at that precise moment the glare of a lamp streamed full upon Rainford's countenance, he was immediately recognised by that impertinent young gentleman. "Ah, Captain Sparks!" ejaculated Frank. "So we meet again, do we? Well, it's very fortunate that I did not accept my friend the Duke's invitation to his select dinner party, or else I should have missed this pleasure. Now, what is to prevent me from collaring you, my fine fellow, and raising a hue and cry?" "Fear, Mr. Curtis, fear will prevent you," returned Tom Rain, recovering all his wonted presence of mind, and taking the young man's arm, he said, "Walk a little way with me. I want to have a few minutes' chat with you. Here, put your hand on my greatcoat pocket. That's right. Now you can feel a pistol inside, eh? Well, its companion is in the other pocket, and you must know enough of me already to be fully aware that any treachery on your part would meet with its reward, for I would shoot you in the open street if you attempted to place my liberty in danger." "I'm sure I don't want to injure you, Captain Sparks," stammered Frank, trembling from head to foot, as he walked along arm in arm with the highwayman. "I always took you for a capital fellow, and I should very much like to drink a bottle of wine with you. What do you say? Shall we go into the Gloucester or Hatchett's?" "Neither one nor the other, Mr. Curtis," interrupted Rainford. "I thank you for your civility all the same." "Oh, it's nothing, Captain. I learnt politeness in France, where, to be sure, I had excellent, I may say peculiar advantages. The King was very much attached to me, and as for the ladies of the court—" "Oh, don't ask me to speak about them, Captain Sparks." "Indeed I will not," returned Tom dryly. "I want you to let me know how your uncle gets on. Does he still remember that pleasant little adventure? Ha! And the highwayman's merry laugh denoted that his spirits were reviving once more. "Sir Christopher! Oh, the old fool! Don't talk to me about him," ejaculated Frank Curtis. "I've done with my uncle. I shall cut him. I can never speak of him again, Captain Sparks. He has disgraced himself, disgraced his family, which was a very ancient one." "I always thought Sir Christopher made a boast of having risen from nothing," said Tom ironically. "Ah, so he did. But that was only part of his system of gammoning people," continued Frank. "His family was originally the celebrated Blondevilles of France. About 3,000 years ago they settled in Scotland, and their name was corrupted to Blundevit. And then a branch came to England about 1,500 years ago, and in process of time they spelt their name with a T, Blunteville. At last the E was left out, and it became Bluntvit. And God only knows why, but 377 years ago come next Michaelmas, the Ville was dropped and the name settled down into a simple Blunt. So you see, Captain, that Sir Christopher is of a good family after all." "Why don't you try and get a situation in the Herald's College?" demanded Rainford. "You'd be able to find pedigrees for all the Browns, Jones, Thompsons and Smiths in the country." Come, Captain Sparks," exclaimed Frank. "This observation isn't fair on your part. I may have my faults, I know I have, but don't shoot with the longbow. I hate that kind of thing." "But let us return to the subject of your uncle Sir Christopher," said Tom. "What's he been doing?" "Run away with a lady's maid. Gone to Gretna with Lady Hatfield's female servant Charlotte," cried Frank with great bitterness of tone. "The damned old fool! But I'll cut him dead, and that's some consolation." "Gone to Gretna with Lady Hatfield's maid!" exclaimed Rainford. "Maid indeed! I hope he'll find her so," said Curtis. "The hussy! But I'll be even with her yet." "And when did this happen?" inquired Tom. "Ah, only a few days ago. They're not come back yet. I dare say Sir Christopher already repents his bargain, but I'll cut him." "I'm afraid if you cut his acquaintance, he'll cut off your supplies," observed Rainford jocosely. "But what does that matter?" ejaculated Frank. "Do you think there are no rich women in London that will be glad to have a decent-looking fellow like myself? Gad, I've already got introduced to a widow as wealthy as if her late husband had been a nabob. It's true that she's blessed with 5 pledges of the said late husband's affection, but when she's got 5,000 a year, and 1 5 is a good set-off against the other, Captain Sparks, rather so, eh, old fellow?" "Well, I think it is," returned the highwayman. "But how did all this happen about Sir Christopher and the lady's maid?" "I'll tell you," answered Curtis. "You see, Sir Christopher was going to run away with Miss Mordaunt, Lady Hatfield's friend, and I found it out in one of my clever ways. So I resolved to balk Sir Christopher, and I bribed this lady's maid Charlotte. In fact, I gave her £500 and a gold watch, the hussy. to go to the appointment, get into the carriage, personate Miss Julia Mordaunt, and keep up the farce until they got to St Albans, where me and a parcel of my friends were to be at the inn to receive them. That was to be the joke." "And how did the joke turn so completely against yourself?" asked Tom. "Why, me and my friends waited and waited and waited at the infernal hotel at St Albans, and no Sir Christopher, no Charlotte came. We had a glorious supper and made a regular night of it. All next day we waited and waited again, but no Sir Christopher, no Charlotte. 'What the devil can this mean?' thought I to myself, so I came up to London, leaving my friends at the inn in St Albans in pawn for the bill, for somehow or another none of us had enough money about us to settle it. But when I came back to town, I went home, that is, to my uncle's house in Jermyn Street, and there I found a letter that had just come for me by the post. It was written from some town a good way north, and it was from Sir Christopher. I began to think something was wrong, and sure enough there was. For when I opened the letter, I found that my silly old uncle had written to thank me for throwing in his way a delightful and most amiable woman who had consented to take his name and share his fortune. The letter went on to say that they were then pretty far on the road to Gretna, and that as they should stop at St Albans as they came back, I might be there if I choose, to have the pleasure of handing my aunt out of the carriage. That was all said to irritate me, Captain Sparks, and most likely that vixen Charlotte made Sir Christopher write the letter just to annoy me. But I'll cut them both dead, and we shall see what my precious aunt, for such she is by this time, I suppose, will say then." "This is really a very pleasant little adventure," cried Tom Rain, "but I think you carried your joke too far, Mr. Curtis, and so it has recoiled upon yourself. Have you seen Mr. Torrens lately?" "Not I," exclaimed Curtis. "But don't you confess, Captain, that you carried matters a trifle too far that night? Never mind the £2,000. I'm glad my old hunks of an uncle lost that. But I allude to the affair of helping the gals to run away. I suppose you were in league with Villiers all the time." "What makes you think that Villiers had anything to do with the matter?" inquired Rainford. "Simply because I don't imagine you carried off the gals for your own sake. However," continued Frank, "I care but little about the matter now. I certainly liked Adele very much at the time, but there are plenty of others in the world quite as handsome. Besides, I now see through all Sir Christopher's trickery in wanting me to marry Miss Torrens in such a deuce of a hurry, and in giving me a separate establishment. The old bird wanted to commit matrimony himself, and I should have been poked off with a few paltry hundreds a year." "And so you will now," said Tom, "or matters may be even worse after the trick you endeavoured to play upon your uncle." "Not a bit of it," cried Tom. "Had old Blunt's scheme succeeded, I should have been married to a portionless gal and forced to live on whatever he chose to give me. Now that his project has failed, I'm free and unshackled, and can secure myself a position by marriage. I might even look as high as my friend the Duke's niece. But she is horribly ill-tempered, and so I think of making an offer of my heart and hand. I can do the thing well if I like, Captain, to Mrs. Goldberry, the widow I spoke of just now." "The name sounds well, I confess," observed Tom. "But did your uncle did he not instruct his lawyer to adopt any proceedings about that little affair of the £2,000? "Not he, Captain," exclaimed Frank Curtis. "As far as my uncle is concerned, you may rest quite satisfied that he will never take any notice of the business, and Howard wouldn't act without his instructions." They had now reached Charing Cross, and Tom Rain, having had quite enough of Mr. Curtis's company, signified his desire that they should separate. "You won't pass an hour with me over a bottle of wine?" said the young man. "I really should like to have a chat with such a gallant, dashing fellow as you are, Captain, for you're quite after my own heart, barring the highway business, eh?" cried Tom, laughing. "Why, you cannot for a minute suppose that it is my regular profession, Mr. Curtis." "No such a thing. I merely eased you of the £2,000 for the joke of it, just as you played off your tricks on Sir Christopher." "You talk about easing me, Captain," returned Frank, "but I can assure you that you're the first man that ever got the better of me. Don't fancy for a moment that I'm a coward, Captain Sparks. Far from it, my dear sir, exclaimed Tom. I know you to be as brave as you are straightforward in your conversation. So, good night, and pray take care not to follow me, for I've an awkward habit of turning round and knocking on the head anyone that I imagine to be watching me. With these words, the highwayman hurried off up the Strand, and Frank Curtis entered a cigar shop, muttering to himself, "Damn the fellow! I almost think he meant that for insolence. Egad, if he did, the next time I meet him—" But the valiant young gentleman did not precisely make up his mind what he should do in the case supposed, and any resentment which he experienced speedily evaporated with the soothing influence of a cheroot. Meantime, Tom Rain pursued his way along the Strand and Fleet Street, and repaired to the lodgings of Mr. Clarence Villiers in Bridge Street. That gentleman was at home, and received his visitor in a very friendly manner. "You are most welcome, Captain Sparks," he said, "and the more so if you intend to pass an hour or two with me, for my aunt is so very particular that she would take the girls to church with her this evening. But of course I did not offer to accompany them, as I could not wear a veil over my face, you know," he added, laughing. "And were I recognised by Mr. Torrens or any of his friends, attention would be immediately directed to any ladies who might happen to be in my company. So I shall not visit Old Burlington Street this evening." "I cannot possibly remain many minutes," interrupted Rainford. "In fact, I'm going to leave England very shortly." "Leave England!" ejaculated Clarence. "I am truly sorry to hear that announcement, just as we begin to get friendly together." "Circumstances compel me to take this step," answered Rainford, "and my time for preparation is short. I have called to-night upon business, for, in a word, you can do me a service, perhaps, if you will." "As if there were any doubt relative to my inclination, provided I have the power!" exclaimed Clarence, who was busily employed in decanting a bottle of port wine. And then, having placed upon the table 2 glasses, which he filled, he said, "You know, Captain Sparks, that I am under the greatest obligation to you. Through your generous intervention, Adele will be mine. The banns were published at St. George's, Hanover Square, a second time to-day, and to-morrow week we shall be united. The bridal breakfast will take place at my aunt's. Shall we not have the pleasure of your company? Pray do not refuse me." "It is impossible, much as I should rejoice at being the witness of that union which no severe or mercenary father will be able to subvert," said Rainford, in a feeling tone. "My affairs compel me to leave this country, at least for a time, and for that reason I am anxious to place in your hands a certain document, the mystery of which some accident might probably lead you to clear up." Rainford then produced the letter which had been found upon the person of the deceased Sarah Watts, and which he now requested Villiers to peruse. "You observe that there is no address to indicate the name of the lady to whom that letter was written," continued the highwayman, when Clarence had read it with attention. "The child to whom it refers is now in my care. Accident threw him in my way, and his adoptive mother, who was the writer of that letter, is no more." "Will the child accompany you?" asked Villiers. "He will. But I will write to you the moment I reach America, to which country I am going, and let you know my address, or at all events through what channel a letter will come direct to me. Then, should you have made any discovery, which is, however, scarcely to be expected, still, as a wise precaution, I have adopted this step." "You are right, Captain," said Villiers, "and I shall not forget the trust you have now confided to me. Should anything transpire respecting this matter, I will not fail to communicate with you. But will you not pass one evening with me in the society of my aunt and the 2 young ladies, who will all be delighted to receive you? Mrs. Slingsby is a most amiable and excellent woman. A little of a saint, is she not?" exclaimed the highwayman drily. "She is certainly of a religious turn of mind. Indeed, I may say enthusiastically so," answered Villiers. "But she is extremely charitable, and her benevolence embraces a very wide circle." "I believe she is a handsome woman too," observed Tom Rain. "She is possessed of personal as well as mental attractions, Captain Sparks," responded Villiers seriously. "But when in her society you would think of her only as the pious, benevolent, and compassionate woman whose heart is ever ready to sympathise with the woes of her fellow creatures." "To speak candidly, Mr. Villiers," said Rainford, "I am no friend of the saints. It may be a prejudice on my part, but I can't help it. Excuse me for my frankness. I beg of you to take it in good part. Still, I always think that the stillest water runs deepest, and I would not—" "Remember, Captain Sparks," interrupted Villiers somewhat warmly, "that you are speaking of my aunt, who is a most worthy and estimable woman. Deeply as I am indebted to you, much as I am inclined to esteem you, yet—" "I understand you, my dear Villiers," cried Tom. "You cannot permit me to breathe even a suspicion against Mrs. Slingsby in your presence. Well, I know that it is most ungracious on my part. Still, as I was more or less instrumental in introducing those two artless, confiding young ladies to quit their father's home, to abandon the paternal dwelling—" "Good heavens, what do you mean?" ejaculated Clarence, now seriously alarmed. "I see that there is something at the bottom of all this. Captain Sparks, I implore you to explain yourself. You are evidently well-intentioned. You've shown the greatest friendship to me. I reciprocate the feeling most cordially. Fear not, then, to speak." "My dear Villiers," answered the highwayman, "how can I enter upon particulars, the narration of which will be most painful for you to hear? And yet I should not be acting consistently with my duty towards those young ladies, nor towards yourself, who are about to make one of them your wife." "Hesitate not! Speak freely!" exclaimed Clarence, seeing that his companion paused. "Should the breath of scandal have wafted to your ear anything prejudicial to the character of my aunt, I cannot blame your motive in confiding the fact to me, and I the more earnestly solicit that you be frank and candid—that is, to act consistently with your nature, which is all frankness and candour, and reveal to me the cause of this distrust, this want of confidence relative to Mrs. Slingsby, because I have no doubt of being able to convince you that you have been misled. And should I succeed in convincing you to the contrary," asked Rainford. "Then I should say that you have indeed performed the part of a friend," replied Villiers emphatically. "Although I know beforehand that such a result is impossible, yet, for your complete satisfaction, do I declare that should you prove my aunt to be in any way an unsuitable guardian for that dear girl Adele and her sister, I shall conceive it to be my duty immediately to seek for them another home. Yes, another home, even for the few days that remain to be passed, ere I shall acquire a right to protect Adele as her husband and Rosamond as her brother." "You have spoken well and wisely, Villiers," said Rainford, "but I do not recommend any extreme measure, which might only irritate your aunt, and perhaps lead to the forced restoration of the young ladies to their father before you can have obtained the right you speak of. I merely wish you to be on your guard." "But the grounds of your suspicion, Captain?" cried Clarence impatiently. "Pardon my interruption, and pity my suspense." "I do both," returned the highwayman. "And now remember that I am no mischief-maker between relations or friends; and were it not for the peculiar circumstances of this case, in which two innocent young ladies are concerned, I should never have thought it worth while to utter a word of anything I know injurious to Mrs. Slingsby's character. No, not even to unmask the most disgusting hypocrisy," added Rainford warmly. "Do you still allude to my aunt?" demanded Clarence, colouring with indignation. "I do, but start not. I am not seeking a quarrel with you, Villiers, and you promised to listen patiently." "To no other living being should I have listened so patiently as I have already done to you," said Clarence. "But pray let us hasten to dispose of so disagreeable a topic in one way or the other." "I am most anxious to do so," continued the highwayman. "Do you know Sir Henry Courtenay?" "Certainly, he's my aunt's best friend." "And her lover," added Rainford coolly. Villiers started from his seat, exclaiming, "Captain Sparks! You presume upon the obligation which I owe you to calumniate—" "Then good evening, Mr. Villiers," interrupted the highwayman. If this is the fair and impartial hearing which you promise to give me, if this is the manner in which you treat one who has not, cannot have an improper motive in offering you wise counsel—" "Stay, my dear friend, stay!" exclaimed Clarence, actively thrusting Rainford back into his seat. "And pray forgive my impetuosity, but this accusation, so sudden, so unexpected, so very strange—" "And yet it is substantially true," added Rainford emphatically, "and it is proper that you should know it. For my part, I am not the man to name Mrs. Slingsby for having a lover, nor yet the lover for having her as his mistress. It's human nature both ways. But when I know that she has been entrusted by you with the guardianship of two young ladies of tender age and spotless innocence, and one of whom is so very, very dear to you, I consider it necessary for you to be enlightened as to her true character. I've no doubt that you must feel deeply this communication, but it is better for you to learn that your aunt is something that she ought not to be, than to find out, when it is too late, that your wife or her sister have been corrupted by bad example." Clarence paced the room in an agitated manner, and then, at the expiration of a few minutes, he turned suddenly, exclaiming, "Not for a moment, Captain Sparks, do I suspect you of any sinister object, but you will pardon me for soliciting the proof of this charge, which, if substantiated, must so completely and so painfully change my opinion of a relative whom I have until now vaunted as the pattern of virtue and propriety." "The mode of proving the charge may be left to yourself," replied the highwayman. "Did you ever hear the circumstances of your aunt's house being robbed by a boy to whom she gave a night's lodging some 4 or 5 years ago?" "Certainly," exclaimed Villiers. "I recollect the incident well. Mrs. Slingsby herself communicated it to me." "The ungrateful young villain!" "I know that boy," interrupted Tom Rail dryly, "and I am convinced that he told me the truth when he declared that during the night, or rather the portion of the night which he passed in Mrs. Slingsby's house, accident made him a witness to a scene which leaves no doubt as to the fact that Sir Henry Courtenay and Mrs. Slingsby are as intimate as man and wife together." "And would you receive the testimony of a thief when well corroborated?" added the highwayman. "But how happened it that you should have any connection with this lad, Captain Sparks?" demanded Clarence in a cold and suspicious tone. "Suppose that the boy has repented of his errors, that he has merited my interest by a service which accident enabled him to render me, that he related to me his entire history, in which this incident is comprised, and that, on questioning him closely, I learnt that the occurrence took place at the residence of your aunt. I am bewildered, amazed, grieved, profoundly grieved," ejaculated Villiers. "To suppose for an instant that this kind and affectionate relative, who's always been so good to me, and through whose bounty I am enabled to prepare and fit up a suitable dwelling for the reception of my beloved Adele—to think that this much respected and long revered woman should conceal the greatest profligacy beneath the mask of charity and religion. Oh, it is a cruel blow." "Again I say that the mode of proving the charge may be left to yourself," observed Rainford. "Seek an opportunity to be alone with Mrs. Slingsby. Make some pointed allusion to the incident, and mark how she receives it." "I will call at my aunt's residence to-morrow morning early, the very first thing," exclaimed Villiers. "The whole affair is most serious, and now that I can at length contemplate it with something bordering on calmness, I am bound to confess—but let us quit the topic," he added in a tone of deep vexation in spite of his asserted self-possession. "And you bear me no ill will for the course I have pursued?" said Rainford. "Far from it. You have acted in a most friendly manner, whatever the results may be," cried Villiers, grasping the highwayman's hand most cordially. "I have performed a very painful duty," rejoined Tom, "and now I must take my leave of you, perhaps for a long, long time, if not for ever." "Farewell," said Clarence, "and may prosperity attend you in another clime." "Farewell," replied Rainford, "and may you be happy with your Adele." The highwayman then hurried from the room, considerably affected by this parting from one for whom he already experienced a most sincere regard. Nor was Villiers unmoved by this farewell scene, for on his side he was particularly attached to the individual who had not only rendered him so essential a service on that memorable night which first made them acquainted with each other, but whose apparent frankness of disposition and manliness of character were well calculated to engage the good opinion of the confiding, warm-hearted, and unsuspecting Clarence. End of section 45. Recording by GrayClayton. Section 46 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by GrayClayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 46. Chapter 45. Mr. Dykes and his Myrmidons. It was midnight, and profound silence reigned throughout the region of Locke's fields. But suddenly that silence was broken by the tread of several persons who emerged from a by-alley in the immediate vicinity of Brandon Street. They were 6 in number, 5 men and a woman. "This is the street," said the woman. "Oh, this is it, Mrs. Bunce, eh?" returned Mr. Dykes, the Bow Street officer, rubbing his nose with the knob of his stout ash stick, while his countenance, on which the bright moonbeams played, showed an expression of calm determination. "Yes, that's the house, there, the 9th on t'other side of the way," added Mrs. Bunce. "Well, now, we don't want you no more, ma'am," said Dykes, "'cause women is all very well in their place, and darling creatures they are too, but when a grab is to be made, they're best at home, abed and asleep. So good night to you, ma'am." "Good night, gentlemen all," responded Mrs. Bunce, and she hurried away. "Now, Bingham and you fellows," said Mr. Dykes, "we must mind what we're up to, for we shan't catch a weasel asleep. You, Bingham, take one of the runners and get round to the back of the house. Me and t'other chaps will make the entry in the front. But we shan't stir a peg for 1/4 of an hour, and by that time you'll be at your post." "All right," returned Mr. Bingham, and this individual accordingly moved off, followed by one of the subordinate runners. In the meantime, Tom Rainford was sleeping, not dreaming of danger, in the arms of the beautiful Jewess. Charlie Watts was cradled in a little bed made up for him in the warmest corner of the room. A light burned in the apartment, where naught was heard save the slow, regular breathing of the sleepers. The clear, transparent olive complexion of the beautiful Jewess contrasted strongly with the florid countenance of the highwayman, and the commingling of the raven hair of the one with the light, almost yellow locks of the other produced a strange effect, as the marked discrepancy of hues was set off by the snowy whiteness of the pillow. By the feeble light of the candle, it appeared as if ebony and gold were blending on a white ground. But hark! What is that sound which breaks on the silence of the chamber? And wherefore does the highwayman start from his sleep? He awakes and listens. The Jewess also awakes and also listens, one of her beautifully modelled arms thrown around the neck of him whom she loved so fondly. "Someone is trying the back door," whispered Rainford at length, and he leapt from the bed. In less than a minute he had thrown on his clothes, and grasping his pistols, he hastened to the window. But at the same instant the back door was forced in, more violently no doubt than Bingham and his co-operator had intended, and the sound was too unequivocal to permit Tom Rain to doubt the meaning of the disturbance. Returning to the bed, he said, in a hurried but solemn and deeply impressive tone, "Dearest, I am betrayed. If I escape, you shall soon hear from me. If I am captured, I charge you, by all the love I bear for you, by all the love you bear for me, not to attempt to visit me in prison. Farewell, dearest, dearest girl." He embraced her fondly, affectionately, oh, most lovingly, while she sobbed as if her heart would break. And then in a moment he tore himself away. Footsteps, many footsteps, were already ascending, nay, rushing up the stairs. He darted from the room, sprang up a ladder which stood on the landing, pushed up a trap-door, and in another moment was on the roof of the house. The officers were close upon him. Dykes and his 2 men had effected an entry by the front door of the house almost at the same moment that Bingham and his follower had broken in at the back, and the entire posse reached the landing just at the moment that the trap-door fell down heavily into place. "He's escaped by the roof," cried Dykes. "Bingham, my boy, take a couple of chaps and watch the backs of the houses. He can't get away by the front. It's too high for him to leap into the street. Me and t'other chap will after him to the tilings." Thus saying, Dykes ascended the ladder as quickly as his unwieldy form would permit. The trap-door was easily raised, as it only fastened inside, and the portly body of the Bow Street officer, who possessed more courage than alacrity, was forced through the small aperture. The operation was slow and difficult, but at last Mr. Dykes stood on the narrow ledge which ran along the whole row of houses, and from which the roof rose obliquely behind. This ledge was only protected by a parapet about 2 feet high, and the officer felt his position to be anything but a safe one. But he was not a man to shrink from danger. "Come along, you fella," he cried out to his follower, who speedily emerged from the opening. "You cut along that way, and I'll go this." And they proceeded in different directions on the roof of the house. The moon shone brightly, but Tom Rainford was not to be seen. Suddenly an exclamation of triumph burst from the yard at the back of one of the adjacent houses. "Halloa!" vociferated Dykes from the eminence on which he stood. "We've got him fast enough," returned Bingham. A piercing shriek from a window that had been thrown open denoted the anguish of the Jewess, whose ears had caught these words. Mr. Dykes and his attendant subordinate now retraced their way to the trap-door, through the aperture of which they once more forced themselves, and when they had regained the landing, Dykes said, "Now you go and join my partner, Bingham, because this Rainford is a desperate fellow, and the more there is to guard him, the better." The man accordingly took his departure, and Mr. Dykes knocked gently on the door of the bedroom. "Who's there?" asked a voice within, a voice soft and melodious, but now expressive of the most intense anguish. "Beg pardon, ma'am," said Dykes, "but I must do my duty, and if so be you'll have the kindness to dress yourself, I should like to examine the boxes and cupboards and such like, just for form's sake, and that's all." "Must you add to the grief which is already—" The plaintive voice was interrupted by a violent fit of sobbing, with the mournful sounds of which the crying of the little boy now commingled. "I don't want to annoy you, ma'am," returned Dykes. "I should hope not, indeed," exclaimed the landlady, who, having been alarmed by the disturbance, had got up and dressed herself, and was now ascending the stairs. "But what is it all about? And why do you break into a respectable house in this way? I don't suppose you're thieves, or else—" "I am an officer, ma'am," exclaimed Dykes, drawing himself up with offended dignity, as the candle which the landlady carried in her hand lighted the landing-place. "I am an officer, ma'am, and my partners have just taken one Thomas Rainford, a highwayman." "A highwayman!" ejaculated the widow, who had never suspected the character of her lodger, and who was a prudent woman that never troubled herself about other people's business so long as her rent was regularly paid. "Yes, a highwayman," added Dykes, "but I've no time to stand palavering. I believe there's a lady in this room here, and I must overhaul the place, as the case is a serious one. You'll do well to step in and let me do the job quietly. I don't want to annoy her. The law isn't at loggerheads with her, and so she's nothing to fear. As for me, I'm as gentle as a lamb when a lady's concerned." The widow urged the afflicted girl within the room to open the door, and as the latter had by this time dressed herself, the request was complied with. But the Jewess wore a deep black veil over her head when the officer and the landlady entered the bedchamber, and taking Charlie in her arms, she seated herself in a chair near the bed, whispering a few words of consolation to the little boy, even amidst the terrible violence of her own grief. As for Charles, he knew that something wrong was occurring, but he was too young to comprehend the real nature of the appearances which terrified him. Dykes just opened a cupboard, plunged his hands into a trunk, and turned out the contents of a carpet bag, but he did not prosecute his search any farther, for he was too much experienced in the ways of robbers and rogues to suppose for a moment that he should find on the premises any portion of the money stolen from Sir Christopher Blunt, this being the charge on which Rainford was arrested. The search, such as it was merely for form's sake, because the magistrate was sure to inquire whether the prisoner's lodgings had been carefully examined, and this superficial glance at the contents of the boxes would enable Mr. Dykes to give an affirmative answer without any very great deviation from the actual truth. He accordingly quitted the room within a minute after entering it, but he turned on the landing just to beg the dear young lady not to take on too much, and also to assure the mistress of the house that she should be recompensed for the injury done to her abode by the violent entry effected by himself and his companions. We must leave the landlady to console, or endeavour to console, the unhappy Jewess, and accompany Mr. Dykes, who passed out of the house by the back way, and stepped over 2 or 3 low fences which separated the yards of the respective dwellings, until he reached that one where Tom Rain was in the custody of Bingham and the subordinate runners. It appeared that the gallant highwayman, finding how hotly he was pursued when he was escaping by means of the trap-door, and dreading lest the whole neighbourhood should be alarmed ere he could possibly get away, had resolved on the dangerous expedient of sliding down from the roof to the back of the buildings by means of the perpendicular leaden water-pipe. But when he was halfway down in his perilous descent, he missed his hold and fell upon the stone pavement of the yard beneath. He endeavoured to get up and escape, but could not. His right ankle was sprained almost to dislocation, and in a few moments he was discovered and captured by the detachment under the orders of Bingham. He heard the piercing scream which followed the announcement of his arrest by this officer, and that scream, "Oh, it went to thy generous heart, Tom Rain." But he uttered not a word. He offered no resistance, although he had his pistols about him. He not only shrank from the idea of shedding human blood, but he was also well aware that his case was now too desperate to be benefited by even desperate means. For, even if he slew all the officers, he could not drag himself away ere the neighbours would collect and capture him. And by this time the whole line of houses was awake with bustle and excitement. Light after light appeared at the different casements, windows were thrown up, and the rumour spread like wildfire that a famous highwayman had just been arrested. The reader may well conceive the nature of the sensation which now prevailed all along the back of Brandon Street. But in one room there was a beauteous woman, convulsed with torturing, maddening anguish, for deep was her love for thee, Tom Rain. "Now then," cried Dykes, as he made his appearance in the yard, where the highwayman was sitting on an inverted wash-tub, surrounded by the runners, to whom he had surrendered his pistols. "Now then, lads, let's off with him to quad. How do you do, Mr. Rainford? Don't want to crow over a gentleman in trouble, but thought I should have you some day or another." And then, stooping down, he whispered in Tom's ear, "I was obliged to give a look in at the crib up there just now, but I only stayed for a moment, and shan't trouble the poor lady any more. She had a veil over her face, so I don't know who she is. That is, you see, I shan't know if I'm asked any questions by the beak. But of course I'm aware it's the handsome Jewess who did the diamond business." "You are mistaken! You are mistaken!" said Rainford emphatically. "But if you showed her any civility, I sincerely thank you." "Lord bless you, Mr. Rainford, I wouldn't do anything to annoy you for the world. I can't help admiring a brave man, and you're one. The poor dear lady will be troubled no more by us, and it's nothing to me who she is or who she is not. The law don't want her, at all events." "One word more," said Tom. "Who has done this business for me?" "A lawyer named Howard," was the answer, "but I can't say no more." "Then what is the charge against me?" asked Tom, a considerable load already removed from his mind. "Sir Christopher Blunt's little business, that's all," replied Dykes. "But come along, we must off to Horsemonger." Mr. Dykes and Mr. Bingham politely offered Rainford their arms, and the procession passed through the house in the yard belonging to which the capture had been made. The occupants of that dwelling, men, women, and children, all in their night-dresses, crowded on the stairs to catch a glimpse of the terrible highwayman, whose good-looking appearance excited the sympathy of the female portion of the spectators. Half an hour afterwards, Tom Rain was lodged in a cell in the criminal department of Horsemonger Lane Gaol. But his heart was lighter than the reader might possibly suppose, for he was relieved of the first and most natural fear that assailed him, namely that it was on account of Benjamin Bones's death that he was pursued. "If I must be hanged," he thought with himself, "I would rather it should be for highway robbery than aught else. But, oh, Tamar, Tamar, what is to become of thee?" And as he sat on the humble pallet in the darkness of his solitary cell, he buried his face in his manacled hands. In another moment a moonbeam penetrated through the barred window, and in that silver ray glistened the tears which trickled between his fingers. And yet it was not for himself he wept. "Thou wast no coward, but thou hast a generous heart, Tom Rain." End of section 46. Recording by GrayClayton. Section 47 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by GrayClayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 47. Chapter 46. Explanations. At 11 o'clock on the following day, Lord Ellingham, who had passed a sleepless and wretched night, called at the house of Lady Hatfield, and was immediately conducted to the drawing-room, where Georgiana was alone in readiness to receive him. She was dressed in a morning garb, and, though very, very pale, looked surpassingly lovely. "My dear friend," she said, extending her hand, which, as he offered to press it with rapture to his lips, she gently but still resolutely withdrew. "My dear friend, for such henceforth must I call you." "Georgiana!" he exclaimed, starting back. "What means this coolness?" "Be seated, Arthur, and listen to me attentively," she said, in a plaintive and sweetly touching tone. "I am not very well. My nerves are not strong today, and you must not manifest any impatience towards me. Indeed, I ought to have postponed this interview, but I considered it to be my duty, a paramount duty, owing alike to yourself and to me, to enter into as early an explanation as possible." "This preface forebodes nothing favourable to my happiness," murmured the Earl as he sank into a seat to which Georgiana pointed, but which was not by her side. "Arthur," she continued, with difficulty maintaining sufficient control over her emotions to enable her to speak calmly and collectedly, "you know not how much I love you, how dearly I am devoted to you. For your sake, and to bear the name of your wife, I could consent to become a mendicant, a wanderer on the face of the earth, renounce fortune, rank, society, all, in fine, that we women are generally deemed to hold so dear. Yes, all this could I do for your sake, so that you were my companion. Then conceive how hard it is for me—oh, how very hard, my well-beloved Arthur, to be compelled to say that henceforth we must know each other only as friends." "Merciful heavens!" ejaculated the Earl, uncertain whether the imagined capriciousness of his Georgiana was about to assert its tantalizing influence again, or whether anything of a more serious nature, and connected with the incidents of the preceding evening, was about to present an insuperable bar to his happiness. Yes, Arthur, continued Georgiana in an impressive tone, henceforth we must be but as brother and sister to each other, and as a dear, fond, affectionate sister will I ever be to you, for your generosity would have made me your wife in spite of. But you cannot wish me to refer to that. And yet it is that one sad episode in my life which now asserts an inexorable influence over the conduct which we must both pursue. It is that event which you, in the noble candour, in the warm liberality of your admirable disposition— "You praise me too highly, Georgiana," exclaimed the Earl. I loved you dearly, and in spite of all that you now say, hope is not quenched within me. But, my God, when will this painful suspense pass? When shall I behold you no longer a prey to an influence— "Alas, that influence must endure for ever," murmured Lady Hatfield, tears now trembling upon her eyelashes. "No, no," cried the Earl with impassioned energy. "When but a few days ago we entered into explanations with each other, when I informed you that I was aware of the nature of that secret influence which tyrannized over you, did I not assure you that as a loving husband I would so completely study your happiness—" "Oh yes," interrupted Georgiana, "and did I not declare that you had given me a proof of affection such as a man seldom gave unto a woman? Believe me," she added earnestly, "I felt all that there was great, generous, and noble in your conduct. For knowing that secret, that sad, that fatal secret, you banished all prejudice, discarded even those scruples which the most high-minded of men so often entertain under such circumstances." "Dearest Georgiana," exclaimed the Earl, "you attach far too much importance to the secret of which you speak. What man that truly loves a virtuous, beautiful, accomplished, and amiable woman would allow himself to be swayed—" "Ah, every heart is not so generous as yours," interrupted Georgiana. "You recognise the complete innocence of my soul. I cannot believe that you would be guilty of the wanton cruelty of inflicting these tortures upon me, Georgiana," said the Earl, "were it not for that strange, that almost morbid state of mind which is at times produced by the recollection of a serious fright which you experienced some years ago, and from the effects of which you have not completely recovered. But after all, wherefore do you praise me so highly? Wherefore do you thank me so much for the simple fact of not allowing the knowledge of this occasional access of morbid feeling to weigh with me?" "Arthur!" almost shrieked Georgiana, losing all control over herself. "Then you know not the secret, the dreadful secret?" "Yes. Have I not proved to you that I know it?" exclaimed the Earl, surprised and grieved at the strange manner of Lady Hatfield. "Your uncle put me in possession of the facts. And what is there in them after all? It's a mere adventure which one would now tell only as a Christmas tale or to amuse children, had it not produced so serious an influence upon your nerves. And—" "Arthur! Arthur! Is this a cruel pleasantry?" demanded Georgiana hysterically. "Or have we misunderstood each other all along?" "You know that I am incapable of turning to ridicule or making a jest of anything that regards you, Georgiana," returned the Earl. "And as for my misunderstanding between us, there is none. Our explanation the other day was full, complete, satisfactory." "No, no," cried Lady Hatfield, painfully excited. "I see that I am mistaken—that you have learnt a bare fact." "Yes, and since we are now conversing on the topic," said the Earl, "let us enter fully into it, and then abandon it for ever. I see that you attach much importance to this subject, and that, when we are united, there may be no necessity ever to recur—" "If ever we are united," repeated Georgiana, clasping her hands in anguish of heart. "Yes, my well-beloved," continued the Earl. "And now listen to me. About 7 years ago, you were staying alone at Myrmidons Lodge in Hampshire." "Oh, the fatal time—the fatal place!" cried Georgiana hysterically. And though she would have given worlds to cut short the conversation, she had not the power, for her mind was agitated like the ocean in a storm. "You were staying alone at Myrmidons Lodge," proceeded Arthur, not observing the extent of her emotion. "You were alone, save in respect to the servants. But you had no relation, no friend there at the moment. And one night a man broke in." "A man with a black mask," murmured Georgiana, almost wringing her hands. "And bearing the denomination, too, of the Black Mask," continued Lord Ellingham. "This man broke into the house, and—" "And, merciful heavens, spare me the recital of the rest!" shrieked Lady Hatfield, covering her face with her hands. "Good God! Do not thus give way to a reminiscence which, though painful, should no longer exercise any influence over a strong mind," said the Earl, in a kind and soothing tone, as he approached and seated himself next to Georgiana. "Consider, my dearly beloved, my angel, my intended wife. Reflect, I implore you, upon the childishness of this behaviour." "Childishness!" repeated Georgiana with a convulsive shudder. "Pardon the expression," said the Earl, "but I would reason with you. I would endeavour to persuade you that an occurrence which is past and gone, and which happens frequently in other houses, should not thus paralyse all the naturally fine energies of your soul. What, in the name of heaven, can it matter now if a robber broke into a dwelling some 6 or 7 years ago? Your uncle told me that for some months fears were entertained for your reason. But, oh my Georgiana, I do implore you now that we are once again touching on this painful, most painful theme, to exercise more command over yourself. You praise me, you thank me, because I am willing to espouse one whose reason was shocked long years ago. For that is your secret, after all, Georgiana, dearest Georgiana, and you perceive that I know it. My God! How have we misunderstood each other?" murmured the unhappy lady. "My secret, he knows it not." But the Earl could not catch the sense of the words which she thus whispered to herself, and with a fond hope of consoling her, for the events of the preceding evening were for the time banished from his memory, he took her hand, pressed it to his lips, and began to utter syllables of tenderness and love. Then, how terrible was his surprise, how acute the anguish which filled his soul, when Georgiana, suddenly starting from the half-embrace in which he was already enfolding her, exclaimed in a tone indicative of the most exquisite mental agony, "No, Arthur, no! You are not acquainted with my secret, and now never, never will you learn it. We have misunderstood each other, and I consented the other day to become your wife while labouring under a dreadful error. But Heaven has interposed to prevent the consummation of your misery and mine. And now," she added with the calmness of despair, "let us separate, Arthur, and henceforth be unto each other but brother and sister, for your wife I cannot become." "Georgiana, this is cruelty the most refined, the most wanton!" exclaimed the Earl. "Am I again to pass through all the phases of suspense, uncertainty, mystery, and doubt? And will you in a few days repent of all you have said and recall this stern decision? But, much as I love you, deeply as I am attached to you, I cannot endure a treatment—" "Pardon me, forgive me," cried Georgiana, "but you do not comprehend me. My reason is not unhinged. I am subject to no whims, no caprice, Arthur. A fatal mistake on my part alone induced me the other day to consent to become your wife. That error has now been cleared up. Our conversation of this morning has convinced me of the tremendous misunderstanding that had nearly wrecked all your happiness. There was another reason, which would imperatively command us to think no more of each other in the same light as we so lately did." "Ah, you allude, perchance, to the incident of last evening," exclaimed Lord Ellingham. "Permit me, then, to ask the object of that Rainford's visit. Did he insult you? Did he attempt to extort money from you? If so—" "No, no!" cried Georgiana, in whose bosom the mere mention of the highwayman's name appeared to excite the most agonizing feelings. "I sent down a message to that effect last night. He did not insult me. He did not come to injure me." "But his presence excited you most painfully, Georgiana," interrupted the Earl, "and it has also revived in your imagination—" "Oh, I understand it all," he cried, suddenly interrupting himself. "This Rainford is the Black Mask, the noted highwayman of Hampshire." Lady Hatfield cast upon the young nobleman a look expressive of so much mental suffering that he was deeply touched, profoundly affected, and yet he knew not how to administer consolation. "Georgiana," he at length said, in as calm and collected a tone as he could assume, though his heart was in reality rent by the most painful emotions, "there is some terrible mystery in all this. I begin to believe, as you yourself ere now endeavour to persuade me, that your reason is in no way affected, that you are not subject to mere whims and caprices. No, the cause of your grief, your anguish, your horror at the reminiscence of that event in Hampshire, an anguish and a horror cruelly revived last night by the presence of that Rainford, who is doubtless identical with the Black Mask, an anguish and a horror perpetuated too until now," continued Arthur more emphatically. "The cause of all this is far, far more serious than I had at first imagined. You say that you cannot become my wife, and that you have laboured under a misapprehension. You wish us to look upon each other as brother and sister. And yet you do love me well enough to become my wife, did not some terrible and fearfully mysterious obstacle stand in the way. Oh, if you really love me, then pity me, and tell me this dreadful secret which weighs upon your mind. Unless indeed—" and he paused abruptly as an awful suspicion rushed into his brain. Georgiana only turned her head aside and sobbed convulsively. "Unless indeed," continued the Earl, after a few moments' silence, "it would bring a blush to your cheek to enlighten me. And I cannot ask you to humiliate yourself in my presence." "Arthur, I dare not become your wife," exclaimed Georgiana, suddenly falling to her knees before him. "And if you demand the reason, as, after all that has passed between us, you have a right, I will confess." "Georgiana, no more!" cried the Earl, hastening to raise her. "Not for worlds would I bring a blush to your cheek." And then, in a different, more serious, and very mournful tone, he added, "Henceforth we will be to each other as sister and brother." With these words he touched her hand lightly with his lips, and was about to hurry from the room, when, animated by a sudden thought, Georgiana held him back, saying in a hollow, thick tone of voice, "Whatever suspicion you now entertain, you do not believe that I was guilty," she added, as if the very words were choking her. "No, much injured woman," cried the young nobleman warmly. "A light has broken in upon my mind, and I understand it all." "Yes, for a pure soul dwells in a tainted body," murmured Lady Hatfield. "And if I have said this much, and you can well believe how painful to my feelings the mere necessity of making such an assertion must be, but in making it I am influenced only by the hope, the earnest hope, of removing from your mind the mind of one whom I so much respect, so highly esteem—" "Say no more, my dearest sister," interrupted the Earl emphatically, "for as a sister do I now look upon you, and as a brother," he added sternly, "will I avenge you. For that was I ere now hurrying away so abruptly." "Avenge me!" repeated Georgiana, looking wildly on the young nobleman's countenance, which wore a calm but determined expression. "Yes, Georgiana," replied the Earl, "wrong so deep as yours demand a deadly vengeance. And who so fit to become the instrument of that vengeance than he whom those wrongs which you have sustained so cruelly redound upon? But for that incarnate fiend Rainford, would you not already—yes, already have been my loved and loving wife? Am I not then also wronged by him? Have I not something to avenge?" he demanded bitterly. "And to consummate this vengeance, Georgiana, I, your brother, henceforth will forget my proud title, cast aside the remembrance of my elevated rank, and, dressed in mean attire, I will visit the noisome dens, the foul courts, the low neighbourhoods of London, until I discover that miscreant Rainford, Then will I, still forgetting the proud title and the elevated rank, dare him to meet me in a duel from which at least but one shall depart alive, and wherein both may happily fall. I will not yield him up to the hangman, Georgiana," continued the Earl, fearfully excited, "because, in his last moments, he might confess his crimes, and include amongst them the foul wrong he has inflicted on thee, my sister. But I will descend to make myself his equal. I will place myself on a level with that black-hearted ruffian." "Hold! Hold!" screamed Georgiana, suddenly recovering the powers of utterance which had been paralysed by this tremendous explosion of generous indignation on the part of that proudly born noble who proclaimed himself her champion. "Hold! Hold, Arthur! You know not whom you calumniate, whom you would provoke to the duel of death." "Yes, too well I know the miscreant," cried the Earl furiously. "No, no, you know him not!" screamed Georgiana wildly. "This is childish, silly," said the Earl impatiently. "Was it not Rainford who—" "Yes, yes, but this Rainford is a fiend with a heart so black—" "Hold, hold again, I say!" ejaculated Lady Hatfield, clasping her hands in despair. "That Thomas Rainford, whom you would make the victim of your vengeance, is—" "Is what?" demanded the Earl hastily. "Is— Who in the name of heaven?" "Your brother," was the hysterical reply. End of section 47. Recording by GrayClayton.
Section 48 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. Farther Explanations. "My brother!" repeated the Earl of Ellingham, with a wild glance and a sudden start, indicative of the most painful surprise. "My brother! Georgiana! Oh, no, impossible! 'Tis true that my father—but no, that child died." "I can give you no particulars, offer you no evidence in this most strange and mysterious matter," said Lady Hatfield, endeavouring to subdue the excitement produced in her much agitated mind by the preceding scene. "All I know is—all that he told me, was that secret which I have now revealed to you. Thus, Arthur, you perceive that, independent of the other reason which would prevent me from becoming yours, and you from receiving me as your wife—" "But wherefore did you not mention this at first, at the commencement of our conversation this morning?" demanded the nobleman, utterly bewildered by the revelation that had been made to him, and scarcely knowing whether to regard it as a substantial fact or a miserable fiction. "Because Rainford himself appeared to tell it to me as a profound secret," observed Georgiana. "Not that he desired me to consider it as such, but his manner, and then the nature of the revelation itself, which could not be gratifying to your feelings. Oh, I scarcely know what I am saying, Arthur, but I would have spared your feelings, had you not compelled me to make that revelation, to prevent the mad, the insane designs of vengeance which you had formed." "I understand you, Georgiana," interrupted the Earl, "and deeply, oh, deeply do I feel your generous consideration on that point. But there is one question that I wish to ask you, a question—" "Speak, Arthur! This is the day of mutual outpourings of confidence," said Lady Hatfield. "And remember, we are henceforth to stand in the light of brother and sister to each other." "The question I would ask is relative to the robbery that was perpetrated on you and Miss Mordaunt a short time back near Hounslow," continued the Earl. "Was that highwayman—" "He was!" exclaimed Georgiana, once more painfully excited. "But do not look coldly on me, Arthur. Do not despise me for that dreadful crime of perjury which I committed to save him. He wrote me an imperious note, commanding me to stop all proceedings instituted in reference to that matter. What did such a note imply? It was a menace, a dreadful menace, a threat to expose me if I did not obey his mandate. Consider, Arthur, oh, consider how I was placed, my reputation at stake, my fame in the hands of one who— But can you wonder that I preferred the dreadful alternative of perjury to the danger of disgrace and infamy which seemed to impend over my head? Alas, I cannot blame you. Poor suffering woman, ejaculated the Earl in a tone of deep commiseration. We never know how we should act till we find ourselves placed in circumstances of difficulty and embarrassment, and then even the most rigid integrity often yields. But let us sit down quietly, Georgiana, for a short half-hour, compose ourselves if we can, collect our scattered thoughts, and converse together as sister and brother. For I will now communicate to you the little I know concerning the birth of Thomas Rainford, if he indeed be the offspring of that amour. Arthur ceased and passed his hand over his brow as if to calm the warfare of thoughts and conjectures which agitated his brain. Georgiana seated herself on the sofa, and the Earl at length took a chair near her. Then he continued in the following manner. My father, the late Earl, was married twice. His first matrimonial connection was formed when he was 30, and this union was unproductive of issue. Lady Ellingham, as I have heard, was a woman devotedly attached to the dissipation of a fashionable life. She seemed to exist only to shine in the gay assemblies of the West End, and as she had no children, and her husband was immersed in politics, she possessed no ties to bind her to her own fireside. She played deeply, for play was very fashionable then amongst ladies, and is even now to a considerable extent. Her extravagances were great, and she made rapid inroads upon my father's fortune. By the time he was 40 he found himself involved in debts, and moreover, rumour began to be so busy with the name of his wife, imputing to her the most shameless infidelity, that he determined to separate from her. I should not allude to this circumstance. I would not for a moment revive statements prejudicial to the memory of a woman who has long ago gone to render an account of her deeds to her Maker, were it not that respect for the name of my lamented father renders me anxious to discover any extenuation which offers itself for his subsequent conduct. Well, a separation was resolved upon, a certain income was settled upon Lady Ellingham, the estate was put to nurse, as the law phrase has it, and my father, who was a proud man, retired to a small property which he possessed in Ireland, ostensibly for the purpose of giving up the cares of public life, but in reality to conceal the necessity of retrenching his expenditure. 10 years passed away, and when my father was upwards of 50, he returned to London, his estates having in the meantime been relieved of all their encumbrances. Lady Ellingham was still living, but the smallness of her income and the impaired condition of her health forced her to dwell in the strictest retirement. She had, moreover, become a devotee, and manifested no desire to return into the dazzling scenes of fashionable life. I am now speaking of about 31 years ago, when I was not born. It was at that period that my father encountered a young and very beautiful girl named Octavia Manners. She was the half-sister of a marine store dealer, who bore the disagreeable appellation of Benjamin Bones. By all I have heard, Octavia must have been a charming creature, and her manners, acquirements, and conversation were far superior to her humble condition in life. I cannot give you any details respecting the way in which my father became acquainted with her. Suffice it to say that he grew deeply attached to her, and his visits were encouraged by her brother. But alas, from all that I have heard, I have grounds, oh, too strong grounds, to believe that those visits were most unwelcome to Octavia, for she was beloved by a young man in her own sphere of life, and whom she loved in return. And it is now that I would palliate, as far as possible, the conduct of my sire, while I am bound to admit that his proceedings in respect to that unhappy girl were most unworthy the noble and the man. My heart aches too as I utter these words, but I am telling you a history the truth of which must not be disguised nor in any way misrepresented. But some allowance, some little excuse may be found for a man who was separated from a wife whom he had not seen for many years, and to whom there were positively no moral ties, although the legal ones still existed, to bind his fidelity. He was devotedly attached to a young and beautiful girl, who unfortunately could not return his love, and who did not even seem flattered by his visits, as so many maidens in her sphere would have been. No, she shrank from his addresses and implored him not to persecute her. But he persisted in his visits, and the first sad result was that the young man to whom Octavia's faith was plighted would not believe that she discouraged the attentions of the nobleman who condescended to appear at that humble dwelling. I cannot of course inform you, although we may both imagine, how the young man reproached Octavia, and how she defended herself, but it is certain that he suddenly quitted the neighbourhood, leaving behind him a note declaring that he should never see the unhappy girl again. Alas, that I should now be compelled to recite the tale of my father's guilt, my father's crime! His love for Octavia knew no bounds. He was determined to risk all, everything. "Spare your feelings, Arthur, dear Arthur," exclaimed Lady Hatfield, "for I can fully appreciate the grief which this revival of such a subject may cause you. Octavia, then, was purchased with gold, my father's gold, Georgiana, and the deed of, dare I call it, aught save infamy, was consummated," said the Earl in a low and subdued tone, as if he were overcome by the enormity of his sire's guilt, that guilt which, with the venial filial affection, he had vainly endeavoured to palliate. "Yes, 'twas done," he continued sadly, "and the vile half-brother sold the honour of that young and already too deeply afflicted girl. Too deeply afflicted, I say, because she had lost him on whom the affections of her youthful heart were set. The very day after her disgrace, her ruin, she fled from her brother's house, and for several months no trace was discovered of her. It was feared she had committed suicide, and my father was almost distracted. At that precise period his wife died, having ended as a devotee that life of which so much of the early portion was passed in dissipation and illicit amours. She had not been laid many weeks in the family vault, when my father, by some means unknown to me, perhaps by accident, discovered that Octavia was living, and that she was in the way to become a mother. He hastened to the miserable garret which she occupied, and found her in the most abject state of poverty, endeavouring to earn a subsistence with her needle. A girl of the gipsy tribe, and whose name was Miranda, was the friend and companion of poor Octavia. How they grew acquainted, how they came to live together, I am not aware, but Miranda was much attached to poor Octavia, and was nearly her own age. Indeed, Octavia was not 17 even at that time, and this Miranda of whom I speak was about 15. Much mystery envelops this portion of the sad tale. It is, however, certain that my father visited Octavia for several days, that he passed hours with her, that she even appeared to be reconciled to his presence, and that they went out together and remained absent for hours on 2 or 3 occasions. Again she disappeared, suddenly, abruptly, without having intimated her intention to my father, and without even having confided her design to her friend Miranda. For Miranda remained behind at the lodging, and when my father called and found Octavia not, he was seized with a paroxysm of the deepest grief. Another year passed away, and behold, poverty and distress drove the unfortunate Octavia to seek an asylum at the house of her half-brother. She would not, doubtless, have gone near that fatal dwelling where her ruin was accomplished, had it not been for the child which she held in her arms. That child, a boy, was the fruit of her connection with my father, or rather of the dreadful deed which gave her, when under the influence of an opiate, into his arms. But she was dying. Yes, she was dying, when she knocked at her brother's door, and on her deathbed she implored that my father might be sent for. He flew to her, he knelt by her side, He took the child in his arms, and embraced both the dying mother and the innocent babe. By a strange, a wondrous coincidence, Miranda entered the house at that moment. She had come to make inquiries concerning Octavia, and found her dying. The poor mother forgave those who had wronged her, forgave her half-brother, blessed my father, yes, blessed him, and recommended her infant to his care, that infant being also his own. Then my father requested to be left alone with her, but scarcely had the villain Bones and the unfaithful Miranda quitted the room, when they were recalled by a dreadful cry which burst from my father's lips, and they hurried back to find that Octavia was no more. Arthur paused to wipe away the tears which were trickling down his cheeks, nor were Georgiana's eyes unmoistened by the sweet dews of sympathy. When my father had sufficiently recovered himself to attend to more worldly matters, continued the young Earl, he gave directions for the funeral of his victim, and to Miranda did he entrust the child. Then he placed in the hands of Benjamin Bones, in the presence of Miranda, 1,000 guineas to be placed out at interest, in order to provide the means of supporting the infant and his nurse. I should also inform you that a small roll of papers, carefully wrapped up in a piece of thick brown paper, was found upon the person of Octavia shortly after her death, and these were taken possession of by Benjamin Bones, my father having previously quitted the house. Of the nature of those documents I know nothing, but I have been informed that when the half-brother read them, he was greatly excited, and secured them under lock and key. A year elapsed, during which my father called several times to see the little boy, who throve well in Miranda's care, but at the expiration of that period his visits ceased altogether, for he was about to marry again. 29 years ago the Honourable Miss Stamford became his second wife, and 26 years ago I was born. But before the date of my birth, and within 6 months after the marriage of my father appeared in the newspapers, Bones discharged Miranda on some pretence, and she returned to her tribe. Some few months afterwards she fell in with another tribe, and, to her profound surprise, she discovered the child Thomas in the possession of a woman named Egyptia. Of the child's identity Miranda had no doubt, because it had a peculiar mark near the shoulder of the right arm. She and her sister Gypsy then compared notes, and Egyptia told her that she had received the child from a man named Benjamin Bones, a marine store dealer in Greville Street, Hatton Garden; that Bones had given her 20 guineas to take the child, that the money was all gone, and that she already repented of the bargain. Miranda, who was attached to the child, offered to take it, and her proposal was accepted. For 7 years did the faithful Miranda rear the boy as if he were her own, but at last she fell dangerously ill, was long delirious, and when she awoke to consciousness again, she learnt from her companion that the boy had died of the same epidemic malady, beneath which she herself had nearly succumbed. Again the Earl paused for a few moments, and when he again broke silence, it was to conclude his narrative. My father, as you are aware, Georgiana, died when I was only a year old, and I was brought up by my mother. At the age of 19 I went to Oxford, and it was in the neighbourhood of that city I one day fell in with a party of gipsies. They offered to tell my fortune, and I consented for the amusement of the farce. The young female who undertook the task commenced by giving me my real name, for I had doubtless been pointed out to her in the city, as the gipsies had been there and in the vicinity for several days. But the moment my name was mentioned, another gipsy woman, who had probably seen 40 summers, uttered an ejaculation of surprise, looked hard at me, and then inquired abruptly whether I was the son of the late Earl of Ellingham. I answered in the affirmative, and she let drop some observations which excited my curiosity. I took her aside, thrust a guinea into her hand, and demanded of her the meaning of her words. She returned me the money, and, after much persuasion, narrated to me the whole history of Octavia Manners, that is to say, as much of it as I have now told to you. You now understand, Georgiana, how it is possible that this Thomas Rainford may be my half-brother. But if he be, the account of his death received by Miranda from her companions must have been false, for I need hardly tell you that the elderly gipsy who unfolded to me the details of my father's fatal conduct towards poor Octavia was none other than Miranda herself. Shortly afterwards my mother died, but I never revealed to her the story of her late husband's guilt and Octavia's wrongs." Scarcely was this strange narrative concluded when the door of the apartment opened, and Sir Ralph Walsingham entered the room. "Well," he exclaimed, "Mr. Rainford, who honoured this house with a visit last night, and frightened you, Georgiana, so sadly, has got himself into a pleasant scrape at last." "Indeed!" exclaimed Lord Ellingham hastily. "What—" "He is arrested on a charge of highway robbery, a robbery, in fact, committed on no less a person than our acquaintance, Sir Christopher Blunt," returned the baronet. "Arrested!" ejaculated the Earl, exchanging a rapid glance with Georgiana, as much as to enjoin her not to allow the subject of their previous conversation to transpire in the presence of Sir Ralph Walsingham. "Yes, arrested last night, lodged in Horsemonger Lane Gaol, as a character too desperate to put into the usual lock-up, and examined before the magistrates at the office in the Borough this morning," continued Sir Ralph. "I happened to be in the neighbourhood an hour ago, and heard all about it. But he is remanded for a week at the solicitation of Mr. Howard, the attorney for the prosecution, Sir Christopher not being in London." "Well, poor fellow, I am really sorry for him, for he seems to be a dashing, daring, gallant blade by all accounts. Pardon me, however, my dear Georgiana," he added, seeing that his niece was deadly pale. "I ought not to have spoken a word in favour of a man who terrified you so. But—" Lord Ellingham interrupted Sir Ralph by taking his leave of him and Georgiana, and as the nobleman took the latter by the hand, he said in a hasty whisper, "I will go and see him at once." He then left the house, entered a hackney coach at the nearest stand, and ordered the driver to take him to Horsemonger Lane Gaol. End of section 48.
Section 49 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 49. Lord Ellingham and Tom Rain. The interview between Lady Hatfield and the Earl of Ellingham had lasted a considerable time, and it was close upon 3 o'clock in the afternoon when his lordship reached Horsemonger Lane Gaol. He communicated to the governor his desire to see Thomas Rainford, and although visitors were usually compelled to speak to prisoners through an iron grating, yet the rank of the nobleman and the fact of his being in the commission of the peace for another county, Middlesex, procured him immediate access to the highwayman's cell. Rainford was sitting in a pensive attitude at a table on which his dinner remained untouched. We have before said, and we now repeat, that he cared but little for the peril of his own predicament. There were, however, ties which bound him to the existence that was now in jeopardy, and to the freedom that was lost. He started from his seat with unfeigned surprise when the Earl of Ellingham entered the cell. "You are astonished to see me here, Mr. Rainford?" said the nobleman in a mild and mournful tone. "It is a visit, my lord," was the answer, "that I certainly did not expect. And yet, if the statement you made to Lady Hatfield be true, I am but performing a duty." "Ah, then she has told you that?" exclaimed the prisoner. "She has told me that you claim a very near relationship to me," rejoined the nobleman, his voice trembling with emotion, for the reader has seen enough of him to be aware that he possessed a generous heart. "Yes, my lord," replied Rainford. "The same father was the author of our being, although our mothers were different." "Is this true? Is it really true?" demanded the Earl hastily. "As true as there is an Almighty God who now beholds the great peer and the prisoned highwayman face to face," replied Rainford solemnly, and divesting himself of his coat, he bared his right arm and exhibited a particular mark. "I cannot doubt it. I cannot disbelieve you," exclaimed the nobleman, tears starting from his eyes. And then the great peer and the prisoned highwayman were folded in each other's arms. "But, my God!" exclaimed Arthur, when the excitement of this fraternal recognition had somewhat passed away, "in what a condition do I find you, my poor brother?" "Grieve not for me, Arthur," said Rainford. "My fate will soon be decided now, and whatever it may be, I shall be prepared to meet it as becomes a brave man." "Talk not thus, Thomas," cried the nobleman, pressing his hand warmly. "I have money to buy off your prosecutors, interest to use in your behalf." "If I say to you, yes, use both, Arthur," replied the highwayman, "it is only because there is one who loves me well, and for whose sake I could wish to live." "I understand you. You allude to Miss Esther de Medina," said the Earl. "But there is another for whose sake you must hope to live and enjoy freedom again, and that is the brother who now stands before you, and who, for our father's sake, will never, never desert you." "My dear Arthur, your kindness unmans me," said Rainford. "And yet, if you knew all, you would perhaps think that I am not altogether unworthy of your sympathy. But sit down, and let me show you that, though of lost and ruined reputation, I am not without some feeling." The Earl took one of the 2 chairs that there were in the cell, and Rainford seated himself near his half-brother on the other. "That you are acquainted with a considerable portion of my history I know," resumed the highwayman. "For some 7 or 8 years ago you encountered a gipsy woman near Oxford who revealed to you——" "The faithful Miranda indeed told me all she knew," interrupted the Earl. "But at that period she believed you to have been long dead." "Yes, and it was only a short time ago that I met her in Hampshire," answered Rainford, "and accident led us to converse together. A word or two which I dropped without anticipating the result induced her to make certain inquiries. Then she requested me, in a hurried and excited manner, to bare my right arm; and it was only on the occasion of which I am speaking, and which occurred a few months since, that I learnt the real narrative of my birth. It appears that when Miranda had fallen so dangerously ill and had become delirious, the gipsies considered me to be a burden to them, as I was not born of their race, and one of them took me to Winchester, in the neighbourhood of which city the tents were pitched at the time, and there he purposely abandoned me. What subsequently became of me I have not time now to relate. My history has been most eventful, and could not be compressed into a short narrative. But should the laws of my country demand that my misdeeds be expiated on the scaffold, I will leave that history, written out in all its remarkable details, for your contemplation." "Talk not thus, Thomas. Oh, talk not thus!" cried Arthur. "I will save you yet, even if I throw myself at the feet of the sovereign and proclaim that you are my brother." "God grant that you may prove successful, for the sake of one who loves me well," said Rainford solemnly. "But let me pursue the thread of that much of my story which I have now to relate to you. It appears that when Miranda did recover from her serious illness, the gipsies did not like to tell her the truth relative to myself, and they therefore invented the tale of my death to account for my disappearance. Thus was it that, until a few months ago, she remained in ignorance of the deceit that had been practised upon her, and the same day which revealed to her the fact that I was still alive made me acquainted with the history of my birth. Miranda also told me that Benjamin Bones was still in existence and was reputed to be a rich man. She had recently been in London, and curiosity had prompted her to make inquiries concerning him. All that she had gleaned she communicated to me. It then struck me that I would come to London, that I would throw myself in the way of that man who had plundered me of my inheritance, and that I would watch for some favourable opportunity to wring from him the amount with interest and compound interest that was fairly mine. I learnt from Miranda that certain papers had been found about the person of my poor mother after she was dead, and that the perusal of them had excited the interest of this Bones. It therefore struck me that I might recover those documents, as well as the money of which I had been plundered. If the documents should prove in any way interesting or valuable, I thought, so much the better. If not, no harm would be done in obtaining possession of them. I came to London, and accident enabled me, through the intervention of a mutual acquaintance named Locke, to meet with Benjamin Bones. I offered him my services in a particular way, and he accepted them. To be candid, he was to plan deeds of villainy, and I was to execute them. His terms were so ridiculously exorbitant that I should have laughed at them had I not a particular object to serve in connecting myself with him. And the opportunity which I sought presented itself sooner than I had anticipated. In a word, I had succeeded in all I had undertaken. I was enabled to help myself to as much as I chose of his hoarded treasures, and I discovered the papers that I have alluded to. "And were they of any interest?" asked the Earl. "Of such interest and of such value, Arthur," returned Tom Rain, "that perhaps there is no other man in England who would have failed to avail himself of the brilliant prospects that they opened to my view. But I was not to be dazzled by them, not to be led away by the temptation. No, I knew that my character was gone, that my reputation was tarnished, that my misdeeds were numerous and great, and I felt also for you, Arthur, as well as for the haughty name of Ellingham." "What do you mean, my dear brother?" cried the noble, struck by the impressive tone in which Rainford uttered these words. "I mean," answered the debased highwayman to the great peer, "that within the last few days there has been within my reach a jewel which I might have had, and might have still, for the mere trouble of extending my hand to reach it. A jewel such as men toil all their lives to gain. This jewel is a proud title and a princely fortune." "Thomas, my brother!" ejaculated the Earl, a strange and exciting suspicion flashing through his brain. "Yes, a proud title and a princely fortune, Arthur," repeated Rainford. "But I desire neither. Yet, solemnly and seriously do I declare that amongst those papers which I discovered in the den of Benjamin Bones, there was one which would make me rich at the expense of another, ennoble me to the prejudice of one whom the proud title better becomes, and that individual who would thus suffer is yourself. For Octavia Manners was the Countess of Ellingham, and I, the debased highwayman, am thine elder brother, legitimately born." "Oh, what do I hear?" exclaimed Arthur. "And how much generosity does your conduct display! But think not, dearest brother, that I grieve at the announcement which you have just made. No, far from that. To know that my father did justice to your poor mother, to be able to entertain the conviction that the author of our being was less guilty than I imagined, is a source of satisfaction so pure, so sincere, so heartfelt, that I would gladly purchase it even with the loss of title and fortune." "It is you who are generous, Arthur," said Rainford, "for so we shall continue to call him at all events for the present. But that coronet which sits so gracefully on your noble brow, and that fortune which enables you to do so much good, shall never be lost to you. No, never, Arthur. Titles I care not for, great wealth I do not crave, and even if I yearned for the one or aspired to the other, of what avail would be that idle, ineffectual ambition? Here am I in a vile dungeon, accused of a serious offence, my life endangered. And even if your interest should save me, must I not for ever become an exile from the land of my birth? Yes. For whether you deter the prosecutors from farther proceedings in my case, or should they push the matter to the extreme verge, and my life be saved only at your intercession, Can I remain in England? If released from custody, how can I hope to gain an honest name in this clime? If condemned to death and then reprieved, will not this leniency on the part of the Crown be conceded on the condition of banishment for the remainder of my days? Thus, Arthur, even did I desire to possess the proud name of Ellingham, did I aspire to that coronet which adorns thy brow, I could not be mad enough to yield to the temptation. But, I repeat, I care not for rank, I need not much wealth, and thus neither my position nor my inclination will for an instant permit me to disturb you in the enjoyment of the family honours and the hereditary estates. Alas! How much, how deeply do I regret that we had not met before to embrace as brothers, exclaimed the Earl. Though crimes are imputed to you, Thomas, yet do you possess a heart endowed with the loftiest, the most generous feelings. Ah! Well do I now understand wherefore you were agitated last night at Lady Hatfield's house, and why you told me that from no other man in England would you ask as a favour that right of egress from the mansion which you could command by force, and I, who was once on the point of striking you. But wherefore did you not then reveal to me what you have told me now? The secret of my birth you should never have learnt from my lips, answered Rainford. No, I would not have allowed you to know that you possessed a relative for whom you would have to blush. But I was compelled to make that revelation to Lady Hatfield, because— let us not talk of her, brother, said Lord Ellingham mournfully. I would not for worlds reproach you. And yet you know not how profoundly I have loved that woman, how tenderly I love her still. But my hopes there—let us change the topic, I say, he added, hastily interrupting himself. And now tell me if there be anything I can do in order to soften the grief which must be experienced by that one to whom you alluded ere now, any message that I can take to her. Yes, you must see her, said Rainford, after a moment's reflection, and you must tell her that she is to give up to you all those papers which relate to the marriage of our father and my mother and to my birth. She is acquainted with everything that concerns me and my affairs. It was my original intention to keep those papers, not to serve any purpose, never to use them, but to gratify one of those unaccountable whims which sometimes influence the most strong-minded amongst us. I thought that perhaps, when in a foreign land, for it was my intention to have quitted this country in a few days, I might sometimes feel a pleasure in contemplating documents so closely connected with my parentage and my birth. Perhaps, too, I might have been swayed by some little sentiment of pride in being able to say to myself, a title and a princely fortune are within my grasp, and I will not take them because I feel myself so utterly unworthy of the first, and because I require not the other. But now, let my fate be whatever it may, it is prudent that those papers should be destroyed. She who has them in her keeping loves me, adores me, but she has one foible, one weakness, which has already produced serious embarrassment. She is fond of gay apparel, of costly jewels, of those trinkets and that outward show which dazzle the minds of so many women, and this passion on her part is stronger than herself. In a word, then, I would rather that the papers should not remain in her hands. I would sooner that they should be burnt at once than become the source of a temptation which circumstances might perhaps some day render irresistible to her. If you really wish to ease my mind of any portion of that weight of anxiety which now hangs upon it, you will at once visit her, and when you tell her all that has passed between you and me ere now, she will give you up those documents, which I enjoin you to commit to the flames when you have perused them. I will do your bidding, Thomas, in all respects save one, returned Lord Ellingham, and that is with regard to the destruction of the papers. No, If you are generous to a degree, I must at least be just, and I will keep those documents for you. Safely, religiously keep them, to be at your disposal at any time, however remote, should altered circumstances induce you to claim them." "Then you imagine," said Rainford, with something of bitterness in his tone, "that should the future smile upon me, I might be tempted to pluck the coronet from your brow and place it on mine own? You wrong me. Yes, you wrong me, Arthur." "Heaven knows that I would not willingly, wantonly do so," cried the nobleman enthusiastically. "But justice——" "Well, be it as you say," interrupted Rainford, with a view to terminate the discussion on this topic. "Obtain the papers. They will be safer with you than with her, much as she is devoted to me. And now must I reveal to you another secret—a secret of a strange and romantic nature, connected with her whom you are about to visit." "With Esther?" said the Earl hastily. "Ah! ever harping upon that name!" exclaimed Rainford. "Did I not assure you last night that Esther is as pure and innocent as woman can be, and that she does not even know me by sight? See then if I have deceived you. But I will not keep you in suspense." At this moment the turnkey entered with an intimation that it was impossible to allow the interview to be protracted any longer on the present occasion, as the hour for locking up had already passed some time. "To-morrow, then, you will come again," said Rainford in a low whisper to his brother. "And now go to No. 5 Brandon Street, Locke's Fields. It's not very far from here, and inquire for Mrs. Rainford." The Earl pressed his hand in assurance of obeying the directions thus given; and as the turnkey appeared impatient, the young nobleman hurried away from his brother's cell. But the mystery relative to Esther de Medina, whatever it might be, was not so soon to be cleared up as the Earl of Ellingham expected. Upon leaving the prison, he observed an ill-looking fellow lounging about at the gate, and on whose forbidding countenance the light of the lamp streamed fully when the wicket was opened to afford the nobleman egress. For our readers will remember that all the incidents yet related in this narrative occurred in the winter time, when it is dark at 4 o'clock. But it was now nearly 6 o'clock, and the atmosphere was heavy with mist. The Earl walked rapidly away from the prison gate, and when he had proceeded about 30 yards, he inquired of a passer-by the way to Locke's Fields. The man was a stranger in the neighbourhood, and could not tell him. "Please, sir, I'll show you the way," exclaimed another individual, stepping officiously forward. Lord Ellingham immediately recognised, by the light that glimmered from a window in Horsemonger Lane, the ill-looking fellow whom he had noticed at the door of the prison; and for an instant he hesitated to accept his services. But at the next moment he felt ashamed of this vague alarm, and directed the man to lead on. The fellow turned abruptly round, saying, "You are going out of your way, sir. We must get down to the fields by the back of the prison." And he led the way, the Earl following him, down Horsemonger Lane towards Harper Street. But as they passed along the prison wall, Arthur observed 2 or 3 men loitering about at short intervals from each other, and it struck him that his guide coughed in a peculiar fashion as he passed them. A misgiving, which he vainly endeavoured to resist, was now excited in the Earl's mind, but still he would not turn back nor question his guide. Suddenly he was seized from behind and pulled violently backward, while a strong hand fastened itself, as it were, over his mouth. He struggled desperately, but his guide turned on him, and he was now in the grasp of 4 powerful men, whose united strength it was impossible to resist. Still he endeavoured to release himself, and once he managed to get the hand away from his mouth, an advantage of which he instantly availed himself to cry out for help. But in another instant he was stunned by the blow of a pistol on the head. When he awoke, he was in total darkness and lying on a hard bed. He instinctively stretched out his arms. His right hand encountered a rough and damp stone wall. He rose and groped cautiously about him. But it required not many moments to convince him of the terrible though mysterious truth that he was the inmate of a narrow dungeon. But where was he thus imprisoned? Who were the authors of this outrage? And for what purpose was he made a captive? These three queries defied all conjecture, and the young nobleman was left to the darkness of his dungeon and the gloom of his meditations. End of section 49. Recorded by Sheila Blunt.
Section 50 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. A Painful Interview. We must now go back a few hours, only to the morning of this eventful day, in order to describe the interview which Mr. Clarence Villiers had with his respectable aunt, Mrs. Slingsby, at her residence in Old Burlington Street. He called at her abode as early as 9 o'clock, for he had passed a sleepless night, in consequence of the communication made to him by the individual whom he has as yet knew only as Captain Sparks, and of whose arrest in the preceding night he was as yet ignorant. Mrs. Slingsby, Adele, and Rosamond were seated at breakfast in a comfortable little parlour when Clarence was announced. At first his appearance at so unusual an hour, and when he was supposed to be on his way to his office in Somerset House, excited some alarm, lest he had bad news to communicate, and the sisters already trembled for fear their father had discovered their abode. But he speedily reassured them by declaring that he intended to give himself a holiday that morning, and had therefore come to join them at the breakfast-table. "You are welcome, Clarence," said Mrs. Slingsby, while Adele appeared so pleased at this unexpected visit that the enhanced carnation tinge of her cheeks and the joy that flushed in her fine eyes rendered her transcendently beautiful. But Rosamond seemed pensive and even melancholy, although she endeavoured to smile and appear gay. "I had a visit from Captain Sparks last evening," observed Clarence. "He is going to America, and he called to take leave of me, as well as to entrust me with some little commission, which I of course undertook." "And we heard a most wholesome and beneficial discourse from the Reverend Mr. Sawkins," observed Mrs. Slingsby. "Was Mr. Sheepshanks present?" asked Villiers, without looking at his aunt, and apparently intent only on carving the ham. "My dear Clarence," said Mrs. Slingsby in a serious, reproachful tone, "your question is light and inconsiderate. You doubtless intended it as a jest, but the object to which it refers is one painfully calculated to wound those who have the good cause at heart. Mr. Sheepshanks has conducted himself in a manner that has produced the most lively grief, as well as the greatest astonishment in what may be strictly termed the religious world. Sir Henry Courtenay was shocked when I narrated the incident to him." "Oh, Sir Henry was shocked, was he?" exclaimed Clarence. "Well, for my part, I should have conceived that a man of fashion would have cared very little for all the Sheepshankses and Sawkinses in the universe." "Clarence," said Mrs. Slingsby, "what is the matter with you this morning? There seems to be an unusual flippancy in your observations." "Not at all, my dear aunt. Only I conceive that a man who is fond of gaiety, who goes to parties, mixes with the élite of the West End, and so on, can have but little time to devote to the interests of cannibal clothing associations." "Dear nephew, you astonish me!" exclaimed Mrs. Slingsby. "Is it to affix a vulgar nickname to an admirable institution that you call it a cannibal clothing association? I once thought you had some degree of respect for the philanthropic and religious establishments which are the boast and ornament of your native land, but—" "My dear aunt, pardon me if I have offended you," said Clarence, but in a cool and indifferent tone. "I really forgot at the moment the name of the institution to which that arrant hypocrite and scoundrel,
Sheepshanks belonged. "Use not such harsh words, Clarence," enjoined Mrs. Slingsby, who knew not what to think of her nephew's unusual manner and discourse. "Mr. Sheepshanks has lost himself in the estimation of all persons of rightly constituted minds, but the Christian spirit of forgiveness commands us to be lenient in our comments on the actions even of the wicked." "That may be," said Clarence; "but as I read the account in the newspapers, it certainly looked so black against this Sheepshanks that had he been sent to Newgate, he would have had no more than his due. Now, my opinion is this: robbery is always a heinous crime, but he who robs his fellow creatures under the cloak of religion is an atrocious sinner indeed. Hypocrisy, my dear aunt, is a detestable vice, and you, as a woman of sound sense and discerning judgment, must admit the truth of my observation. But we were talking of Sir Henry Courtenay." "You must not utter a word against him," said Adele in the most artless manner possible, "for Rosamond has conceived so high an opinion of him." "Because dear Mrs. Slingsby has represented his virtues, his mental qualifications, his admirable character to me in terms which make me as enthusiastic as herself in extolling so good and amiable a man," exclaimed Rosamond, speaking with an ardour which was the more striking because the natural purity of her soul prevented her from seeing the necessity of checking it. Mrs. Slingsby coloured and glanced uneasily towards her nephew, who did not, however, appear to notice that the conversation had taken a turn which was disagreeable to her. In fact, the suspicions originally excited in his mind by the communications of the preceding evening were now materially strengthened, and the more he contemplated the character of his aunt, the more transparent became the film that had so long blinded him as to its real nature. "And so you are a great admirer of Sir Henry Courtenay, Rosamond?" he said, endeavouring to maintain as calm and placid an exterior as possible. "Rosamond is fully aware that virtue deserves respect wherever it exists," returned Mrs. Slingsby hastily. "And Sir Henry Courtenay is the pattern of all virtue, dear madam, is he not?" exclaimed Rosamond. "He is a very good man, my dear, as I have frequently assured you," said the pious widow. "But let us change a conversation which does not appear agreeable to Clarence." "I would not for the world manifest so much selfishness," observed Villiers coolly, "as to quit a topic which gives so much gratification to Rosamond. At the same time, as the future husband of Adelaide's, and therefore soon to be your brother-in-law, dear Rosamond, I must warn you against conceiving extravagant notions of the integrity and immaculate virtue of any man who belongs to what is called the fashionable world." "But dear Mrs. Slingsby has assured me, Clarence," ejaculated Rosamond warmly, "that Sir Henry Courtenay is an exception to the general rule, that he is the very pattern of everything generous and good, and that no one could err in following his advice, whatever it might be. Oh, I can assure you—" Rosamond stopped short, for Mrs. Slingsby, seeing that her nephew's countenance was becoming purple with indignation, as the artless girl thus gave vent to the enthusiasm excited in her soul by the most insidious representations. Mrs. Slingsby, we say, had touched her with her foot beneath the table, a movement naturally construed by Rosamond into a hint to cut short her observations. "You can retire, dear girls," said Mrs. Slingsby. "I wish to have a little conversation with Clarence." "Do not keep us away long, dear madam," exclaimed Adele in a playful manner as she rose to quit the room with her sister. Clarence and Mrs. Slingsby were now alone together, and the position of each was a most painful one. The aunt saw that something was wrong, and her guilty conscience excited 1,000 vague fears within her bosom, while the nephew felt convinced that the relative, whom he had hitherto loved and respected, was worthy only of his abhorrence and contempt. There was a long pause in the conversation after the sisters had left the room, but at length the silence, so irksome to both nephew and aunt, was broken by the latter. "Clarence, something appears to have annoyed you this morning," she observed in a tremulous tone. "Do you know," he said, turning abruptly round towards her, and fixing a searching glance upon her countenance, "that you act most unwisely, most indiscreetly, nay, most incorrectly, to expatiate so much upon the virtues of Sir Henry Courtenay. When I first entered the room this morning, I found Rosamond pensive and thoughtful, and she said not a word until that man's name was mentioned, when she became, as it were, enthusiastic in his defence, although no actual attack was made by me upon his character. What is the meaning of this strange conduct?" "Clarence, if, in my respect for Sir Henry Courtenay, I have been too warm in my praises of his character, if—" "Aunt, there is no supposition in the case," interrupted Villiers almost sternly. "You have been too warm, and heaven only knows with what object. God forbid that I should impute the worst motives to your conduct in this respect, but a dreadful suspicion has been excited in my mind." "A suspicion!" murmured Mrs. Slingsby faintly, while the glance which she threw upon her nephew was full of uneasiness. "Yes, a suspicion," he repeated, "and most painful. Oh, most painful is it to me to be compelled to address you in this manner. But the case is too serious to allow me to remain silent. In one word, have you not made an impression on the mind of that artless girl which may endanger her peace? Have you not been encouraging in her breast an admiration for a man old enough to be her grandfather? An admiration which is not natural, and which is calculated to inspire her with feelings towards a sexagenarian dandy." "Clarence!" exclaimed the pious lady in a hysterical manner, "how dare you address me in this dictatorial tone? Would you seek to invest my conduct in bestowing well-merited praise on a good man with an aspect so black?" "Your indignation is well feigned," cried Villiers, his lips quivering with rage. "But the day of deception has passed. Hypocrisy shall no longer impose upon me. If I accuse you unjustly, I will grovel as an abject wretch at your feet to manifest my contrition. Before I thus debase myself, however, you must prove to me that you are indeed the noble-minded, the open-hearted, the immaculate woman I have so long loved and revered. Tell me, then, the real, the true history of that night when a boy was received into this house through charity a few years ago." Mrs. Slingsby became as pale as death, and sat gazing with haggard eyes upon her nephew, unable to avert her gaze, and yet shrinking from his. "Then you are guilty, madam," he said after a few moments' pause, "and the excellent, the virtuous, the upright Sir Henry Courtenay is your lover. My God, did the world ever know hypocrisy so abominable, so black as this?" These words were uttered with extreme bitterness, and Mrs. Slingsby burst into a flood of tears while she covered her face with her hands. Clarence possessed a generous heart, and this sight moved him. "My dear aunt," he said, "I do not wish to mortify you, much less to humiliate you in my presence. In your own estimation you must necessarily be humiliated enough. Neither will I dwell at any length upon the pain, the intense grief, which I experience in finding you so different from what I have ever believed you to be, until now," he added, in a mournful tone. "Were you my sister, or did you stand with reference to me in a degree of relationship that will permit me to remonstrate and advise, I should perhaps both reproach and counsel you. But it would ill become a nephew to address his aunt in such a manner." "Clarence, will you expose me? Will you ruin me?" demanded Mrs. Slingsby in a hysterical tone. "Not for the worlds would I injure you," ejaculated the young man; "but I must receive no more favours at your hands. Here, take back the money which you gave me a few days ago. Thank God I have not yet expended any of it. And the arrangements I have made to furnish a house for the reception of my Adelais can be countermanded. She will not object to share a lodging with me, until, by my own honest exertions," he added proudly, "I may be able to give her a suitable home." And as he spoke, he cast a roll of bank-notes upon the table. "Oh, Clarence, if I have been weak, frail, culpable," cried the widow, "you are at least severe and cruel, for I have ever done all I could to serve your interests." "Were I to express my real opinion on that head," answered Villiers, "I might grieve you still more than I have already done. A bandage has fallen from my eyes, and I can now understand how necessary an instrument of publicity I have been for your assumed virtues. But in the name of God, let us argue the point no further, for sincerely do I assert my unwillingness to give you additional pain. Pardon me, however, if I declare how impossible it is, how inconsistent it would be, to leave those innocent girls in a dwelling which is visited by such a man as that Sir Henry Courtenay." "How could you remove them elsewhere without exposing me, Clarence?" demanded his aunt in an imploring tone. "What explanation can you or I give them to account in reasonable manner for the suddenness of such a step?" Villiers paced the room in an agitated manner. He knew not how to act. To leave Adelaide and Rosamond in the society of his aunt was repugnant to his high sense of honour and his correct notions of propriety, and whither to remove them he knew not. He had seen and heard enough at the breakfast table to convince him that Mrs. Slingsby had some sinister motive in creating in the mind of Rosamond, that innocent, artless mind which was so susceptible of any impressions which a designing woman might choose to make upon it, a feeling of admiration in favour of the baronet; and although he had to a considerable extent curbed the resentment and the indignation which his aunt's conduct in this respect had aroused within him, still to leave that young maiden any longer within an atmosphere of infection was impossible. No, he would sooner restore the sisters to their father, and leave to circumstances the realization of his hopes in regard to Adelaide. While he was still deliberating within himself what course to pursue, and while Mrs. Slingsby was anxiously watching him as he paced the room with agitated steps, the servant entered with the morning's newspaper. Clarence took it from the table in a mechanical manner, and glanced his eye over the first page; but his thoughts were too painfully preoccupied to permit him to entertain, even for an instant, any idea of reading the journal. No, it was one of those unwitting actions which we often perform when sorely embarrassed or bewildered, an action without positive motive and without aim. But how often do the most trivial deeds exercise a paramount influence over our destinies? And this simple action of glancing at the newspaper proved to be an instance of the kind. For the moment when Clarence was about to throw the journal back again upon the table and resume his agitated walk, his eyes encountered an advertisement which instantaneously arrested his attention. Then, with beating heart, and with an expression of joy rapidly spreading over his countenance, he read the following lines: "To A and R. Your distressed and almost heart-broken father implores you to return to him. The past shall be forgotten on his side, and no obstacle shall be opposed to the happiness of A. Your father is lying on a sick bed, and again implores that this very prayer may not be made in vain." "God be thanked!" cried Villiers, no longer able to restrain his joy; and handing the newspaper to his aunt, he directed her attention to the advertisement. "Here is an apology at once for the removal of the young ladies from the house, Clarence," observed Mrs. Slingsby; "and now that you are saved from the embarrassment in which you were plunged but a few minutes back, will you promise never, never to reveal, and if possible, to forget—" "You allude to your conduct towards Rosamond?" said Villiers. "Tell me its motive, and I swear solemnly—" "In one word, then," interrupted his aunt, "let Rosamond be aware of Sir Henry Courtenay. And now answer me a single question, for I see you are impatient to be gone. How came you to discover what meant your allusion to the boy who was received into this house?" "I cannot stay to explain all that," cried Villiers; "but rest assured that your character stands no chance of being made the subject of scandalous talk, unless, indeed, your future actions—" "Enough, Clarence!" exclaimed Mrs. Slingsby. "I know that you must despise me, but spare me any farther humiliation." She then rang the bell, and desired the servant to summon Adelaide and Rosamond. We need not pause to describe the joy which those fair beings experienced when Clarence showed them the advertisement inviting them to return home, although tears immediately afterwards started into their eyes when they read that their father was upon a bed of sickness. They once more retired to their bedchamber to prepare their toilette for departure, and when a hackney coach drove round to the door, they took leave of Mrs. Slingsby with demonstrations of gratitude which struck to her heart like a remorse. Clarence accompanied them back to the cottage, and his heart palpitated violently, he scarcely knew wherefore, when he assisted them to alight. The front door was opened by the female servant, who uttered a cry of joy on beholding the young ladies once more, and with trembling steps Adele and Rosamond entered the parlour, followed by Clarence. To their surprise, and at first to their great delight, the sisters found themselves, on crossing the threshold of the room, in the presence of their father, who was looking pale, it was true, but with concentrated anger and not with illness. Adele and Rosamond fell on their knees before him, exclaiming, "Forgive us, dear father, forgive us." "How am I to receive you, Adele?" he asked in a cold voice. "As Miss Torrance or as—" "As Miss Torrance at present, sir," answered Clarence, stepping forward, and speaking in a firm though respectful tone, "but in accordance with the promise held out in that advertisement which appears in today's journal, I hope that your elder daughter will soon be mine, and with your permission and blessing also." "Where have my daughters been residing during their absence, sir?" inquired Mr. Torrance, without appearing to notice the latter portion of Villiers' observations. "Under the protection of a female relative of mine, sir," answered Clarence, with increasing misgivings at the cold demeanour of the father of his beloved. "Thank you for the information, sir," said Mr. Torrance with a smile of triumph. "At least you have so far disarmed my resentment, that you have brought me back my daughter pure and innocent as when you enticed her away, with the aid of a villainous robber." "A robber!" ejaculated Clarence indignantly. "Yes, sir," continued Mr. Torrance in a sneering tone. "Your worthy colleague, Captain Sparks, is a common highwayman, a thief, properly named Thomas Rainford, and at this moment he is a prisoner in Horsemonger Lane Gaol. Scarcely 10 minutes have elapsed since I received a note from Mr. Howard, a solicitor, informing me of the fact." Clarence was so astounded by this announcement that for a few moments he could make no reply, and the young ladies, who had in the meantime slowly risen from their suppliant posture, and were now standing timidly by their father's side, exchanged glances of painful surprise. "Yes," resumed Mr. Torrance in a stern and severe tone, "that man who aided you to effect the abduction of these disobedient girls is a common highwayman, and you could not be ignorant of that fact." "As I live, sir," ejaculated Clarence, at length recovering the power of speech, "I was ignorant of the fact, and even now. But," he added, correcting himself, "I cannot doubt your word. At the same time, permit me to assure you that I had never seen him until that night." "I require no farther explanation, sir," interrupted Mr. Torrance. "My daughters are now once more under the paternal roof, inveigled back again, it is true, by a stratagem on my part." "A stratagem!" repeated Clarence, while Adele uttered a faint shriek, and sank weeping into her sister's arms. "Yes, a stratagem, sir," ejaculated Mr. Torrance. "And now learn my decision, Mr. Villiers. Sooner than she shall become your wife," he continued, pointing towards the unhappy girl, "I would give her to the meanest hind who toils for his daily bread. Depart, sir. This house is at least a place where my authority can alone prevail." "Mr. Torrance, I beseech, I implore you," began the wretched young man, whose hopes were thus suddenly menaced so cruelly. "Depart, sir," thundered the angry father, "or I shall use violence, and we will then see whether you will strike in return the parent of her whom you affect to love." And he advanced towards Villiers in a menacing manner. "I will not stay to irritate you, sir," said Clarence, feeling as if his heart were ready to burst. "Adele, remember one who will never cease to remember you. Rosamond, farewell." Mr. Torrance became more and more impatient, and Villiers quitted the house with feelings as different from those which had animated him when he entered it, as the deepest despair is from the most joyous hope. But the anguish of his heart was not greater than that which now filled the bosom of her from whom he was so unexpectedly and cruelly separated. End of section 50.
Section 51 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 51, The Lawyer's Office. A few days after the events just related, The following scene took place at Mr. Howard's office in Golden Square. It was about 4 in the afternoon, and the lawyer was seated in his private room, at a table covered with papers, when a clerk entered and announced that Sir Christopher Blunt and his lady had just arrived. "His lady with him, eh?" exclaimed the solicitor. "Well, show them in at once." And accordingly, in a few minutes the worthy knight with Charlotte, or we beg her pardon, Lady Blunt, hanging upon his arm, entered the office. The old gentleman was all smiles, but the quick eye of Mr. Howard immediately perceived that they were to some extent forced and feigned, and that beneath his jaunty aspect there was not altogether the inward contentment, much less the lithesome glee of a happy bridegroom. As for Lady Blunt, she was attired in the richest manner, and in all the colours of the rainbow, looking far too gaudy to be either genteel or fashionable. "My dear Sir Christopher, I'm quite charmed to see you," exclaimed Mr. Howard, rising to welcome his client and the bride. "Your ladyship." "Yes, this is my loving and beloved Lady Blunt, Howard," said the knight pompously. "A delightful creature, I can assure you, and who has vowed to devote herself to my happiness." "Come now, you great stupid," said the lady. "Finish your business here, and let us see about the new carriage. Of all places in the world, I hate a lawyer's office. Ever since I was once summoned to a court of conscience for 17 shillings and 9 halfpenny, and had to call on the thief of an attorney to get him to take it by instalments of 6 a week. So you see, I can't abear the lawyers. No offence, sir," she added, turning towards Mr. Howard, "but I always speak my mind, and I think it's best." "My dear creature, my sweet love," ejaculated Sir Christopher, astounded at this outbreak of petulance on the part of his loving and beloved wife. "Pray do not distress yourself, my dear Sir Christopher," said the lawyer. "We are accustomed to sharp rebukes from the ladies sometimes," he added, with as courteous a smile as he could possibly manage under the circumstances. "But pray be seated. Will your ladyship take this chair?" And he indicated the one nearest to the fire. Lady Blunt quitted her husband's arm, but made an imperious sign for him to bring his chair close to hers, and he obeyed her with a submission which left no doubt in the lawyer's mind as to the empire already asserted by the bride. "I'm very glad you have called today, Sir Christopher," said the lawyer, "for—" "He couldn't very well come before, sir," interrupted Lady Blunt, "because we only came back from the matrimonial trip last night." Mr. Howard bowed, and was preparing to continue, when the knight exclaimed, "My dear sir, what is all this to do about the highwayman who robbed me of the £2,000? I thought I told you so particularly that I would rather no steps should be taken in the matter. And now, the moment I come back to town, instead of having all the time to ourselves to gad and cozy together," again interrupted Lady Blunt, "we are forced to come bothering here at a lawyer's office." "The ends of justice must be met, Lady Blunt," said Mr. Howard dryly. "In consequence of particular information which I received, I caused this Thomas Rainford to be apprehended, and I appeal to Sir Christopher himself, who has served the high office of sheriff, and once stood as a candidate for the aldermanic gown of Portsoken, until I was obliged to cut those city people," added the knight, drawing himself up. "And why should you cut the city people?" demanded his wife. "For my part, I'd sooner see the Lord Mayor's show than Punch and Judy any day, and that's saying a great deal, for no one can be more fonder of Punch and Judy than me." "My dear Charlotte," exclaimed the knight, who now seemed to be sitting on thorns, "you—" "Charlotte at home, Lady Blunt in public, Sir Christopher, if you please," interrupted the bride. "But pray let Mr. Howard get to the end of this business." "Well, my dear," exclaimed Sir Christopher, "if it annoys you, why would you come? I assured you how unusual it was for ladies to accompany their husbands to the office of their solicitors." "Oh, I dare say, Sir Christopher," cried Charlotte. "You don't think that I'm going to trust you out of my sight, do you? I'm not quite such a fool as you take me for. Why, even when we are walking along the street together, I can see your wicked old eye fixed on the gals." "Lady Blunt," exclaimed the knight, becoming literally purple, you do me an injustice." "So much the better. I hope I'm wrong, for both our sakes," returned her ladyship. "Depend upon it. But no matter now. Let Mr. Howard get on with his story." "With your permission, madam, I shall be delighted to do so," said the lawyer. "I was observing just now that, having received particular information, I caused this scoundrel, Thomas Rainford, alias Captain Sparks, to be apprehended, and on Monday morning, Sir Christopher, you must attend before the magistrate to give your evidence." "But who authorized you to proceed in this affair, Mr. Howard?" demanded the knight. "What a strange question!" exclaimed the lawyer, evidently unwilling to give a direct answer to it. "Only reflect for a moment, my dear Sir Christopher. A robbery is committed. You, your nephew, and myself are outwitted, laughed at, set at defiance, and when an opportunity comes in my way, I very naturally adopt the best measures to punish the rogue." "Quite proper too, sir," said Lady Blunt. "The idea of any one daring to laugh at Sir Christopher! I'd scratch the villain's eyes out, if I had him here. To laugh at Sir Christopher, indeed! Does he look like a man who is meant to be laughed at?" Lady Blunt could not have chosen a more unfortunate opportunity to ask this question, for her husband at that moment presented so ludicrous an appearance, between his attempts to look pleasant and his fears lest he already seemed a henpecked old fool in the eyes of his solicitor, that a man possessing less command over himself than Mr. Howard would have laughed outright. But with the utmost gravity in the world, the lawyer assured her ladyship that nothing could be more preposterous than to laugh at a gentleman of Sir Christopher Blunt's rank and importance; and he also declared that, in arresting Thomas Rainford, he had merely felt a proper anxiety to punish one who had dared to ridicule the knight after having robbed him. Lady Blunt was one of those capricious women who will laugh at their husbands either as a matter of pastime or for the purpose of manifesting their own independence and predominant sway, but who cannot bear the idea of any other person taking a similar liberty. She therefore expressed her joy that Mr. Howard had caused Rainford to be apprehended, and declared of her own accord that Sir Christopher should attend to give his evidence on the ensuing Monday, for she would go with him. "Well, my dear, since such is your pleasure," observed the knight, "there is no more to be said upon the subject. I will go, my love, and I think that when the magistrate hears my evidence he will feel convinced that I know pretty well how to aid the operation of the laws, and that I have not been a sheriff for nothing, although sprung from a humble origin." "Oh, pray, don't begin that nonsense, Sir Christopher," exclaimed the lady, "or I shall faint. It is really quite sickening." At that moment the door opened somewhat violently, and Mr. Frank Curtis entered the room. "Ah, Sir Christopher, my jolly old cock, how are you?" exclaimed that highly respectable young gentleman, whose face was dreadfully flushed with drinking, and who smelt so strong of cigars and rum punch that his presence instantly produced the most overpowering effect. "Mr. Curtis," began the knight, rising from his chair and drawing himself up to his full height, "Come, it's no use to be grumpy over it, uncle," interrupted Frank. matrimony doesn't seem to agree with you very well, since you're so soon put out of humour. Ah, my dear Char, my dear aunt, beg your pardon, quite a mistake, you know, but really you look charming this afternoon. Get out with you, do, cried Lady Blunt, who was somewhat undecided how to treat Mr. Curtis. What, doesn't matrimony agree with you either? My dear and much respected aunt, ejaculated Frank. Why, I once knew a lady who was in a galloping consumption, given up, in fact, and the undertaker who lived over the way had already begun to make her coffin, for he knew he should have the order for the funeral, when all of a sudden a young chap fell in love with her, married her, and took her to the south of France, where I've been, by the by, and brought her home in 6 months, quite recovered, and in a fair way to present him with a little one, a pledge of affection, as it's called. Mr. Curtis, I am surprised at you, exclaimed Sir Christopher, in a pompous and commanding tone, to talk in this way before a lady who has only recently passed through that trying ordeal. I'll be bound to say it wasn't so recent as you suppose, old buck, cried Frank, staggering against the lawyer's table. Sir, Lady Blunt has only been recently, very recently married, as you are well aware, said the knight sternly. And now let me tell you, sir, that the detestable devices schemed by Miss Mordaunt and you have recoiled upon yourselves. Miss Mordaunt and me? Exclaimed Frank, now unfeignedly surprised. Why, I never spoke to Miss Mordaunt in my life. The monster! Half screamed Lady Blunt. The audacious liar! Vociferated the knight. Pretty names, very pretty, said Frank coolly, but I'm rather tough, thank God, and so they won't kill me this time. But I can assure you, uncle, you've got hold of the wrong end of the stick when you say that me and Miss Mordaunt planned anything against you. As I once observed to my friend the Count of St. Omers, my lord, says I. What? asked the Marquis. My lord Duke, I repeated in a firmer tone. Cease this nonsense, Mr. Curtis, interrupted Sir Christopher Blunt sternly. Yes, and let us come along, my dear, said Lady Blunt, rising and taking her husband's arm. Your nevy does smell so horrid of rum and cigars. And very good things, too, cried Frank. Ain't they, Howard? Me and a party of young fashionables have been keeping it up a bit to-day at my lodgings, on the strength of my intended marriage with Miss Goldberry, the rich widow. Your marriage, Frank? Exclaimed Sir Christopher. What? How? When? Lord bless you, my dear uncle, said Mr. Curtis, swaying to and fro in a very extraordinary manner. You don't half know what kind of a fellow I am. While you was away honeymooning and nonsense. Nonsense, indeed, exclaimed Lady Blunt indignantly. Come, Sir Christopher, it's no good staying here, talking to Mr. Imperance. Going to Conduit Street, eh, aunt? Said Frank with a drunken leer. But by the by, you regularly choused me out of 5 guineas, you know, aunt, and something else, too. Eh, what? Said Sir Christopher, turning back. Mr. Curtis, do you dare accuse Lady Blunt of having made a very great fool of me, but a much bigger one of you, old fellow, added Frank, and snapping his fingers in his uncle's face, he exclaimed, I don't care a penny for you, Sir Christopher. In a few days I shall marry Mrs. Goldberry. You're very welcome to be as happy as you can with your Abigail there. So remember, we're cuts in future, Sir Christopher, since you want to come the bumptious over me. The knight was about to reply, but his better half drew him hastily away from the lawyer's office, saying, Come along, you great stupid. What's the use of staying to dispute with that feller? The door closed behind the happy couple, and Mr. Frank Curtis, throwing himself into the chair which Lady Blunt had just quitted, burst out into a tremendous fit of laughter. "You've gone too far, Frank, a great deal too far," said the lawyer, shaking his head disapprovingly. "Sir Christopher has been a good friend to you, and although he has committed an egregious error in running off with that filly, still—" "What do I care?" interrupted Frank. "I proposed to Mrs. Goldberry yesterday, and she accepted me, after a good deal of simpering and blushing, and so on. She's got 5,000 a year, and lives in splendid style in Baker Street. I made her believe that I wasn't quite a beggar myself, but all's fair in love and war, as my friend the late Prince of St. Omers used to say in his cups. But what about this fellow Rainford, and how the deuce did he come to be arrested?" "I received information of his residence," answered Howard coolly, "and I gave him into custody accordingly." "It's very odd," continued Frank, "but I met him last Sunday night, and I don't mind telling you that we went into the middle of Hyde Park and had an hour's wrestling together to see who was the better man. I threw him 19 times running, and he threw me 7. Then I threw him 3 times, and he gave in. So we cried quits for old scores, and I gave him my word and honour that nothing would ever be done against him in respect to the little affair of the £2,000. You may therefore suppose that I'm rather vexed." "The officers had already received instructions to apprehend him at the time your alleged wrestling match came off," said the lawyer, "and your evidence will be required next Monday morning." "And I suppose the whole affair of the robbery will come out?" observed Curtis interrogatively. "Decidedly so." "You must state the exact truth if you can," added Mr. Howard. "If I can? Damn it, old fellow, that observation is not quite the thing, coming from you, and if anybody else had uttered it, egad, I'd send him a hostile message tomorrow morning, as I did to my most valued friend the Marquis of Boulogne when I was in Paris. I'll just tell you how that was." "Not now, Frank," interrupted the lawyer, "because I'm very busy. It's getting on for post time, and I have not a minute to spare. But mind and be punctual at the Borough Police Office on Monday morning at 10. "Well, if I must, I must," said Curtis. "But after all, I think it's rather too bad, for this Sparks or Rainford, or whatever his name is, seems a good kind of fellow after all." "The law must take its course, Frank," observed the attorney in an abrupt, dry manner. Curtis accordingly took his leave and returned to his lodgings, where by dint of cold water applied outwardly and soda water taken inwardly, he endeavoured to sober himself sufficiently to pay a visit to Mrs. Goldberry. For it was literally true that there was such a lady, that she lived in splendid style in Baker Street, that Frank had proposed to her, and that he had been accepted. But we have deemed it necessary to give the reader these corroborative assurances on our part, inasmuch as the whole tale would otherwise have appeared nothing more nor less than one of the innumerable children of Mr. Curtis's fertile imagination. End of chapter 51. Recording by John Brandon. Section 52 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 52. Lord Ellingham in the Dungeon. 4 weeks had elapsed since the arrest of Tom Rain and the extraordinary adventure which had snatched the Earl of Ellingham from the great world and plunged him into a narrow, noisome cell. Yes, 4 weeks had the nobleman languished in the terrible dungeon, ignorant of where his prison house was situated, why his freedom was thus outraged, and who were his persecutors. Every morning at 8 o'clock, a small trap in the door of his cell was opened, and food was passed through to him. A lamp had been given him the day after he became an inmate of the place, and oil was regularly supplied for the maintenance of the light. His food was good, and wine accompanied it. It was therefore evident that no petty spite nor mean malignity had led to his captivity. Indeed, the man who brought him his food assured him that no harm would befall him, that his imprisonment was necessary to suit certain weighty and important interests, but that it would not be protracted beyond a few weeks, and that the only reason for placing him in such a dungeon was because it was requisite to guard against the possibility of an escape. Often and often had Lord Ellingham endeavoured to render his jailer more communicative, but the man was not to be coaxed into garrulity. Neither did he ever allow the nobleman to catch a glimpse of his features when he brought the food to the trap-door. He invariably stood on one side and spoke in a feigned tone when replying to any question to which he did vouchsafe an answer. The day after his strange and mysterious arrest, Arthur received from this man the assurances above mentioned, and a considerable weight was thereby removed from his mind. His imprisonment was not to be eternal. A few weeks would see the term of the necessity that had caused it, but still he grieved, nay, felt shocked, to think of the state of suspense in which those who cared for him would remain during his long absence. The source of affliction he mentioned to the man who attended upon him, and the reply was to some extent satisfactory. "I will supply you with writing materials, and you can address letters to your friends, stating that sudden business has called you abroad, to France, for instance, and that you may probably be absent 6 weeks. Write in this manner. The excuse will at least allay any serious fears that may be entertained concerning you, and those letters shall be sent through the post to the person to whom they are addressed. But you must deliver them unsealed into my hands, that I may satisfy myself as to the real nature of their contents." Small as the satisfaction resulting from this proceeding could be to Lord Ellingham, it was still far preferable to the maintenance of rigid silence in respect to his friends. He accordingly wrote a laconic letter in the sense suggested by his jailer, and addressed copies to Lady Hatfield, Thomas Rainford, and Mr. de Medina. The next time his jailer visited him, or rather came to the door of the dungeon, the prisoner was informed that the 3 letters had been duly forwarded through the twopenny post. The reader will scarcely require to be informed of the mental anxiety which the nobleman suffered during his incarceration. This was naturally great, very great. He was also frequently plunged into the most bewildering conjectures relative to the authors, the motives, and the locality of his imprisonment. Nor less did he grieve, oh, deeply grieve, when he thought of the surprise, the alarm, and the sorrow with which Lady Hatfield on one side and Rainford on the other must view his mysterious absence. He had left the former with the intention of seeing the latter, and she would naturally expect him to return, if for no other reason than to give her an account of their interview, and he had quitted Rainford with the promise to perform a certain task, and also having pledged himself to use his influence and his wealth on his behalf. The idea of the feelings that must be entertained by Rainford relative to his absence afflicted him more than any other. That generous-hearted man had told him to keep his coronet and his fortune, to the prejudice of him, the elder brother legitimately born, and yet that interview in Horsemonger Lane jail seemed destined to be the last which they were to have together. What would the poor prisoner think when the Earl returned not, and when a letter containing a cold and wretched excuse was put into his hands? Oh, this was the maddening, maddening thought, and the Earl shrank from it far more appalled than from the stern reality of his dungeon, because Rainford might be judged, and alas, the law might take its course, its fatal course, ere he, the Earl, could stretch out a hand to save that generous-hearted half-brother. But amidst all the bitter and bewildering reflections which tormented him during his imprisonment of 4 weeks in that dungeon of unknown neighbourhood, there was still a predominant idea, a gleam of hope, which, apart from the assurance that his captivity would soon have a term, cheered and animated him often. For whither will not the rays of hope penetrate? Even when hope is really gone, her work is often done by despair, and the latter feeling, in its extreme, is thus often akin to hope itself. The hope, then, that cheered and animated the Earl at times was escape. Yes, he yearned to quit that dungeon, not so much for his own sake, not nearly so much as for that of his half-brother, who was involved in such peril, and who needed influence and interest to save him. For the Earl well knew that the law in criminal cases is not so tardy as in civil matters, and that to take away a man's life, all its machinery is set in rapid motion, although to settle his claims to a fortune, or to give him justice against his neighbour, it is, heaven knows, heartbreakingly slow and wearisome. To send a man to the scaffold takes but a few weeks at the Old Bailey. To decide the right of this man or that man to a particular estate or legacy occupies years and years in the Court of Chancery. Oh, how thirsty do our legislators appear to drink human blood! How rapidly all technicalities and causes of delay are cleared away when the capital offender stands before his judge! A day, perhaps an hour, is sufficient to decide the death of a human being, but half a century may elapse ere the conflicting claims to an acre of land or a few £1,000 can be settled elsewhere. And strange, and monstrous too, is it that the man who loses a case in which he sues his neighbour for £20 may appeal to another tribunal, have a new trial granted, and losing that also, perhaps obtain a third investigation of the point at issue, and thus 3 verdicts in that beggarly business. But the man who is doomed to die, who loses his case against the criminal prosecutor, cannot appeal to another tribunal. No judges sit solemnly in banco for him. 1 verdict is sufficient to take away a life. Away with him to the scaffold! In this great commercial country, £20, consisting of pieces of paper printed upon and stamped with particular figures, are of more consequence than a being of flesh and blood. What though this being of flesh and blood may have others, a wife and children, dependent on him? No matter. Give him not a chance of a new trial. Let 1 judge and 1 jury suffice to consign him to the hangman. There can be no appeal, no re-investigation for this case, although it be a case of life and death, but away with him to the scaffold. What bloodthirsty and atrocious monsters have our lawgivers been! What cruel, inhuman beings are they still, to perpetrate so abominable, so flagrant, so infamous a state of jurisprudence! For how many have been hanged, though innocent, their guiltlessness transpiring when it is too late? But there is no court of appeal for the man accused of a capital crime. He is a dog who has got a bad name, and public opinion dooms him to be hanged, days and weeks before the jury is sworn or the judge takes his seat to try him. And wherefore is not this infamous state of the law, which allows appeals to the case of money claims, but none to the case of capital accusations? Wherefore is not this state of the law altered? Because our legislators are too much occupied with their own party contentions and strifes, because they are ever engaged in battling for the ministerial benches, the loaves and fishes of power, because it seems to them of more consequence to decide whether Sir Robert Peel or Lord John Russell shall be Prime Minister, whether the Conservatives or the Whigs shall hold the reins of power, or else, gentle reader, the condition of Greece, or Spain, or Turkey, or even perhaps of Otaheite, is a matter of far greater importance than the lives of a few miserable wretches in the condemned cells of criminal jails. But in our estimation, and we have the misfortune to differ from the legislators of the country, the life of one of those wretches is of far greater consequence than the state of tyrant-ridden Greece, the Spanish marriages, the quarrels of the Sultan and his pashas, or the miserable squabbles of hypocritical English missionaries and a French governor in Tahiti. Yes, in our estimation, the life of one man outweighs all such considerations, and we would rather see half a session of Parliament devoted to the discussion of the grand question of the punishment of death, than one single day of that session given to all the foreign affairs that ever agitated in a minister's brain. It was the 28th day of Lord Ellingham's imprisonment, and it was about 6 o'clock on the evening of this day. The nobleman was at work upon the masonry of his dungeon, his efforts being directed to remove the stones from the immediate vicinity of a small square aperture, or sink, in the corner of the cell. His implements were a knife and fork, and one of the screws of the framework of his bed. But with these he worked arduously. Nor was this the first day of his labors. No, for 26 days had he been toiling on, to make an opening into what he believed to be the common sewer, even at the risk of inundating his dungeon and thus perishing miserably. But all those toils and all that risk were sustained and encountered for thee, Tom Rain. Slowly had the work progressed, but now, on the 28th day, Arthur found himself so far advanced that escape from the dungeon was at least open to him. But escape into what region? Into those drains and sewers which run beneath the streets of London and form a maze, to which the only clue is a knowledge of the point whence he, who enters the labyrinth, originally starts. And this clue was not possessed by Arthur. For in what part of London his dungeon was situate, he had not the least idea. It could hardly be said that he was confident of his dungeon being in the metropolis at all, and yet he had many reasons to believe that it was. For in the first place, his jailer had mentioned the fact of his letters having been sent by the twopenny post. Secondly, he had ascertained that his cell was situate in the very vicinity of a common sewer, and sewers were not at that time formed in the villages surrounding the metropolis. And thirdly, he could scarcely believe that those who had arrested him in London would have run the risk of removing him out of its precincts, for he was well aware that atrocious outrages and diabolical crimes may be perpetrated with greater chances of impunity in the metropolis than elsewhere. But although he was thus tolerably well convinced that his prison house was within the boundaries of London, He had not the least notion of the precise locality, and when he had removed sufficient of the massive masonry to form an aperture large enough to permit a full-grown man to pass into the sewer, and when he heard the muddy, slimy waters gurgling languidly in the depths below, he shuddered, and his blood ran cold, for he thought within himself, I have heard of men who venture into these places in search of treasures, and who, having wandered for miles and miles beneath the streets of London, have issued safely forth again. But they knew whence they started, and thus that starting point was a clue to guide them in the maze. But I know not whether, on entering that slimy shallow, I should turn to the right or to the left, nor which channels to pursue in that terrible labyrinth. Then, ashamed of his fears, reproaching himself for his hesitation, he drank a deep draught of the wine that had been supplied him in the morning, and holding the lamp in one hand and in the other a stout stick, cut from one of the cross beams that supported the mattress of his bed, he entered the common sewer. His feet sank down into the thick slime, and the muddy water reached to his knees. There was a nauseous odor in the dreary passage, and the filthy fluid was very thick. These circumstances convinced him that it was low water in the River Thames, and by examining the masonry forming the sides of the sewers, he saw that the tide was running out. He therefore resolved to follow the course of the muddy stream, with the hope that he might at length reach one of the mouths by which the sewers discharge their contents into the river. Armed with his stick to protect himself against the rats, as well as to sound his way so as to escape any hole or abrupt depth that there might chance to be in the bottom of the sewer, and holding the lamp in his left hand, the great peer of England pursued his appalling path in a channel 7 feet wide and beneath a vaulting 12 feet high. From time to time, the sudden rush of a number of vermin along the ledge by the side of the channel, and then the sound of their plunge into the slimy water, startled him to such a degree that he almost dropped his lamp. And then the conviction which flashed to his mind, that if he lost his light, he should be inevitably devoured by those vermin, caused such a chill to pass through him, as if ice were unexpectedly placed upon his heart, that his courage was oftentimes nearly subdued altogether. But he thought of his half-brother, who had manifested so much generosity towards him. He thought of her, whom he had promised to love as a sister, and he also remembered that were he to retrace his steps, even if he could find the way back, he should be returning to a dungeon. Of all this he thought, and he went on in that revolting and perilous maze. Yes, with lamp held high up, and stick groping in the filthy mud, stirring up nauseating odors. On went the daring, enterprising, chivalrous nobleman, breathing an infected and almost stifling air, an air formed of such noxious gases that it might explode at any moment, ignited by the lamp. But hark! What is that rumbling sound? Like thunder at a vast distance. Arthur pauses and listens. The truth in a few moments flashed to his mind. He was beneath a street in which vehicles were moving. Oh, now he felt convinced, even if he had entertained any doubts before, that he was in London. Watching the progress of the slimy stream, he turned first to the left, up a channel that branched off from the one which he had originally entered. Then he turned to the right into another, the hollow, rumbling sounds overhead gradually increasing in volume and power. Suddenly he beholds a light glancing upon the putrescent surface of the slimy stream through which he is wading knee-deep. That light is half a dozen yards in front of him, flickering playfully. He advances. Sounds of footsteps, human footsteps, come down from overhead. He looks up, and behold, there is a grating in the street above. And through that grating the light of the lamp streams, and the sound of the footsteps comes. He hears voices, too, as the people pass, the voices of that world from all communication with which he is, for the time, cut off. Shall he cry out for assistance? No, a sense of shame prevents him. He would not like to be dragged forth from those filthy depths in the presence of a curious, gaping, staring crowd. He prefers the uncertainty and the peril of his subterranean path, in the fond hope that it may speedily lead to some safe issue. The Earl accordingly passed on, disturbing the water on which the light from the street lamp played, disturbing, too, the vermin on either side with the splash of the fetid fluid as he waded through it. But when he had proceeded a dozen yards, he looked back, as if unwilling to quit the vicinity of that grating which opened into the street. In another moment, however, he conquered his hesitation and pursued his way in a straight line, without again turning off either to the right or to the left. Upwards of an hour had elapsed since he had quitted the dungeon, and as yet he had found no issue from the labyrinth of subterranean passages. Grim terrors already began to assume palpable forms to his imagination, when suddenly he beheld a dim twinkling light, like a faint star, at a great distance ahead. That light seemed a beacon of hope, and as he drew nearer and nearer, its power increased. At last he saw another twinkling light, struggling as it were betwixt glimmer and gloom, and then a third, and then a fourth. The air appeared to grow fresher too, and the Earl at length believed that an opening from the maze must be near. Yes, he was not mistaken. The lights increased in number and intensity, and he was soon convinced that they shone upon the opposite bank of the Thames. A few minutes more, and all doubt was past. The fresh breeze from the river fanned his cheek, and as he reached the mouth of the sewer and hurled away his lamp, he saw the mighty flood stretched out before him, a bridge spanning its width at a little distance on his left hand. He knew the bridge. He recognized it by the pale luster of the moon, for the evening was clear and fine. It was Blackfriars Bridge. Then from which direction had he come? Remembering the turnings he had taken, he could fix upon the district of Clerkenwell as the scene of his late imprisonment, but he did not pause to reflect on a matter now so trivial. Trivial because he had escaped and was once more free. It was low water, and a bed of mud received him knee-deep as he leapt from the mouth of the sewer. But what cared he for his uncouth and filthy appearance, since he had escaped and was once more free? For 4 weeks his beard had not been shaved, nor his toilet carefully performed, and his hair, too, was long and matted. It was therefore necessary to cleanse himself and change his attire as soon as possible. Hastening along the muddy margin of the river's bed, he ascended the steps of a wharf, and plunged into the district of Whitefriars. There, selecting the humblest-looking public house he could find, he entered, and as he had his purse about him, for those who had imprisoned did not rob him, he was enabled to command the necessaries and attentions which he required. Indeed, the landlord willingly supplied a complete change of linen and a suit of his own clothes to a guest who spared not his gold. And as mine host and the Earl happened to be of the same height and equally slender in figure, the garments of the former suited well enough the temporary need of the latter. 100 times, while performing his hasty toilet, was the Earl on the point of summoning the landlord and making inquiries concerning Tom Rain, but the extraordinary appearance which he himself had worn on entering the public house must, he felt convinced, have already engendered strange suspicions concerning him, and prudence suggested to him the necessity of avoiding any conversations which might strengthen these suspicions, and thereby lead him into some embarrassment from which the revelation of his name and rank might alone extricate him. But oh, how painful, how acutely painful was the suspense which he endured while passing through the details of ablution and change of attire. And although never were the duties of the toilet more necessary, yet never had the Earl hurried them over with such feverish excitement. At length, as St. Paul's Cathedral proclaimed the hour of 8 on that eventful evening, Arthur sallied forth from the public house, leaving the landlord and landlady a prey to the wildest and most unsatisfactory conjectures as to what he was, and how he had happened to be in the condition in which he at first presented himself at their establishment. They, however, both agreed that it was a very good evening's work for them, inasmuch as their strange guest had paid them with a liberality which would have rendered a similar visit every night of their lives a most welcome godsend. In the meantime, the Earl of Ellingham had gained Fleet Street with the intention of entering some tavern or hotel where a file of newspapers was kept, but he was struck by the deserted appearance of the great thoroughfare, for the shops were all shut, and the vehicles, instead of pouring in two dense streams running different ways, were few and far between. It then struck him that it was Sunday evening, for though in his dungeon he had been enabled to count the lapse of each day through the date afforded by the morning visits of his jailer, yet he had not kept so accurate a calculation as to mark each day by its distinctive name. As he stood in Fleet Street, uncertain how to proceed, it suddenly struck him that he would purchase a newspaper. The office of the Weekly Dispatch was facing him. He entered and bought that day's number. Such was his intense curiosity, nay, more, his acute and agonizing suspense, and so awful were the misgivings which crowded upon his soul, that he lingered in the office to glance over the newspaper. And my God, how he started, how his brain reeled, how crushed and overwhelmed did he feel, when his eyes encountered the dreadful words at the head of the column, "The convict Rainford." He staggered against the wainscot of the office, and the journal nearly dropped from his hands. He endeavoured to master his emotions, and refer to the fatal column for further particulars. But his brain swam, his eyes were dim, his glances could not settle themselves upon the point which he vainly endeavoured to make the focus of his attention. The clerk in the office fancied that he was suddenly attacked with indisposition, and made a polite inquiry to that effect. But the Earl, without giving a direct reply, put hasty and impatient questions to him, and though his ideas were strangely confused, he nevertheless understood the appalling announcement that Rainford had been condemned to death, and that the sentence was to be carried into execution on the following morning at Horsemonger Lane Jail. The Earl threw down the paper and darted from the office, recovered from his state of stupefaction, but only to become the prey to the most maddening feelings of despair. An empty hackney coach was passing at the moment. He stopped it and leapt in, exclaiming to the driver, "To Horsemonger Lane Jail." The coachman saw that his fare was impatient to reach that place, and he whipped his horses into a decent pace. Over Blackfriars Bridge, down the wide road went the vehicle. Then it turned to the left at the obelisk, and in a short time it stopped in front of the jail. The Earl sprang forth and was rushing up to the entrance of the governor's house when an ominous hammering noise fell upon his ears. He instinctively glanced upwards, and there on the top of the jail, standing out in bold relief against the moonlit sky, were the black spars of the gibbet, which the carpenters had already erected for the ensuing morning's work. End of chapter 52. Recording by John Brandon. Section 53 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 53. Lord Ellingham's Exertions. Not a cry, not a word, not even a moan betrayed the feelings of the Earl of Ellingham as this frightful spectacle met his eyes. He was paralyzed, stunned, stupefied. Despair was in his heart, and he could not lower his glances, which were fascinated, riveted by that awful engine of death on the summit of the jail. This state of complete prostration of all the intellectual energies was suddenly interrupted by a gentle pull at his sleeve, and turning abruptly round, he beheld by the pale light of the moon a young lad of sickly appearance standing at his elbow. "Do you know me? What would you with me?" demanded the Earl sharply. "Yes, my lord, I know you," was the answer, delivered in a mournful, melancholy tone. "And I also know that good, generous man who—" The lad burst into an agony of tears and pointed wildly towards the gibbet. "Oh, you know Rainford!" exclaimed the Earl eagerly. "Tell me, my boy, speak. Have you seen him lately?" "This day, this evening," replied Jacob Smith, "for it was he, and I have taken leave of him for ever. He begged me not to visit him tomorrow." "For ever?" echoed the Earl in a low and hollow voice. But he continued again, speaking eagerly and rapidly. "How does he support his doom?" "With the courage such as the world has seldom seen," replied Jacob, "and he frequently speaks of you, my lord." "He speaks of me, my boy?" "Yes, my lord. He speaks that some tidings, some evil reports, which you have probably heard, have sent you against him, for he received a letter from you a day or two after his arrest." "My God, he suspects me of coldness!" exclaimed the Earl in an impassioned tone. "Oh, I must see him! I must see him this moment!" And he was rushing toward the governor's door when Jacob again caught him by the sleeve, saying, "It is useless, my lord. You cannot be admitted tonight. The keeper of the prison dare not refuse me," cried the Earl, and he hastened to the door. "Would it not be better, my lord," asked Jacob, who had followed him, "to use the valuable time now remaining for the purpose of saving him?" "True," exclaimed the Earl, struck by the observation. "An interview with him at this moment would effect no good, and would only unman me altogether. Come with me, my lad. You take an interest in Rainford, and you shall be the first to learn the result of the application, which I will now make in the proper quarter." Thus speaking, Arthur hurried back to the hackney coach, and as the door closed upon himself and Jacob, he said to the driver, in a firm tone, "To the Home Office." During the ride, the Earl put 1,000 questions to Jacob Smith relative to the convict. From the answers he received, it appeared that Rainford was well convinced that neither Sir Christopher Blunt nor Mr. Curtis had directed Mr. Howard to prosecute him for the robbery for which he was doomed to suffer. Indeed, they had declared as much when giving their evidence at the police court and at the Old Bailey. Neither did he believe that Howard had instituted the proceedings through any personal motive of spite, but he entertained the conviction that some secret and mysterious springs had been set in motion to destroy him, and that Howard had been made the instrument of the fatal design. It seemed that Jacob had visited him as often as the prison regulations would permit, and that he had been the bearer of frequent letters between Rainford and the beautiful Jewess, who had removed from Brandon Street a few days after his arrest, this change of residence being effected by the express wishes of Tom Rain, who was afraid lest the malignity of his unknown enemies might extend to herself. Jacob also casually mentioned that the very first time he had been sent to see the Jewess, which appeared to have been the morning after Lord Ellingham's laconic letter was received by Rainford, she enclosed a number of papers in a packet, which she carefully sealed, and which Jacob conveyed to the prisoner. "When I was with him this evening," added the lad, "he gave me that packet, which he redirected to your lordship, and desired me to leave it at your lordship's residence tomorrow, when all should be over. But since I have thus unexpectedly met you—" Sobs choked the youth's utterance as he passed the sealed packet to the Earl, who received it in profound silence, for well did he divine the nature of its contents, and his heart was rent with anguish, as he felt all the generosity of that deed on thy part, Tom Rain. But in a few moments, the spark of hope that already scintillated within him was fanned into a bright and glowing flame, for he now possessed proofs to convince the Secretary of State that in allowing the law to take its course, an individual rightly entitled to an earldom would suffer death, and Arthur was well aware of the influence which such an argument would have in supporting his appeal for the commutation of the sentence. Thy generous act in giving up the papers which thou mightest have used to save thy life, he thought within himself, apostrophizing his doomed half-brother, shall not be thrown away on me. Ingratitude to thee were impossible. Then turning to Jacob, he said aloud, I am much mistaken, my boy, if these papers which you have placed in my hands will not affect the great object that we have in view. Oh, my lord, exclaimed Jacob, with the most sincere joyfulness of manner, is there really so much hope? Ah, if not for him, at least for that poor lady who loves him so deeply. Has she seen him? Hastily inquired the Earl. Once only, answered Jacob, and that was this afternoon. I was not present at the farewell scene, but I was in the neighborhood when she came out again, and I do not wish ever to witness a beautiful woman's grief again. My lord, I have passed through much, seen much, and distress and misery in all their worst forms are known to me. But as long as I live, will the image of that poor creature, as the wind blew aside her veil for a few moments, oh, I cannot bear to think of it. He shall be restored to her, my lad, exclaimed the Earl emphatically. The more I ponder upon the case, the more firmly do I become convinced that it is one in which the Home Secretary may exercise the prerogative of mercy. It is not as if blood had been shed. At this moment the hackney coach stopped at the door of the Home Office, and the Earl alighted, bidding Jacob await his return. But what language can describe the violence of that sudden revulsion of feeling which Arthur experienced when, on inquiry, he learnt that the Home Secretary was neither at his official nor his private residence in London, as he had set out on the preceding evening for his country seat in the north of England. With the rapidity of lightning did the Earl calculate the chances of overtaking him by means of fleet horses, but a few moments' reflection showed him the impossibility of accomplishing that undertaking in time to make its result, supposing it were successful, available to the doomed victim. The reprieve might be granted, but it would arrive in London too late. The Earl was well aware that it was useless to seek the Prime Minister, as that functionary would have no alternative save to reply that he could not possibly interfere in a case so essentially regarding the department of the Home Secretary. Arthur's mind was accordingly made up in a very few moments. He would repair at once to the King, who, as he learnt at the Home Office, was, fortunately for his purpose, at Buckingham Palace. It was now 10 o'clock at night. There were but 10 hours before him, but in that interval much might be done. Returning to the coach, he desired to be driven to his own house, and while proceeding thither, he acquainted Jacob with the cruel disappointment he had sustained by the absence of the Secretary of State, and stated his resolution to repair at once to the dwelling of the king. Thus the poor wretched lad became, by his generous sympathy for Tom Rain, the companion and confidant of the great noble. Great was the joy which prevailed amongst the Earl's household when he made his appearance once more at his own abode. The servants had indeed heard from Dr. Lascelles, as much as the physician himself had learnt through the medium of the vague and laconic letter which the Earl was permitted to write to him from his dungeon. But still the protracted absence of their master had occasioned them the most lively uneasiness, and they were therefore heartily glad to behold his return. But he was compelled to cut short the congratulations proffered him, and the orders that he issued were given with an unwonted degree of impatience. "Let the carriage be ordered round directly. Let someone hasten to acquaint Lady Hatfield with my return, and also send up to Grafton Street to request Dr. Lascelles to come hither as soon as possible and to wait for me. Never mind how late. Let this lad be taken care of," he added, indicating Jacob, "and see that he wants for nothing." Then, hastening upstairs to his own chamber, he locked himself in, having declined the attendance of his valet. He tore open the packet which Jacob had given him, and beheld a small leathern case. This case contained a roll of letters and other documents, tied round with a piece of riband, so faded that it was impossible to determine what its colour might have originally been. There was also accompanying this roll a brief note addressed to himself. With trembling hand he opened the note, and with beating heart and tearful eyes read the following words: "I have sent you the papers, my dear brother, for so I shall make bold to call you still, to convince you that I did not forge an idle tale when we met last. Whatever your motive for abandoning me in my last hours may be, I entertain no ill feeling toward you. On the contrary, I hope that God may prosper you, and give you long life to enjoy that title and fortune, which in so short a time will be beyond the possibility of dispute. I had promised to leave behind me a written narrative of my checkered and eventful history for your perusal. But need I explain wherefore I have not fulfilled this promise? T.R." The Earl wept. Oh, he wept plenteously as he read those lines. "He thinks that I have abandoned him, and he expresses the most generous wishes for my prosperity," he cried aloud. "Oh, my God, I must save him! I must save him!" He waited not to examine the roll of papers. His half-brother intimated that the necessary proofs were there, and though no human eye watched the Earl's motions at that moment, still he would not imply a doubt of Rainford's word by examining the documents. But he hastened to dress himself in attire suitable to his contemplated visit to the king, and his toilette was completed just as the carriage drove round to the door. A few minutes afterwards he was rolling along rapidly in the vehicle towards Buckingham Palace, the papers carefully secured about his person, and his heart palpitating violently with the cruel suspense of mingled hope and fear. Alas, he was doomed to another disappointment. Though it was but little past 11 o'clock, King George IV had already retired to rest, or rather had been borne away in a senseless state from one of those beastly orgies in which the filthy voluptuary so often indulged. This much was intimated to the Earl by a nobleman attached to the royal person, and with whom Arthur was well acquainted. Quitting the palace in disgust, combined with despair, Lord Ellingham returned home. But no, we were wrong. He did not entirely despair. One hope of saving Rainford's life, one faint hope remained, a hope so wild, so extravagant, and involving a chance with some fearful odds against it, that it could only have been conceived by one who was determined to leave no means, however difficult, unadopted, in order to attain a particular end. On crossing the threshold of his door, Arthur's first inquiry was whether Dr. Lascelles had arrived. The reply was an affirmative, and the Earl hastened to the apartment to which the physician had been shown. It is not, however, necessary to relate the particulars of their interview, inasmuch as the nature of the conversation which passed between them will be developed hereafter. End of section 53. Recording by John Brandon. Section 54 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 54. The fatal Monday morning broke, yellow, heavily, and gloomily, and the light stole, or rather struggled by degrees, into the convict's cell. Shortly before 7 o'clock, Tom Rain awoke, and casting his eyes rapidly around, they successively fell upon the turnkey, who had sat up with him, the still flickering lamp upon the common deal table, the damp stone walls, and the massive bars at the windows. For an instant, a cold shudder convulsed his frame, as the conviction, the appalling truth, burst upon him, that the horrors of his dreams were not to cease with the slumber that had given them birth. But with knitting brow and compressed lip, like a strong-minded man who endeavors to conceal the pain inflicted on him by a surgical operation of a dreadful nature, he struggled with his emotions, and when the governor and clergyman entered the dungeon, they found him firm and resolute, though not insolent nor reckless. The chaplain offered to pray with him, and he consented to join in devotion. There was profound sincerity, but no affectation, no hypocrisy, no passionate exclamation, in the prayer which Tom Rain uttered extemporaneously. As the clock chimed 7:30, he arose from his knees, saying, "I am now prepared to die." But there was yet another half hour before him. Scarcely had the clock finished chiming when the door was opened, and the Earl of Ellingham entered the cell. Heedless of the impression which his conduct might produce upon the prison authorities present, Arthur rushed forward and threw himself into Rainford's arms, exclaiming, "No, I had not wilfully abandoned you, Thomas." "Just now I said that I was prepared to die," answered the convict, returning the embrace with congenial warmth. "And now I may even add that I shall die contented." "The time is too precious to waste in mere details," returned Arthur, "or I would tell you how I have been kept away from you by force, by a vile outrage. But you do not now believe that I was willingly absent, that I wantonly neglected you." "No, no," exclaimed Rainford. "I seek not an explanation. I require none. It is enough that you are here now at the last hour. The Earl then related, in a few hurried words, the vain exertions he had made on the preceding evening on behalf of Rainford, who expressed his lively gratitude. Arthur next requested the governor to permit him to have a few minutes' private conversation with the prisoner. But this favour could not be granted, and the Earl dared not persist in his demand, as the chaplain hinted that the convict had bidden adieu to the affairs of this life, and had but little time left for devotion. Thus was it that Arthur and Rainford had no opportunity of speaking together in private, although the former had something important to communicate, and the latter perceived that such was the fact. "Arthur," said Tom, approaching close to his half-brother and speaking in a low, solemn tone, "is there any hope?" "None on this side of the scaffold," returned the Earl with a significant glance as he dwelt on his words, and as he spoke he took the prisoner's hand, as if to wring it fervently. But Rainford felt something in the Earl's palm, and instantly comprehended that it was an object which he was to take unnoticed by the jail authorities. Then, rapid as the lightning flash, he perceived a double meaning in the words, "on this side of the scaffold," because he knew that Arthur would not use those awful words, the scaffold, but would have said the tomb, had he not had some special profound motive. And Rainford did comprehend the hint, the hope conveyed, and though he thanked his half-brother with a rapid expressive glance, yet a sickly smile played upon his lip, indicative of the faintness of that hope so created. At the same instant, heavy footsteps were heard approaching the cell, and the chaplain said, in a solemn tone, "The hour is almost come." Then Arthur once more threw himself into the prisoner's arms, and whispered rapidly in his ear, "Keep the tube in your throat, and you will be saved." Rainford murmured an assent, and the brothers embraced, with a fervour which astonished those present, to whom their relationship was totally unknown. Arthur then tore himself from the cell. Not for worlds could he behold that horrible process termed the toilet. He had also another motive for quitting the dungeon before the last moment. This was to meet the sheriff of the county in the passage. And behold, in the corridor he encountered that functionary, the javelin men, and the under-sheriff, behind whom came the executioner and his assistant. The Earl accosted the sheriff, with whom he was acquainted, and who was naturally surprised to meet the nobleman there. Drawing him aside, Arthur said in a hasty tone, "I have a favour, a great favour to ask of you. The convict is well connected, and his friends demand the body to bury it decently. The earnest prayer that I have to offer you on their behalf is that you will not prolong the feelings of shame and ignominy which they will experience during the time the corpse remains suspended." "My lord," replied the sheriff, "the body shall be cut down at 20 minutes past 8 and delivered over to the unhappy man's friends." "A thousand thanks," said the Earl, pressing the sheriff's hand. He then hurried away, and the procession moved on to the cell. Immense was the crowd gathered around the jail to witness the execution of the celebrated highwayman, who had been proved on his trial to be none other than the notorious Black Mask, who some years previously had performed the most extraordinary deeds of daring and audacity in the county of Hants. Yes, immense was the crowd, and not only did the living ocean inundate all the open spaces about the jail and all the thoroughfares leading thither, but it seemed to force its offshooting streams and channels up the very walls of the surrounding dwellings, so densely filled with faces were the open windows, even to the housetops. Near the front gate of the jail stood a black coach and a hearse, and concealed between the vehicles and the prison wall were the Earl of Ellingham, Dr. Lascelles, and 3 of the nobleman's own men-servants, all muffled in black mourning cloaks, and holding white handkerchiefs to their faces, so as to hide their features as much as possible. Lord Ellingham was convulsed with grief. Far, far more than the convict himself did the generous-hearted nobleman suffer on this terrible morning. He was benumbed with cold. His body felt like a dead weight which his legs could scarcely sustain. His tongue clave to the roof of his mouth. A suffocating sensation oppressed him, and he felt as if all the most frightful misfortunes had suddenly combined to fall with crushing burden on his own head. The clock of St. George's in the Borough began to strike 8. The clock of the prison echoed those iron notes, which sent upon the wing of the air the signal for death. Suddenly, the hum of the multitudes ceased, and an awful silence prevailed. The Earl and the physician knew by those signs that the convict had just appeared on the roof of the jail. But from where they were stationed, they could not command a view of the dreadful scene above. And even if they had been differently placed, Lord Ellingham, at least, would not have raised his eyes towards the fatal tree. And now, amidst that solemn silence, a voice was heard, the solemn, deep-toned, monotonous voice of the chaplain, saying, "I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And though after my skin worms destroy this body, yet in my flesh shall I see God." The voice ceased. A sudden sensation ran through the crowd like an electric shock, and the Earl of Ellingham groaned deeply, groaned in the bitterness of his spirit, for he knew that the drop had just fallen. "Compose yourself, my dear friend," whispered the physician, "for now is the time to arm yourself with all your energies." "Thanks, doctor. 1,000 thanks for reminding me of my duty," said the Earl. "But this is most trying, most horribly trying. I have lived 100 years of agony in the last few minutes." "Hope for the best, my dear Earl," rejoined the physician. "Do you think that he fully understood you?" "He did. I am convinced of it," replied Arthur, anxious to argue himself out of all doubts as well as to convince his companion. "He received the silver tube, and I saw him conceal it in his sleeve. But alas, we had no opportunity to speak alone. Though I had so much to say to him, so many explanations to give, such numerous questions to ask, my God, if after all this plan should fail, if that boy Jacob will only follow my instructions to the very letter," answered Lascelles, "I do not despair of success." "Oh, he will," returned the young nobleman, as he glanced towards the hearse. "He is as intelligent as he is attached to my dear brother." The railings in front of the jail kept the crowd at a considerable distance from the mourning vehicles, and thus the observations which passed between the Earl and the physician were not heard by any save themselves. And now how languidly, how slowly passed the interval of 20 minutes during which the sheriff had stated that the body must remain suspended. To the Earl it seemed as if each minute were a year, as if he were living 20 years in those 20 minutes. And the crowds had broken the silence which had fallen upon them like a spell, and ribald jests, obscene remarks, terrible execrations, and vile practical jokes now proclaimed how efficacious is the example of public strangulation. At last, the public clock chimed the 8:15, and more acute, more agonizing grew the suspense of the Earl of Ellingham. 1,000 fears assailed him. Rainford might not have been able to use the silver tube, or its imagined effect might have failed, or the knot of the rope might have broken his neck. Again, the sheriff might forget his promise and allow the convict to hang an hour, according to the usual custom. And even if all these fears were without foundation, the physician might not be able to fulfill his expectations. Cruel was the suspense. Appalling were the apprehensions endured by the young nobleman. He looked at his watch. It was 17 minutes and a half past 8. 2 minutes and a half more, if the sheriff had not forgotten his promise. But no, he was even better than his word, for scarcely had Arthur returned the watch to his pocket when the sudden sensation again pervaded the multitude, and several voices cried, "They're going to cut him down!" Then came a dead silence. An intense heat ran like molten lead through the Earl's veins, and at the next moment he turned death-like cold, as if plunged into an ice bath. If he had hitherto lived years in minutes, he now seemed to exist whole centuries in moments. All the fears which had previously struck him, one by one, now rushed in an aggregate crowd to his soul. The next 2 minutes were all of fury and horror. Fury in his brain, horror in his heart. But at last the gate of the jail opened, and a gruff voice exclaimed, "Now then." The Earl's 3 men-servants hastened to range themselves near the door of the hearse, which one of them opened, and when the jail officials appeared bearing the coffin, these servants advanced a few paces to relieve them of their burden, and thrust it into the hearse, while Dr. Lascelles diverted the attention of the officials by distributing money amongst them. This proceeding, which had been prearranged by the Earl and the physician with the 3 servants, was absolutely necessary, because Jacob Smith was concealed within the hearse. The affair having proceeded successfully thus far, the hearse moved away, and the 5 persons who acted as mourners entered the black coach, which also drove off. For the sake of appearances, it was necessary that the vehicles should move slowly along until the outskirts of the multitude were entirely passed, and then, when Blackman Street was reached, the hearse and the black coach were driven along at a rate which is adopted by funeral processions only when the obsequies are over. End of section 54. Recording by John Brandon.
Section 55 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Rod. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W.M. Reynolds. Galvanism. By the time St. George's Church was past, the drivers had whipped their horses into a furious gallop, and on went the mourning vehicles like the wind. The sleek and pampered black horses panted and foamed, but the coachmen cared not. They were well paid for what they were doing. Down Union Street rolled the chariot and the hearse, into the Blackfriars Road, up the wide thoroughfare to the river, over the bridge, along Farringdon Street, and through Smithfield to Clerkenwell Green. In an incredibly short space of time the 2 vehicles stopped at the door of a house in Red Lion Street. Dr. Lascelles was the first to leap from the mourning coach, and taking a key from his pocket, he opened the door of the house, into which, quickly as active men could move or work, the coffin was borne from the hearse. Jacob Smith was helped out immediately afterwards, and he followed the Earl, the physician, and the 3 servants into the house, while the mourning coach and the hearse still waited at the door. A quarter of an hour afterwards, the coffin, with the lid now screwed down, was borne back to the hearse. The 3 servants returned to the mourning coach, and the funeral procession was set in motion again, but with slow and suitable solemnity. In another half-hour the coffin, with the name of Thomas Rainford upon the plate, was interred in St. Luke's churchyard, and thus ended this ceremony. But did that coffin really contain the cold corpse of the once gallant highwayman? No. It had been hastily filled with stones and straw at the house in Red Lion Street. And the body? The moment the coffin was borne into the house in Red Lion Street in the manner already described, Jacob Smith closed the door behind him, and exclaimed in a triumphant tone, as he produced the silver tube from his pocket, "It was in his throat! I took it out, and I rubbed his temples with hartshorn and applied it to his nostrils the whole way from the jail to this place. Oh, he will be saved! He will be saved!" The lid of the coffin, which had not been screwed down, was removed, and in the shell lay the highwayman, with eyes closed and pale as death. The Earl of Ellingham shuddered convulsively, and uttered a groan of anguish, but Dr. Lascelles gave his instructions with so much presence of mind, and yet such rapidity, that the intensity of the nobleman's grief was soon partially absorbed in the excitement of the scene that now followed. The body was removed as hastily as possible upstairs, and carried into a spacious laboratory, where it was immediately stretched upon the table. The 3 servants then retraced their way downstairs, filled the coffin with stones and straw, screwed the lid tight, and departed with it, as already stated, to St. Luke's churchyard. In the meantime, the physician, the Earl, and Jacob Smith remained in the laboratory, and now was the profound scientific knowledge of Dr. Lascelles about to be applied to the most wonderful act of human aims, the resuscitation of a convict who had been hanged. The poles of a powerful galvanic pile were applied to the body, from which the animal heat had not altogether departed when it was taken from the coffin, and the force of the electric fluid almost immediately displayed its wondrous influence. An universal tremor passed over the frame of Rainford, and ejaculations of ineffable joy burst from the lips of Lord Ellingham and Jacob Smith. Dr. Lascelles continued to let fall upon the body a full quantum of the electric fluid, and in less than a minute the right arm of the highwayman moved with a kind of spasmodic quivering. Then, in a few seconds, it was suddenly raised with eagerness and impatience, and the hands sought the throat. With convulsive motion that hand kept grasping the throat as if to tear away something that oppressed it, as if the horrible rope still encircled it. Then Rainford's chest began to swell and work with the violence of returning respiration, as if a mighty current of air were rushing back to the lungs. "He breathes! He breathes!" cried Ellingham and Jacob Smith, as it were in one voice. "He will be saved," said the physician calmly, as he again applied the poles of the battery, "provided congestion of the brain does not take place, for that is to be dreaded." But the nobleman and the poor lad heard not this alternative of sinister and dubious import. They had no ears for anything save those blessed words, "He will be saved," and they were literally wild with joy. Lascelles, without desisting from his occupation of applying the electric fluid, and apparently without noticing the excitement, the delirium of happiness and hope which had seized upon his 2 companions, began leisurely to explain how it was necessary to adopt means to equalize the reviving circulation, and though he called for hartshorn, he was not heard. At length he stamped his foot violently on the floor, exclaiming, "Will neither of you give me the hartshorn? Do you wish him to die through your neglect?" The Earl instantly checked the exuberance of his joyous emotions, and hastened to obey all the instructions which the physician gave him. The hartshorn was applied to Rainsford's nostrils, and in a few moments his lips began to quiver. Then, On a sudden, as Lascelles let fall upon him a stronger current of the electric fluid, a terrific cry burst from the object of all this intensely concentrated interest. But never was cry of human agony more welcome to mortal ears than now, for it told those who heard it that life was in him who gave vent to it. The physician felt the highwayman's pulse. It beat feebly, very feebly, but still it beat. And now his limbs moved with incessant trembling, and he waved his right hand backwards and forwards, his breast heaving with repeated sighs and gasps and painful moans. The doctor applied a small mirror to Rainsford's mouth and nostrils, and it was instantly covered with a cloud. He now opened his eyes slowly. They were much bloodshot, but the pupils indicated the reviving fires of vitality. His breathing rapidly grew more regular, and though he retained his eyes open, yet he seemed unconscious of all that was passing around him, and gazed upwards with the most death-like indifference. Lord Ellingham cast a glance of frightful apprehension towards the physician, but the countenance of Dr. Lascelles wore an expression of calm and complacent satisfaction, and the Earl was reassured. 20 minutes had now passed since the galvanic operation had commenced, and at last Dr. Lascelles said emphatically, "He is saved." The Earl embraced him as if he were a father who had just manifested some extraordinary proof of paternal love, or who had forgiven some deep offence on the part of a son. "We must put him to bed immediately," said the physician, with difficulty extricating himself from the nobleman's embrace, and fearing lest he should be compelled to undergo a similarly affectionate process at the hands of Jacob Smith, who was equally enthusiastic in his joy. "We must put him to bed immediately," repeated Dr. Lascelles, "and fortunately for us there is a bedchamber in the house." The three then carefully lifted Tom Rain into a small room furnished as a bedchamber, and where they undressed him and deposited him in the bed. "And now," said Jacob Smith, "we should remember that there is one who will feel as much joy as ourselves." "True," cried the Earl. "But where does she live?" "I am acquainted with her abode," returned the lad. "If your lordship will allow me—" "Yes, my good boy," interrupted Arthur. "It is for you to convey these joyous tidings. But perhaps she may have returned home to her father, for after all that has occurred, and considering Mr. de Medina's affection for his daughter—" "But all this while we are talking enigmatically in the presence of my excellent friend the doctor, from whom there must be no secrets—" "Never mind me," said Lascelles laconically, who perfectly well comprehended the nature of their allusions. "I care little for your secrets, and, even if it were otherwise, I am too much occupied with my patient here." "Then we will not trouble you with explanations at present," interrupted the Earl. "Jacob, my lad, hasten to the lady of whom we speak. Break the happy tidings to her gently, and bring her hither." "Yes, my lord," answered the lad, delighted at being chosen as the messenger of good tidings in such a case. "Fortunately, Mr. Medina moved from Brandon Street into the heart of the city, by Mr. Rainford's positive directions, and I shall not be long before I come back with her." The Earl put gold into his hand, but Jacob returned it, declaring that he was not without money, and in another minute the front door of the house closed behind him. End of section 55. Recording by Rod. Section 56 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Rod. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 56. Chapter 55. The Laboratory. Esther de Medina. When Jacob had taken his departure, Dr. Lascelles returned to his laboratory, mixed some liquid ingredients in a glass, and returning to the bedchamber, poured the medicine down Rainford's throat. He then felt his pulse, applied his ear to his chest to listen to the pulsation of his heart, and carefully examined his eyes, which were far less bloodshot than when they opened first. "He is getting on admirably," said the physician. "His pulsation is regular, and neither too quick nor too slow, but just as I could wish it. He seems inclined to sleep. Yes, he closes his eyes, and he will awake to perfect consciousness. But do you know, my dear friend, that in order to oblige you I have incurred an awful risk?" continued the doctor. "The law would not believe me were I to declare that it was in the interest of science I made these galvanic experiments, and that having succeeded in recalling the man to life, I was not capable of delivering him up to justice." "Let us hope that there will be no necessity to make such an excuse at all," said the Earl. "You have rendered me an immense service, Doctor." "Then I am satisfied," interrupted Lascelles, "for, after all you told me last night, I cannot help liking your half-brother here. He is a generous-hearted fellow, and one would risk much to save such a man from death." "You had frequently mentioned to me in your galvanic experiments," said the Earl, "and last night, when nearly driven to desperation by the absence of the Home Secretary, the reminiscence of all the wonders you had at different times related to me in respect to galvanism flashed to my mind, and I sent for you as a drowning man clings to a straw." "In the adjoining room," observed the physician, "I have tried the influence of galvanism upon thousands of animals and on several men. I have paid high prices to obtain the bodies of convicts as soon as they were cut down, but never until this day did I succeed in restoring the vital spark. Neither would this experiment have been successful had we not adopted all the precautions I suggested: the tube in the throat to allow respiration, and Jacob Smith in the hearse to remove the suffocating nightcap from Rainford's head, and the tube from his throat, and then to apply the hartshorn to his nostrils and his temples. Step with me again into the laboratory. You have not yet had time to examine its curiosities," added the physician with a smile. "Rainford sleeps," he continued, glancing towards the bed, "and we shall have a little leisure to inspect the laboratory." They accordingly proceeded into the adjacent room, where Lascelles directed his companion's attention to the various galvanic and electrical apparatus. "I am also a devoted disciple of Gall and Spurzheim," observed the physician, when he had expatiated upon the discoveries of Galvani. Mr. Peck, B.A., in his interesting papers on electricity in Reynolds' Miscellany, gives the ensuing particulars. The discovery of galvanic electricity was the result of accident. Madame Galvani, the wife of a distinguished Italian philosopher, being recommended by her medical adviser to partake of broth prepared from frogs. Several of these little animals were procured, and were placed, prior to their being cooked, in the laboratory of her husband. Some of Monsieur Galvani's friends happened to be amusing themselves with an electrical machine which was standing in the room, and by chance one of the frogs was touched with a scalpel. To Madame Galvani's surprise, she observed the limbs of the frogs exhibit a convulsive motion. Upon examining them closely, she perceived that the muscles were affected at the very time when sparks were received from the machine. When her husband returned, she acquainted him with the circumstance. For some time previously, Monsieur Galvani had entertained a belief that muscular action was affected by electricity, and had been experimenting for the purpose, if possible, of verifying this hypothesis. Delighted by the discovery, he lost no time in trying a variety of experiments. At first he tested the effect of sparks alone on dissected frogs, gradually varying the intensity of the spark. In every case, however, even when the electric action was feeble, he noticed that the muscles of the frogs gave evidence of susceptibility to its influence. He next made experiments with atmospheric electricity. The same result ensued as when the electric action had been elicited by artificial means. In another paper of the same interesting series, the following account is given. On the evening of January the 28th, during a somewhat extraordinary display of northern lights, a lady became so highly charged with electricity as to give out vivid electrical sparks at the end of each finger, to the face of each of the company present. This did not cease with the heavenly phenomenon, but continued for several months, during which time she was constantly charged, and giving off electrical sparks to every conductor she approached, so that she could not touch the stove, nor any metallic utensils, without first giving off an electrical spark, with the consequent twinge. The The state most favourable to this phenomenon was an atmosphere of about 80 degrees Fahrenheit, moderate exercise and social enjoyment. It disappeared in any atmosphere approaching zero, and under the debilitating effects of fear. When seated by the stove, reading, with her feet upon the fender, she gave out sparks at the rate of 3 or 4 each minute, and, under the most favourable circumstances, a spark that could be seen, heard, or felt passed every second. She could charge others in the same way, when insulated, who could then give sparks to others. To make it satisfactory that her dress did not produce it, it was changed to cotton and woolen, without altering the phenomenon. The lady is about 30, of sedentary pursuits, and delicate state of health. We avail ourselves of the digressive facility afforded us by this note to the text to relate a true history of the resuscitation of a man who had been hanged, a history which is perhaps one of the most extraordinary romances of real life upon record. It is as follows. Ambrose Gwinnett was hanged at Deal for the murder of a man who merely disappeared and whose body was not found. Circumstantial evidence certainly pointed strongly to Gwinnett as a murderer, but still it was not proved in the first instance that a murder had been really committed. Gwinnett and another man of the name of Collins arrived together at an inn in Deal. Gwinnett borrowed Collins's clasp knife during supper time in the presence of the waiter. On the following morning Collins was missing, and Gwinnett had been met on the stairs in the middle of the night coming up from the garden. Blood was found in the garden, and in the midst of the blood was the clasp knife, open. The traces of blood were continued down to the seaside, and there they ceased. Gwinnett was moreover found to have in his pocket Collins's purse, which the waiter had seen overnight in Collins's possession. Gwinnett's defence was that he had received the purse after the waiter left the room on the preceding evening, in consequence of an arrangement that he, Gwinnett, should be paymaster from them both, that he had gone downstairs in the night for a certain purpose to the garden, that his nose had bled dreadfully, that he had used the clasp knife to raise the latch of the door and had dropped it in the dark, and that he had walked down to the seaside close by to wash his face and hands, and stop the bleeding at the nose with the cold salt water. This tale was not believed. Gwinnett was found guilty of murder and hanged on Sandown Common, but a shepherd, passing by the gibbet a few hours after the execution, and while the victim was hanging in chains, perceived signs of life in him and cut him down. Gwinnett was recovered, and the kind-hearted shepherd sent him abroad. In a distant colony, Gwinnett met Mr. Collins, the very man for whose alleged murder he had been hanged. An explanation immediately ensued. On the night in question, Collins had also gone downstairs to the garden, and had been carried off by a press gang who passed along the seashore at the time. He was conveyed to a boat, and in that transported to the tender vessel lying in the Downs. The vessel sailed next morning, and Collins had heard nothing of the dilemma of his friend until they met as just described. End of footnote. "Behold that row of plaster of Paris casts of heads," he continued, pointing to a shelf whereon upwards of 50 of the objects mentioned were ranged. "They have afforded me much scope for curious speculation and profound study." "I observe that you have casts of the heads of several celebrated criminals amongst them," said the Earl. "Arthur Thistlewood, Daniel Hoggart, George Barrington, Henry Fauntleroy, John Thurtell, William Probert—" "And many others, as you perceive, my dear Earl," interrupted Lascelles. "The prejudice is as yet so strong amongst people in respect to phrenology and craniology that it is difficult to obtain the casts of living heads. I am therefore forced to make friends with the turnkeys in jails and with the relations of criminals who are hung or who die in prison to get casts. Moreover, the heads of men who have led remarkable lives, or who have suffered for their crimes, afford such interesting subjects for study and comparison." "Comparison between the head of the man and the monkey!" said the Earl, with a smile. "Decidedly," exclaimed the physician. "But I will not bore you with my theories and speculations on this subject. You may, however, suppose that I am not a little enthusiastic in the matter, since I have taken the trouble to have human heads prepared and articulated to facilitate my studies." Thus speaking, he opened the door of a cupboard. The Earl started back, for 4 human countenances met his astonished and horrified gaze, and 4 pairs of human eyes seemed to glare ominously upon him. At the same time his nostrils were assailed with a strong odour of spices. "You need not be afraid of them," ejaculated the physician, laughing. "They will not speak to you." "But whence did you obtain—" "I suppose you think I murdered 4 men for the sake of their heads?" cried Lascelles, laughing more heartily still. "Why, my dear Earl, you would be surprised, perhaps, to learn that I often pass whole nights in this laboratory making galvanic experiments, or pursuing my phrenological and craniological researches. But these heads were obtained from the hospitals, and I myself embalmed and prepared, as you now see them." "I was not aware that you possessed this laboratory," observed the Earl, "until you stated the fact last night." "Nor would you ever have known it, had it not been for the desire which you expressed that science should exert itself to rescue your half-brother from the grasp of death," answered the physician. "The truth is, I have had this laboratory upwards of 17 or 18 years. I was always devoted to science, especially that on which my own profession is based, and the spirit of anatomical inquiry made me anxious to obtain as many subjects, or in plain terms dead bodies, as possible. I was therefore thrown into perpetual intercourse with resurrection men, who, of course, are not the best of characters. But I was afraid of having corpses brought to my own house in Grafton Street, and I was also desirous to fit up for myself a laboratory in some retired neighbourhood, where I could pursue my studies without the least fear of interruption on such occasions when the humour might seize me. I hinted as much to one of the rascals who sold me subjects, and he put me in communication with a man of the name of Tidmarsh. After some haggling and hesitation on the part of Tidmarsh, and when he had consulted or pretended to consult his principal, he introduced me to this house, and I hired this room at an enormous rental. I did not, however, care about the high rate demanded of me for the use of the place, because it is not only in a most retired neighbourhood, but there is also a private and subterranean means of egress and ingress from another street, which is useful, you know, for one who has to deal with resurrectionists. "And are you the only tenant of this house?" inquired the Earl, "for I presume that the bedchamber in which poor Thomas lies is not your own." "No, some old man occasionally visits the house, and now and then sleeps in that room," returned the physician. "But I have only seen him once or twice, and do not even know his name. I have my own key for the front door, and I am acquainted with the secret of the subterranean passage, but I never hold any communication with Tidmarsh beyond paying him the rent when it is due, and when I happen to meet the old man I have alluded to, we merely exchange a word and pass on. He has his rooms in the house, and I have mine, and as he does not interfere with me, I never trouble myself about him nor his concerns." "Then, for aught you know, Doctor," said the Earl, "you may occupy an apartment in the house of bad characters." "What do I care?" exclaimed Lascelles. "I could not well have such a laboratory as this at my own residence. My servants would talk about these human heads, and those plaster casts, and the galvanic experiments, and I should be looked upon as a sorcerer, or at all events with so much suspicion and aversion as to lose all my practice. And by the by, my dear Earl, you should be the very last," added the doctor with a smile, "to hint at the possibility of this house being connected with bad characters, for had I not a laboratory in so quiet a street too, where no questions are ever asked nor observations made, your poor brother might have waited long enough for the chance of resuscitation by galvanic means." "True, my dear doctor, I was unjust," said the Earl, "but you will forgive me?" "Say no more about it, Arthur. Were men of scientific research to be over-particular, they might as well abandon their studies at once. The experiments I have made on corpses in this room could scarcely have been performed at my own residence, and to tell you very candidly, I believe that the old man who has the other apartments on this floor is either a miser or a rogue, but I care nothing about him or his affairs. And now I will mention to you one very extraordinary circumstance. It must have been, as near as I can guess, 5 weeks ago that I was one night pursuing my galvanic experiments in this room. I had been operating on divers rabbits, frogs, and rats, and maybe, for anything I recollect, a few cats, when I was compelled to go downstairs for a particular purpose. On my return, as I came back by that door," he continued, pointing to one at the farther end of the room, "and which leads to the staircase, I was startled nay, positively astounded at seeing a man standing near this cupboard and gazing fixedly on the human heads. I confess I was alarmed at the moment, because I had heard voices in the house during the half-hour previously, and I remember that I rushed back and instinctively barred and bolted the door. But the man turned round before I had time to close the door, and I caught a glimpse of his face. That man, now who do you think he was? "It is impossible to guess, Doctor," said the Earl. "He was your half-brother, who now lies in the adjoining room," added Lascelles. "Thomas, here!" cried Arthur, profoundly surprised. "I could not possibly make a mistake, because I had seen him before, no matter how or where, and knew him immediately," continued the physician. "Well, I must confess that I was uncertain how to act. I did not wish him to recognise me, although perhaps he had already done so, and I could not very well leave the house and return to Grafton Street at once, because I had on a dressing-gown, and had left my coat in this room. I was half-way down the stairs leading to the hall, when I heard someone opening the front door with a key. Knowing that it must be either the old man I have before mentioned, or Tidmarsh, as they alone besides myself had keys of the front door, I waited till the person came in, and it was Tidmarsh. I immediately told him what I had seen. "Ah," said he, "I suspected there was something wrong, and that made me get up, dress, and come round." His words astonished me, and I requested an explanation, but he seemed sorry that he had uttered them inadvertently, and gave some evasive reply. He, however, accompanied me upstairs. We entered the laboratory, and no one was there. We went into the next room, the one where Rainford is now sleeping, and there we found the carpet moved away from the trap-door. "The trap-door!" exclaimed the Earl. "Yes, a trap-door that leads to the subterranean passage which I have mentioned to you," added Lascelles. "But you must remember that all I have told you about this house is in the strictest confidence. Well, we found the carpet moved away from the trap-door, though the trap itself was closed. Old Tidmarsh instantly fastened the trap with a secret spring which there is to it, and spread the carpet over the floor again." "But does he know the means of getting out at the other end?" I inquired, shocked at the thought of Rainford being immured in the subterranean. "Do you think he would venture down there if he were not acquainted with the secrets of the place?" demanded Tidmarsh. This struck me as being consistent with common sense, and moreover I began to fancy that Tidmarsh and Rainford must be connected together. Pardon me, my dear Earl, for saying so, but that suspicion was encouraged in my mind by the singular and mysteriously significant observation that Tidmarsh had dropped when I met him on the stairs, so I felt no farther uneasiness, but took my departure for Grafton Street. Tidmarsh quitted the house with me, and left me at the corner of Turnmill Street close by, as he lives there. "Do you know," said the Earl of Ellingham, who now appeared to be occupied with an idea which had just struck him, "do you know that all this conversation about subterraneans and secret passages and trap-doors has created a strange suspicion in my mind?" "Relative to what?" demanded the physician. "I briefly explained to you last night the cause of my disappearance for 4 long weeks," continued the Earl. "I also acquainted you with the manner of my escape. Now, I am convinced, by the direction I took in threading those dreadful sewers, that I was a prisoner somewhere in Clerkenwell, and perhaps, who knows, indeed, it is highly probable that the very subterranean of which you have spoken may contain dungeon—" "You shall soon satisfy yourself on that head," interrupted the physician. "I confess that I have never been there more than 3 or 4 times, and then only to help old Tidmarsh convey to my laboratory a subject for my galvanic or anatomical experiments, and which the resurrectionists had deposited at his house in Turnmill Street. So you may believe that I know but little of the precise features of the subterranean, but we will visit it at once. And if there be a dungeon or cell there, such as you describe, we shall discover it." The physician and the Earl proceeded into the bedchamber where Rainford still slept. The cell felt his pulse, examined his countenance attentively, and turned with a smile of satisfaction to the young nobleman, to whom he whispered, "He is beyond all danger." Arthur pressed the doctor's hand with fervent gratitude, while tears of happiness trembled upon his long lashes. The physician then proceeded to raise the trap-door, and, having procured a lamp from his laboratory, led the way down the spiral staircase of stone. but the huge door at the bottom was bolted on the other side, and thus further investigation was rendered impossible on that occasion. They accordingly retraced their steps to the bedroom, closed the trapdoor, and spread the carpet over it again. The Earl nevertheless made up his mind to institute farther search in those mysterious premises at some future day. "My dear young friend," said the physician suddenly, as they stood by the side of the bed watching the countenance of the sleeper, "I had almost forgotten that when he awakes presently, it will be necessary to administer a little stimulant, either port wine or good brandy, if such a thing can be got in this neighbourhood." "I will hasten and procure both immediately," returned the Earl. "Give me the key of the front door, that I may let myself in without troubling you to descend to open it." Lascelles handed the key to the nobleman, who immediately sallied forth to purchase the spirits required. Having procured a pint bottle of brandy at the most respectable tavern which he perceived in St. John Street, whither he repaired for the purpose, he was retracing his way when his eyes were suddenly attracted by a lovely female form crossing the street just mentioned, and proceeding in the direction of Northampton Square. But the lady was not dressed in mourning, and therefore he conceived that he must be mistaken relative to the idea which had struck him. And yet that symmetry of form, set off rather than concealed by the ample shawl which she wore, that dignified elegance of gait, that gracefulness of carriage, were well-known characteristics of Esther de Medina. The Earl hastened after her and pronounced that name. The lady turned, raised her veil, and extended her hand to the nobleman. Yes, it was Esther, but how pale, how profoundly mournful her countenance! "I am rejoiced to meet you," said the Earl in a rapid and excited tone, "for I have news to communicate which will give you joy. But come with me, I implore you. I know all. Look upon me as a friend, and in my presence you need not blush. Delay not, I beseech you. Come with me at once." And drawing her arm in his, he hurried her away towards Red Lion Street. "My lord," she said, "I am at a loss to understand—" "Oh, you know not how nearly that which I have to communicate, to give you evidence of, affects your happiness," interrupted Arthur. "But I must not tell you all in a breath. It would be too much for you to hear, and I am glad, oh, I am rejoiced that I have thus met you, for I had dispatched a messenger to seek you, and he might have broken the happy tidings too abruptly." Esther gazed upon his countenance in astonishment mingled with an expression of surprise and even alarm, but the Earl perceived not the strange impression that his words had produced, as he hurried her along at a rate which in a more refined neighbourhood would have attracted disagreeable attention. The house in Red Lion Street was reached, and the nobleman opened the door with extraordinary impatience. For an instant Esther hesitated to follow him, but confident of the honourable intentions of the Earl, and anxious to relieve herself from the state of wonder and suspense into which his words had thrown her, she entered the gloomy-looking tenement. He led her up the dirty, decayed staircase into the laboratory, where he begged her to wait for a moment. He then softly opened the door communicating with the bedchamber, in order to acquaint Dr. Lascelles with her presence there, and in a few hurried words explain the motives which had induced him to bring her thither, for he supposed that all those circumstances which had led him to believe that the Jewess was the mistress of his half-brother were unknown to the doctor. But the moment he opened the door he started, and an ejaculation of the wildest surprise burst from his lips, for there, standing by the bed with hands clasped and eyes upraised in thankfulness to heaven, was the living counterpart of Esther de Medina. Arthur turned hastily round to convince himself that Esther had not passed in before him, but Esther was indeed a few paces behind him, alarmed by the exclamation which had burst from his lips. The truth flashed like lightning to the Earl's brain. Esther de Medina had a sister, so like herself that, when apart, they might well be taken for each other. Yes, that must be the solution of the enigma which had bewildered him so often. "Mr. Medina," he said, hastily taking her hand, "I have been labouring under a strange mistake, but you will perhaps understand how it arose when—" He led her into the room. She started back, exclaiming, "Oh, heavens, my oath!" but in the next moment the sisters, for such indeed they were, rushed into each other's arms. End of section 56. Recording by Rod.
Section 57 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. A History of the Past, Part 1. Mr. de Medina was the son of a Spanish merchant who died leaving a considerable fortune behind him, and of which this son was the sole inheritor. But by the villainy of his relations and the corrupt decision of a Spanish judge, Mr. de Medina found himself despoiled of the riches which were rightfully his own, and at the age of 22 he quitted his native land in disgust to return to England, where indeed he had been educated, and the language of which country he spoke as fluently as his own. It is hardly necessary to state that Mr. de Medina was of the Jewish persuasion, and on his arrival in London he naturally applied to the eminent merchants of his own creed for employment. It is the fashion in this country to decry the Jews, to represent them as invariably sordid, mercenary, avaricious, and griping. Indeed, to carry the charges laid against them to such a length as to associate with their names a spirit of usury amounting to the most flagrant and dishonourable extortion. And these charges have been repeated so often, and echoed seriously by so many persons deemed a respectable authority, that the prejudice against the Jews has become interwoven with the Englishman's creed. But the exceptions have been mistaken for the rule, and, strange as the assertion may sound to many ears, we boldly proclaim that there is not a more honest, intelligent, humane, and hospitable class of persons on the face of the earth than the Jews. The fact is, when an Englishman is broken down in fortune, and can no longer raise funds by mortgage on his estate, nor by the credit of his name, he flies to the money-lender. Now, Jews are essentially a financial nation, and money-broking in all its details is their special avocation. The class of Israelite moneylenders is therefore numerous, and it is 10 to 1 that the broken-down individual who requires a loan addresses himself to a Jew, even if he take the moneylender living nearest to him, or to whom he is first recommended. Well, he transacts his business with this Jew, and as he can give no security beyond his bond or his bill, and his spendthrift habits are notorious, he cannot of course obtain the loan he seeks, save on terms proportionate to the risk incurred by the lender. Yet he goes away and curses the Jew as a usurer. And thus another voice is raised to denounce the entire nation as avaricious and griping. But does this person, however, reflect that had he applied to a Christian money-broker, the terms would have been equally high, seeing that he had no real security to offer, and that his name was already tarnished? Talk of the usury of the Jews. Look at the usury practised by Christians. Look at the rapacity of Christian attorneys. Look at the greediness of Christian bill discounters. Look, in a word, at the money-making spirit of the Christian, and then call the Jew the usurer par excellence. It is a detestable calumny, a vile prejudice, as dishonourable to the English character as it is unjust towards a generous-hearted race. We deem it right to state that these observations are recorded as disinterestedly and as impartially, as honestly and as conscientiously as any other comments upon prejudices or abuses which have ever appeared in The Mysteries of London. Not a drop of Jewish blood flows in our veins, but we have the honour to enjoy the friendship of several estimable families of the Jewish persuasion. We have therefore had opportunities of judging of the Israelite character, and the reader must be well aware that the writer who wields his pen against a popular prejudice is more likely to be instigated by upright motives than he who labours to maintain it. In following the current of general opinion, one is sure to gain friends. in adventurously undertaking to stem it, he is equally certain to create enemies. But thank God, this work is addressed to an intelligent and enlightened people, to the industrious classes of the United Kingdom, to those who are the true pillars of England's prosperity, glory, and greatness. When Mr. de Medina arrived, friendless and almost penniless, on the British soil, he addressed himself to the heads of several eminent commercial firms in the City of London, firms the constituents of which were of his own persuasion. The Jews always assist each other to the extent of their means. Do the Christians? Answer, ye cavaliers of the persecuted race of Israel. Mr. de Medina accordingly found occupation, and so admirably did he conduct himself, so well did he promote the interests of his employers, that by the time he reached the age of 30, he found himself a partner in the concern whose prosperity his talents and his industry had so much enhanced. He then repaired to Liverpool to establish a branch house of trade, and of which he became the sole manager. His partners dying soon afterwards, he effected an arrangement with their heirs by which he abandoned all share in the London business and retained the Liverpool house as his own. His success was now extraordinary, and his dealings were proverbially honourable and fair. He went upon the principle of doing a large business with small gains, and paying good wages to those who were in his employment. Thus, though naturally of a stern and severe disposition, his name was respected and his character admired. At the age of 35, 20 years before the opening of our tale, he married a lady of his own nation, beautiful, accomplished, and rich. Within 12 months their union was blessed with a daughter, on whom the name of Tamar was bestowed, and at the expiration of another year a second girl was born, and who was called Esther. But in giving birth to the latter, Mrs. de Medina lost her life, and for a considerable time the bereaved husband was inconsolable. The kindness of his friends, and a conviction of the necessity of subduing his grief as much as possible for the sake of the motherless babes who were left to him, aroused Mr. Medina from the torpor of profound woe, and he became so passionately attached to his children that he would fondle them as if he himself were a child. As they grew up, a remarkable resemblance was observed between them, and as Esther was somewhat precocious in a physical point of view, she was as tall when 10 years old as her sister. Strangers then took them for twins, although there was really 12 months' difference between their ages, but they actually appeared to be counterparts of each other. Their hair was of precisely the same intensely black and glossy shade. Their eyes were of the same dark hue and liquid lustre. Their countenances presented each the same blending of the white and rich carnation beneath the transparent tinge of delicate olive or bistre which marked their origin. Their very teeth were of the same shape, and shone too between pairs of lips which nature had made in the same mould, and dyed with the same vermilion. Twin roses did the lovely sisters seem, roses on the same stalk, and by the time Tamar was 16 and Esther 15, the ripe beauty of the former and the somewhat precocious loveliness of the latter appeared to have attained the same glorious degree of female perfection. But their minds were not equally similar. Tamar was vain of her personal attractions, while Esther was reserved and bashful. The former was never so happy as when she was the centre of attention in a ballroom, while the latter preferred the serene tranquillity of home. In their style of dress they were equally different from each other. Tamar delighted in the richest attire, and loved to deck herself with costly jewels, and well aware that she possessed a splendid bust, she wore her gowns so low as to leave no room for conjecture relative to the charming fullness of her bosom. Esther, on the contrary, selected good but not showy materials for her dress, and never appeared with a profusion of jewellery. Though of proportions as rich and symmetrical as her sister, yet she rather sought to conceal their swelling contours than display them. Tamar was of warm and impassioned temperament, and her breast was easily excited by fierce desires, but Esther was the embodiment of chaste and pure notions, her soul the abode of maiden innocence. Mr. de Medina often remonstrated with Tamar upon her love of splendid attire, and her anxiety to shine in the circles of gaiety, but her ways were so winning that when she threw her arms around his neck and besought him not to be angry with her, or to allow her to accompany some female friends to a ball or concert to which she had been invited, he invariably yielded to her soft persuasion. Tamar was a few weeks past the age of 16, and Esther had accomplished her 15th year, when an incident occurred which was fated to wield a material influence over the career of the elder sister. One night Mr. de Medina, while returning home on horseback from a neighbouring village where he had dined with a friend, was stopped and plundered of his purse and pocket-book. He was by no means a man who was likely to yield without resistance to the audacious demands of a highwayman, but he was unarmed at the time, and by some accident he was unattended by his groom. The robber, who wore a black crape over his countenance, was armed to the teeth, and seemed resolute as well as desperate. Mr. de Medina therefore risked not a useless contest with him, but surrendered his property as above mentioned. On his return home, and while conversing on the incident with his daughters, he suddenly recollected that the pocket-book contained a paper of great value and importance to himself, but of no use to any other person. He accordingly inserted advertisements in the local newspapers, offering a reward for the restoration of that document, and promising impunity to the robber if he would give it up. But for several days these notifications remained unanswered. A week elapsed, and one morning an individual, dressed in a semi-sporting style, called at the house and inquired for Mr. de Medina. But Mr. de Medina had just left home, for the purpose of conducting Esther to the dwelling of some friends who resided in the neighbourhood of Liverpool, and with whom she was to pass a few days. Tamar was, however, at home, and as the servant informed her that the gentleman said his business was important, she desired that he might be shown up into the drawing-room. He was evidently struck by the dazzling beauty of the Jewess who had thus accorded him an audience, and there was something so dashing, so rakish, so off-hand, without vulgarity, in his manner, a something between the frankness of an open-hearted man and the easy politeness of one who knows the world well, that Tamar did not treat him with that degree of cold courtesy which seems to say, "Have the kindness to explain your business, and then you may depart," but she requested him to be seated, and when he made a few observations which led to a connected discourse on the gaiety and doings of the Liverpool folks, she suffered herself to be drawn into the conversation without pausing to ask the motive of his visit. Thus nearly half an hour passed away, and while Tamar thought to herself that she had never met a more agreeable gentleman in her life, and certainly never one who possessed such a brilliant set of teeth, or who looked so well in tops and cords, the stranger came to a conclusion equally favourable concerning herself. Indeed, he was quite charmed with the personal attractions and the conversation of the beautiful Jewess, and when he took his leave, she forgot that he had not communicated his business, nor even his name. When her father returned home in the afternoon, she mentioned to him the visit of the stranger, but added that he only remained a few moments, and would not explain his business to her. Mr. de Medina immediately expressed his belief that the call had some reference to his advertisement concerning the lost paper, but Tamar enthusiastically repelled the suspicion, declaring that, though he had not stayed a minute, yet his manners, appearance, and address were of too superior a nature to be associated with a dishonourable avocation. Mr. de Medina asked if he had intimated when he should call again, to which question Tamar, fearful that it would appear strange to give a negative reply, answered, "In a few days." Thus terminated a conversation in which Tamar had been guilty of much duplicity, and which was marked by the first deliberate falsehood which she ever unblushingly told her father. On the following day the stranger returned, and Mr. de Medina, not having expected him so soon, was not at home to receive him. But Tamar was in the drawing-room, to which he was conducted as on the previous day. It was summer time, and she was engaged in tying up the drooping heads of some flowers in the large balcony. The stranger begged her not to desist from her occupation, but, on the contrary, offered in his gay manner of frank politeness to assist her. She could not refuse his aid. She did not wish to refuse it, and they were soon engaged in a very interesting conversation. He held the stalks of the flowers too, while she tied the threads, and her beautiful hand passed over that of the stranger's, not without touching it, while her breath, sweeter than the perfume of the flowers themselves, fanned his cheek. Once, when he stooped a little lower, under pretence of examining a particular rosebud more closely, his hair mingled with hers, and he could see that the rich glow of excitement flooded her countenance, her neck, and even extended to the bosom, of which he was enabled by her stooping posture to catch more than partial glimpses. When next their eyes met, there seemed to be already a tacit kind of intelligence established between them, an intelligence which appeared to say she knew he had allowed his hair to mingle with hers on purpose, and that she had not withdrawn her head because the contact pleased her. The interesting conversation was continued, and an hour had passed before either the stranger showed the slightest sign of an intention to take his leave, or Tamar remembered how long they had been alone together. When he did at length take up his hat and his riding-whip, he also picked up a flower which Tamar had accidentally broken off from its stem in the balcony, and placing it in his buttonhole, without making the slightest allusion to the little incident, he bowed and quitted the room. He had been gone at least 10 minutes ere Tamar again recollected that he had not mentioned his business nor told his name. She had been thinking of the incident of the flower, yes, and also of the commingling of her raven locks with his fine, manly, light hair. When her father returned home on this occasion, she did not mention the fact of the stranger's visit at all. Throughout the remainder of that day she wondered whether he would return on the following one, and she made up her mind, if he did, not to suffer him to depart before she had elicited his business and his name. In the evening she went out to make a few purchases at a shop in a neighbouring street, and she was retracing her way when 2 young men, walking arm in arm and smoking cigars, having withal something most offensively obtrusive in their entire appearance, stopped short in front of Tamar, literally barred her way, and began to address her in that flippant, coarse style, which, without being absolutely obscene, is nevertheless particularly insulting. "Gentlemen, if such you be," said Tamar in a dignified manner, "I request you to let me pass." "Well, won't you let us escort you home, wherever it is?" demanded one, "for you're a devilish sweet girl, upon my honour." Scarcely were these words uttered when the long lash of a riding-whip began to belabour the backs of the 2 young swells in a fashion that made them almost scream with agony, and Tamar, who instantly stepped aside, recognised in the champion that had thus come to her assistance the very individual who was uppermost in her thoughts at the moment when she was stopped in the insulting manner described. The 2 swells were for an instant so taken by surprise that they dropped each other's arm and their cigars simultaneously, and began to caper about in the most extraordinary manner, the stranger continuing to lash them with so good a will, and yet in such an easy, unexcited manner, that Tamar could scarcely forbear from laughing heartily. But when they perceived that there was only one assailant, they rushed in upon the stranger and endeavoured to close with him. He did not retreat a single step, but hitting one of them a heavy blow on the wrist with the butt end of his whip, he sent him off roaring, while with his left hand he caught the other by the collar of the coat, and swinging him round, apparently without any extraordinary effort, laid him on his back in the dust. He then offered his arm to Tamar, and led her away as quietly as if nothing had happened, at the same time commencing a discourse upon some totally different topic, as if he would not even give her an opportunity of thanking him for the manner in which he had chastised the insulting youngsters. But Tamar did thank him, and very warmly too, for this feat was just one of the very nature calculated to improve the hold which the stranger already had upon the heart of the beautiful Jewess. She now looked upon him with admiration, for all women love bravery in a man, and his bravery was so real, so natural, so totally devoid of impetuous excitement when called into action, and so free from any subsequent desire to elicit flattery, that she beheld in him a character at once generous and noble. She could have thrown her arms around his neck, and said, "Stranger, whoever you may be, I admire, I love you." And when he did take her hand, as she leant upon his arm, and when he pressed it gently, then let it fall without uttering a word, but fixed his deep blue, laughing, and expressive eyes upon her countenance, with a steadiness that meant much, though his tongue was silent, a soft, a delicious languor came over her, congenial with the moonlight hour. He conducted her to within a few doors of her father's house, and then took leave of her, saying, "I shall see you again tomorrow." She entered her dwelling, and retired immediately to her chamber, for her heart was filled with a happiness which she knew that her countenance would betray. When she met her father at supper, she was more composed, and she said not a word to him concerning the occurrence of the evening. On the following day the stranger called again, and again did he find Tamar alone in the drawing-room. On this occasion she extended to him her hand, which he took and pressed to his lips. The maiden did not withdraw it, and her cheeks, her neck, her bosom were flushed with the thrilling glow of excitement, while her eyes expressed a voluptuous languor. The stranger drew her towards him, their lips met, they embraced tenderly. Then he declared his love for her, and she murmured words in reply which convinced him that he was loved in return. Thus, on the fourth occasion of their meeting, did they pour forth the secrets of their hearts, and Tamar plighted her affection to one whose name she as yet knew not. Their happy interview was suddenly disturbed by a loud knock at the street door, and Tamar exclaimed, "My father!" The stranger implored her to compose herself, and she had succeeded in assuming a collected and tranquil demeanour when Mr. de Medina entered the room. Her lover was standing at a respectful distance from Tamar, with whom he appeared to be exchanging the mere courteous observations which usually pass between perfect strangers. Mr. de Medina requested him to be seated, and inquired his business. "I have called relative to the advertisements which you inserted in the newspapers," was the reply. "I thought as much," ejaculated Mr. de Medina. Then, turning towards his daughter, he said, "Tamar, my love, you can leave us." The maiden dared not disobey the hint thus conveyed, but as she passed behind her father to quit the room, she darted upon her lover a look so full of meaning, so expressive of ardent affection, that it seemed to say, "Be you who and what you may, I shall never cease to adore you." And he returned that look with a glance more rapid, but equally significant of tenderness. When she had left the room, Mr. de Medina continued by observing, "May I have the pleasure of learning your name?" "Certainly," was the offhand answer. "I am called Thomas Rainford." "And your business with me, sir?" added Mr. de Medina, in a cold tone, and with suspicious manner, "is relative to the paper of which I was robbed?" "Precisely so," exclaimed Tom Rain. "A more suitable person than myself could not possibly have called respecting the affair." "How so, sir?" demanded Mr. de Medina, his manner growing still more suspicious. "Simply because it was I who robbed you," was the cool answer, and Tom Rain's merry laugh rang through the room. "You!" ejaculated Mr. de Medina, starting from his seat. "Then how dare you show your face here?" "Oh, very easily," replied Rainford, without moving from his chair. "In the first place, your advertisements promise impunity to the robber, on condition that he restores the document. In the second place, if you contemplated any treachery, it would only be the worse for you, and would not injure me. And thirdly, it struck me that I had better come in person to give you up the paper, because it might have miscarried through the post, or a messenger might have lost it. However, here it is, Mr. de Medina, and had you not advertised for it, I should have restored it to you. I am no rascally extortioner. I never hold men's private papers as a means of drawing money from them. What I do boldly, and in true John Bull fashion. A jolly highwayman, Mr. de Medina, is as different from a sneaking pickpocket or a low swindler, as an attorney in grand practice is different from the paltry pettifogger who hangs about the doors of criminal courts or police offices. It is not often I boast in this way, Mr. de Medina, but I thought you might as well understand that a principle of honour alone, and neither fear nor hope of reward, has induced me to restore you that document. As for fear, I never knew it, and as for reward, I should not think of taking it were you to offer any." Mr. de Medina gazed upon Rainford in astonishment, as much as to say, "You are really a very extraordinary person," but his lips uttered not what the countenance expressed. The highwayman rose, bowed with easy politeness to Mr. de Medina, and quitted the room. As he was crossing the landing towards the stairs, the door of an apartment adjoining that where he had just left Mr. de Medina was cautiously opened, and Tamar thrust a note into his hand. He caught a glimpse of her countenance as he received it, and he saw that she had been weeping. When he reached the street, he tore open the note and read as follows: "I have overheard all, but I do not love thee the less, my brave, my gallant Rainford. This evening I shall have occasion to call at 2 or 3 shops in the same street where you rescued me from insult yesterday." Need we inform our readers that Tom Rain kept the appointment thus given him? Or need we say how the lovers subsequently met as often as Tamar could leave the house without exciting suspicion? Yes, they met frequently, and each interview only tended to strengthen the profound attachment which they had formed for each other. And no wonder that Tom Rain loved his beautiful Tamar, for beautiful, ravishingly beautiful, she indeed was. To behold her countenance was passion. To gaze on her admirable shape was rapture. To meet the glances of her fine black eyes was fascination. And oh, how devotedly she loved Rainford in return. To her he was a hero, for although she knew him to be a highwayman, yet well was she aware that he never stooped to a petty meanness, and that his soul was endowed with many noble, many generous qualities. One daring feat which he performed a few weeks after she first became acquainted with him converted her admiration into a positive enthusiasm, so that the Empress Josephine could not have more ardently worshipped Napoleon than did Tamar her Tom Rain. Thus it happened. One night the Liverpool and Manchester coach was stopped on its way to the former town by a single highwayman, who wore a crape over his face, was well mounted, and equally well armed. Although the coach was crowded with passengers, most of whom were men, yet so terrible was the robber, even in his very coolness, so formidable with his easy air of unconcern, that all were paralysed with fear. No resistance was offered him, and he reaped an excellent harvest from the purses of the passengers. One gentleman, who happened to be the mayor of Liverpool, was so bewildered by terror that, though only asked for his money, he handed to the highwayman both purse and watch. The latter was returned, the robber declaring that he scorned anything save the current coin of the realm, or good bank-notes. From the female passengers he took nothing, and perceiving by the moonlight a poor shivering girl of about 15 seated outside at the back of the coach, he asked her a few questions. The brief and timid replies which he gave were ample enough to render intelligible a tale of suffering and woe, and the highwayman, drawing forth 5 guineas, said, "Here, my dear, you need not be afraid to accept this trifle. it comes from a pocket into which none of these gentlemen's gold has gone." And before the poor girl could utter a word in reply, the highwayman put spurs to his horse and disappeared in a few moments. But this action on his part did not disarm the male passengers who had been robbed of their rage and their rancour. The mayor was particularly indignant. The entire town of Liverpool had been insulted, grossly insulted, in his worshipful person. Such wrath required a vent, and it found an issue by means of advertising the daring robbery. The mayor announced in all the local papers, and by means of placards, that any one who should be instrumental in bringing the highwayman before him would receive the sum of £200 as a reward. But a week elapsed before these proclamations received any answer. At the expiration of that time, the following incident occurred. One evening the mayor entertained a select party of friends at a splendid banquet. The cloth had been removed some time, the ladies had retired to the drawing-room, and the gentlemen, about a dozen in number, were passing the wine rapidly round, when a servant entered to inform his master that a person wished to speak to him in the hall. The servant's manner was somewhat embarrassed, and upon being questioned, he said that the stranger seemed to wear a mask, as his face was too hideous to be possibly a human one. The mayor trembled, and his guests caught the infection of his terror. His worship hazarded an opinion that the visitor was perhaps in some way connected with the highwayman who had robbed the Manchester and Liverpool coach, and he directed the servant to show the stranger into the study, and then run and fetch a constable. But scarcely were these commands issued when the door opened, and in walked the object of interest and fear. The mayor and his guests uttered simultaneous ejaculations of terror, for never did mortal man possess so frightful a face, and as it was partially shaded by a huge quantity of hair and a large slouched hat, it was impossible to decide whether it were really a mask or a natural physiognomy. The nose was enormous, and studded with carbuncles and warts. The cheeks were fiery red, and the chin was of dimensions proportionate with the nasal promontory. This terrible being was enveloped in a long cloak, but through the holes cut for the purpose appeared his arms, the hands holding each a tremendous horse pistol as big as a blunderbuss. Placing his back against the door, the intruder said, in a voice which he rendered as hollow and fierce as possible, "Most worshipful mayor, you have advertised that any one who is instrumental in bringing a certain highwayman before you shall receive the sum of £200 as a reward. I am the highwayman alluded to. I have brought myself before you, and I appeal to the wisdom and justice of the intelligent gentlemen seated round your board, whether I have not fairly earned the recompense promised." "But," stammered the mayor, "I meant that any one who would bring the robber a prisoner before me should be entitled to the reward." "I don't care what you meant," returned the highwayman. "I only know what your advertisements and placards say. You should get the corporation to vote funds to enable you to attach a grammarian to your establishment. He would be more useful than the sword-bearer, I think," added the audacious robber, with a merry laugh in his natural tone. "But I have no leisure to bandy words with you. Tell out the £200, or I shall be under the disagreeable necessity of allowing one of these little instruments to empty its contents in the direction of your head." And with these words he raised a pistol. The mayor uttered an exclamation of terror, and cast an imploring glance rapidly around. But all his guests were sitting like statues, in blank dismay. The mayor saw that he must not look to them for assistance, and yet he was very loath to part with £200 in such an unsatisfactory manner. "But how do I know that you really are the person who robbed the coach?" he asked, the words evidently costing him a most painful effort to enunciate them. "Because I can tell you every incident that occurred on the occasion," was the answer. "That information you may have received from hearsay or gleaned from the papers," returned the mayor, gathering courage as he found the robber willing to argue the point with him. "I will give you another proof," said the robber. "There was a bad guinea in the purse I took from you. Are you satisfied now?" "Not quite," rejoined the mayor, hoping that by gaining time some chance might place the daring visitor in his power. "Then I have one more proof to offer you," said the robber. "In a corner of the purse there was a scrap of paper containing the receipt of an overseer of some parish in Manchester for the quarter's money due for the maintenance of your worship's bastard, and so I suppose you had been to that town to pay it." The mayor was aghast as this announcement burst upon him, for though he had lost the receipt in question, it had never struck him that he had placed it in his purse when he paid the money at Manchester. The guests surveyed their worshipful host in astonishment, and the servant giggled behind his chair. "Now are you satisfied?" demanded the highwayman. "Remember, you brought it on yourself." The mayor, partially recovering his presence of mind, affected to laugh off the matter as a capital joke on the part of the robber, but he made no farther objection to pay the £200. This he was enabled to do by borrowing all the money that his guests had about them, and adding it to the contents of his own pocket, for the highwayman would neither take a cheque nor allow him to quit the room to procure the requisite sum from his strong-box. The robber would not even leave his post at the door, but compelled the mayor to rise from the table and bring the cash and notes to him, a proceeding which his worship liked as little as might be, seeing that it brought him into awful vicinity with the nose, the chin, and the pistols. At length the business was settled, and the highwayman withdrew, locking the door behind him, but not before he had assured the company that if they attempted to open the windows and raise an alarm in the street after him, he would instantly return and put them all to death. This incident was in everybody's mouth next day, throughout the good town of Liverpool and its environs, and the mayor was most heartily laughed at, but Tamar alone knew the name of the daring individual who had perpetrated so audacious a feat. The beautiful Jewess carefully concealed her amour from her sister and her father. Indeed, Esther never saw Tom Rain during the whole time that he remained in Liverpool. But one day Tamar disappeared, leaving a note behind her, addressed to her sister, whom she begged to break to their father her flight and its cause. She stated that her happiness, her life, were wrapped up in Thomas Rainford, and that as she was well aware her sire would never consent to her union with him, even if the usages of the Jewish nation sanctioned an alliance with a Christian, she had taken a step which she should regret only on account of the distress it might create in the minds of her father and sister. Esther could scarcely believe her eyes when she read the appalling contents of this note. She fancied that she was in a dream. Then, when the full conviction of the truth burst upon her, and she comprehended that her sister had really fled with Rainford, she gave way to all the wildness of her grief, for she was deeply, deeply attached to Tamar. But how did Mr. de Medina bear this cruel blow? He wept not, he gave vent to no passionate exclamation, he manifested no excitement, but after remaining wrapped up in profound meditation for upwards of an hour, while Esther sat near, watching him with the deepest, most acutely painful suspense, a long, long hour of utter silence, broken only by the frequent sobs that told the maiden's anguish, Mr. de Medina spoke in a calm, deliberate, but stern and relentless tone. "Henceforth, Esther, I have but one daughter, thyself. Let the name of Tamar never more be uttered in my presence. Destroy everything in the house which may tend to remind me that there once dwelt such a being here. The music whereon her name is written, the drawings which she executed, the very window hangings which she embroidered. Destroy them all, Esther. Keep them not, I command you, as you value my blessing. And henceforth, whatever may occur, never speak of your sister. in the presence of those who are aware that you had a sister, cut short any allusion that the thoughtless might make respecting her, by observing emphatically, I have no sister now. For should such allusion be made before me, my reproof and my response would be, I have but one daughter, and her name is Esther. It is my intention to wind up my affairs as speedily as possible and retire from business. Had not this occurred, I should have toiled a few years longer to amass an immense fortune to be divided between two. Now the fortune which I possess will be immense enough for one, and that one, Esther, is thyself. But 2 or 3 years may elapse before I shall be enabled so to condense the vast details of my undertakings into such a narrow compass that I may terminate them all prosperously. During these 2 or 3 years we must remain in Liverpool, but our sojourn here shall not last a day, no, nor an hour, longer than my affairs render imperatively necessary. We will then repair to London, for it is in the giant metropolis alone that we may hope to conceal from the world this disgrace, this infamy, this blight, which has fallen upon a family whose name I had fondly hoped would have gone down untainted from generation to generation, even as it had descended to me from a long line of honourable and honoured ancestors. These, Esther, are my resolves. Seek not to move me. I am now inflexible. Nay, implore me not to change my determination, stern though it may appear. It is immutable as those Median and Persian laws whereof mention is made in the Book of Books. Henceforth I have but one daughter. And having thus announced the inexorable resolves on which his mind had settled itself during that long, long hour of deep and silent meditation, the Jew bent down and kissed the brow of his kneeling daughter, with an affection which in its tenderness contrasted strangely with the stern severity of the conduct that he had determined to pursue in respect to the lost, the guilty, the disowned Tamar. He then hurried from the room, and Esther, poor Esther, was left alone to shed torrents of unavailing tears and give vent to fruitless sobs and sighs. But oh, what pen can describe the acuteness of her affliction, the anguish of her gentle heart, when, not daring altogether to disobey the will of her sire, she removed from their frames the charming landscapes which Tamar had painted in water-colours, and placed out of sight the music copies whereon the name of Tamar was penned in her own sweet, fluent handwriting. And blame not Esther, gentle reader, no, blame her not, if, disobedient as to the literal meaning of her father's commands, she retained those paintings and that music, retained them as memorials of the lost sister whom she so fondly loved. But she secured them in her own chamber, and alas, poor girl, as she placed the pictures one by one in a drawer, their best tints and their brightest colours were marred by the scalding tears that fell upon them. For oh, acute as the pain inflicted by the merciless knife which the surgeon wields to amputate a limb, was this task to the sensitive heart of Esther, a task involving a deed wearing in her eyes the semblance of profanity, for little short of that appeared the removal from their wonted places of those memorials of the disowned and cast-off Tamar. 'Twas like crushing all the reminiscences of a sweet sisterhood. 'Twas like cutting away from her heart the brightest thoughts that had hitherto clung around it, tearing rudely off the flowers that encircled hope's youthful brow, and entombing the choice memories of a happy girlhood. Then, when the music books and the pictures were thus removed from the places where she had so long been accustomed to see them, how mournful to her was the sight of the tuneful but now silent piano on which the former had been piled up, how naked appeared the walls to which the latter had hung, and next she was compelled to take down the very hangings which Tamar had embroidered for the drawing-room windows, and there was fresh cause for tears, fresh motive for the renewal, or rather for the continuation of her grief. But the task was nevertheless completed, and the drapery was also retained by Esther as a memorial of her sister. Not for worlds could she have brought herself to that frame of mind which would have been necessary to enable her to achieve the destruction of all those objects. No, not even were her father to menace her with his direst curse. When Mr. de Medina again appeared in the suite of rooms which had been subject to the changes just detailed, he cast a rapid glance around him, and perceiving that his orders had been obeyed, so far as removal went, asked not a question relative to the manner in which the various objects had been disposed of, but settling his looks upon Esther's countenance after that hasty survey, he said emphatically, "Thank God, I possess an obedient, a dutiful, an affectionate child." In the meantime, Tom Rain and the beautiful Tamar were far away from Liverpool on their way to London, and when they reached the great metropolis, they hired a neat lodging in a secluded neighbourhood, for they entertained apprehensions that Mr. de Medina might endeavour to trace his fugitive daughter. Tamar did not in this respect know her father's disposition well. Judging by his past kindness, she argued accordingly, little imagining that he had strength of mind sufficient to adopt the fearful alternative of casting her off for ever. Rainford had so well stocked himself with coin during his sojourn in Liverpool and its neighbourhood, that there was no immediate necessity of exercising his professional skill, or rather valour, to supply resources, and several weeks glided away happily, the happiest of his life. He loved Tamar most tenderly and devotedly, and she not only loved him in return, but absolutely adored him. Oh, how she worshipped her gallant highwayman, who was so brave, so generous, and withal so kind to her. Never was there a better temper than that of Tom Rain. It was impossible for him to be put out of humour. He would have scorned the idea of raising a quarrel for the mere sake of making it up again. He saw no amusement in such maudlin proceedings. Dissensions, bickerings, and domestic feuds were his abhorrence. He looked upon woman as the weaker vessel, whom man was bound to protect. He thought it beneath him to dispute with a female, because with him it could be a mere warfare of words, to which none but a coward would put an end by means of a blow. Besides, he hated that strife which is waged with the tongue. If a man offended him, he did not wait to argue the point, but quietly knocked him down. That was his first and last reason when irritated. But he could not adopt the same course with a woman, and he therefore most rationally concluded that it was perfectly useless to quarrel with her. Tamar, like all young and beautiful women, especially being placed as it were in an equivocal position, was jealous. Tom Rain loved to visit all the strange places in which London abounds, that he might make himself acquainted with the lights and shades of metropolitan life, and sometimes Tamar complained that he was too long absent. "Now, my dear girl," he would say, "I give you as much of my time as possible, and when I tell you that I shall be home at a certain hour, I never disappoint you. But do not show ill humour because I take a couple of hours to myself. So now kiss me, and do not teach that pretty face to frown." His good temper invariably proved irresistible, and in the course of time his mistress never thought of manifesting any opposite feeling. Indeed, he was so kind, so good, so attentive towards her, that had it not been for the frequent intrusion of a painful reminiscence concerning her father and sister, Tamar would have been completely happy. After remaining for some months in London, Rainford and his beautiful mistress set off for the northern counties, where the highwayman reaped a rich harvest. His midnight expeditions were frequent, because his mode of living was by no means economical. He delighted in good cheer, denied himself nothing that he fancied, and yet was neither a drunkard nor a glutton. He was moreover generous and liberal to an extreme, and emulative of the character of Robin Hood, gave to the poor no inconsiderable portion of what he took from the rich. Tamar was, moreover, fond of handsome apparel and resplendent jewellery, and Rainford took a delight in gratifying all her whims and fancies. Thus money was lavishly expended by them, but the highway was an inexhaustible treasury to which Rainford never had recourse in vain. The perils he incurred in these predatory expeditions were of course numerous and great, but his dauntless valour, his wonderful presence of mind, and the determined resolution with which he, as it were, met danger face to face, invariably saved him from capture. At first Tamar was dreadfully frightened when Rainford took leave of her to get a draught on his treasury cached, as he laughingly termed his nocturnal expeditions. But as he invariably returned home about the hour he had promised, those apprehensions wore off, and she at length became comparatively easy in her mind during his absence. Thus did time pass away until nearly 3 years had elapsed since Tamar first met Rainford at Liverpool. During the whole of this period she had heard nothing of her father and sister, and no allusion was ever made to them by her lover or herself when together. But she did not the less devote frequent thoughts to the author of her being and the much-loved Esther, both of whom she longed, oh, ardently longed, to embrace once more. End of section 57. Section 58 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. A History of the Past, Part 2. The reader has already learnt the motives which induced Tom Rain to visit the metropolis towards the close of the year 1826. The important information which, during his travels about England in company with Tamar, he gleaned from the gipsy Miranda, led him to betake himself once more to London. It happened that Mr. de Medina and Esther arrived in the capital almost at the same time, for the merchant had not been able to wind up his affairs until that period. Retiring from business with a large fortune, he had resolved to quit Liverpool, a place which constantly brought back the most painful reminiscences to his mind, in spite of his stern resolve to disown his elder daughter for ever. But Esther, had she forgotten Tamar? Oh no, the memory of the fond sister was immortal, and she would have given whole years of her life to clasp Tamar in her arms again. This tender aspiration was speedily destined to be gratified. One afternoon towards the close of October 1826, Esther de Medina was returning home to Great Ormond Street, after having been to make a few purchases in Holborn, when she encountered her sister Tamar, who was also alone at the time. Fortunately, the street where they thus met was in a quiet neighbourhood, and at that moment almost deserted. Otherwise, the ejaculations of surprise and delight which the sisters uttered, and the eagerness with which they flew into each other's arms, might have drawn upon them an attention by no means agreeable. As it was, they escaped any particular notice, and hastening to the least frequented side of Queen Square, they entered into long and serious conversation together. Tamar implored Esther to tell her how their father had received the tidings of her flight, and the younger sister was so overcome by her emotions that she allowed the entire truth to be extracted from her by the questioning and cross-questioning of the impatient Tamar. Thus was it that the latter learnt how she had been disowned, cast off forever. Terrible were the efforts which it cost her to subdue a violent outburst of grief, and her heart seemed as if it would break, when, in a low tone, she addressed her sister thus: "Esther, dearest, my father has no cause to apprehend that I shall proclaim myself his daughter. No, let him boldly declare that he has but one child, thyself. I know not how long I may remain in London, but this I faithfully promise you, that I will appear abroad as little as possible, and then only with my countenance concealed by a dark veil, so long as the interests of him whom I love may compel him to dwell in this city. That we shall be long here I do not believe, tell our father, Esther, that we have thus met, and communicate to him those assurances that I have now given thee." Esther clung to her sister for support. That language was distressing to the young maiden to hear. "And are you happy, Tamar?" she asked, weeping bitterly. "As happy as woman can be whose father has disowned her, and who is separated from her sister," replied Tamar, now weeping also. "Yes, dearest Esther, I am happy with him whom I love so well, and who is so kind, so fond towards me." "This assurance diminishes my grief," murmured Esther. "Oh, how glad I am that we have thus met! This interview has suddenly relieved me of a tremendous weight of cruel uncertainty regarding thee. But alas, Tamar, why did you desert your happy home? Why did you abandon a father and a sister who loved you so tenderly?" "Esther, hast thou not yet known that love which is so different from the affection existing even between parents and their children, or between those who are so closely linked in the bonds of kinship as yourself and I?" "No." "Well then, Esther, I can scarcely make you comprehend how much more deserving of pity than blame I am. He whom I love so well came to the house. I did not seek him, and my heart soon, oh, full soon, became his. Could I help it? It were vain and idle to say that we can control those feelings which constitute the passion of love. No earthly power could have restrained the current of that attachment which hurried me along to the accomplishment of what became my destiny. And when one loves as I loved and still love, Esther, and as I am loved in return, father, sister, home, kindred, friends, all are forgotten. Oh, this is true, so true, that you ought not blame me, did you know what it is to love as I love." "Blame you, dearest sister?" exclaimed Esther. "Never, never!" And she clasped Tamar fervently in her arms. But it was now dark, and that part of the square to which they had retired for the purpose of unrestrained discourse echoed to no voices save their own. When the sisters were a little more composed, Esther informed Tamar of all that had occurred since they had last seen each other, how their father had renounced the cares and fatigues of business, and had resolved to settle altogether in London, and how he was then negotiating with the Earl of Ellingham for the tenancy of a small but compact estate near Finchley. The sisters then agreed to correspond together, for Esther secretly hoped that her father would not deny her the pleasure of receiving letters from her sister. Tamar was accordingly to address her correspondence to Great Ormond Street, and Esther was to direct her letters to T.J., South Molton Street, where Rainford and his mistress were then passing under the name of Jimison. The sisters were now about to part, when Esther, drawing a diamond ring from her finger, placed it in Tamar's hand. Then taking a small pair of scissors from her reticule, she cut off the end of one of her own ringlets, which, having folded in a piece of paper, she also presented to her sister, saying in her softest, sweetest tones, "Tamar, the love which subsists between us, no circumstances can destroy, no length of absence impair. We are about to separate, and, though with the hope of meeting again, still that meeting might be deferred by accidents at present unforeseen. I would that you should possess some memorial of your sister." "Oh, is it necessary?" exclaimed Tamar, in an impassioned tone of profound sincerity. "If not necessary, it would be at least soothing to my feelings," said Esther, "for I possess memorials of you in your drawings and your music. Grant me, then, the favour which I am about to ask you." "Name it, sister," replied Tamar, now deeply affected in her turn. "It is, dearest," continued the amiable Esther, "that you dispose of the ring which I have now presented to you, and that with the proceeds you will have made a locket in which my hair may be set, and on the inner side of which my name may be engraved. This I implore you to do, my sister, and I know that you will not refuse me." "The next time we meet, Esther," said Tamar, in a tone tremulous with emotion, "I will show you the locket." The sisters then separated with aching hearts. On her return home, Esther frankly and candidly confessed to her father all that had occurred. For some minutes Mr. de Medina remained silent, and Esther observed that a tear trembled upon his lash. But the hope thereby excited within her died away when her father turned abruptly round and said, "Esther, you have not acted well. That you should speak to her who was once my daughter is natural, but that you should arrange with her the means of correspondence was wrong. I desire that the first letter which she may address to this house shall also be the last." The Jew then quitted the room, leaving his daughter in tears. On the very next day Tamar wrote a long and most affectionate letter to her sister, and Esther was compelled to inform her, in the reply, of the harsh command issued by their father. But that very severity on the part of Mr. de Medina to some extent, at least in this particular instance, destroyed that frank and open-hearted confidence which Esther had hitherto manifested towards him, and which was inherent in her nature. She could not make up her mind to break off all correspondence with her sister, and yet she dared not receive any future letters at the house in Great Ormond Street. The idea of having Tamar's letters addressed elsewhere naturally suggested itself, therefore, to her imagination, and she accordingly made an arrangement at the post office in Southampton Row, by which the woman who kept the shop consented to receive and keep for Esther any missives that might be thus addressed: ABC, Post Office, Southampton Row, to be left till called for. That same evening Esther wrote another letter to her sister, acquainting her with this arrangement, and we should observe that Tamar duly communicated all these circumstances to Tom Rain, who was delighted to find that she whom he so fondly loved had experienced so much happiness by thus meeting and corresponding with her sister. The highwayman was not, however, a little astonished when he had learned from Tamar that Mr. de Medina was about to become the tenant of the Earl of Ellingham, and it was then for the first time that he communicated to his mistress the full particulars of all that the gipsy Miranda had told him, and which had made him acquainted with his parentage, particulars already so well known to the reader. The 7th day after these events was the 31st of October, a date rendered memorable, so far as this narrative is concerned, by the affair of the diamonds. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the day named that Tamar called on Mr. Gordon, the diamond merchant, in Arundel Street, to dispose of her ring. Rainford would have transacted the business for her, but he was occupied at the time in effecting his negotiations with Old Death, and moreover Tamar considered it to be a matter exclusively regarding herself. We must confess that the idea of possessing the means of procuring a beautiful locket shared in her mind the place that ought to have been entirely occupied by the proofs she had received of her sister's devoted attachment. But Tamar was passionately enamoured of resplendent jewellery, and when in Mr. Gordon's apartments she beheld a beautiful set of diamonds lying in an open case upon the table, the temptation became irresistible. It cannot be supposed that she had been very nearly 3 years the companion of a highwayman without having her notions of mine and thine considerably shaken, and through her brain instantly flashed the thought, wherefore should not I make myself the mistress of those charming jewels, as well as Tom render himself the possessor of a purse on the main road? Scarcely was the idea conceived when she resolved to execute it, and she haggled with the diamond merchant relative to the price which he was to pay for the ring, merely to gain an opportunity to self-appropriate the diamonds. That opportunity served, and she departed alike with the produce of the ring and of the theft. But scarcely had she reached the street when her sentiments underwent a complete revulsion, and she would have given worlds to be able to recall the last 10 minutes. For an instant she paused, hesitating whether she should not return into the presence of Mr. Gordon and restore him the diamonds. Fear, however, prevented her, a fear lest he might consider her deserving of punishment for having abstracted them at all. She accordingly hurried away towards South Molton Street, but during her walk thither she reflected that Rainford might be much annoyed with her for the deed she had committed, and the more she pondered thereon, the more powerful became her conviction that he would be more than annoyed, in fact, deeply incensed. She accordingly made up her mind to conceal the circumstance from him, and seek the earliest possible opportunity of sending back the diamonds, by some safe means, to Mr. Gordon. On her arrival in South Molton Street, she found a letter from Esther. It contained assurances of ardent affection, but apologised for its brevity on the ground that it was then already 1 o'clock in the day, and that at 2 Lord Ellingham's carriage was to be at the door to convey his lordship her father and herself to view the mansion and estate near Finchley. She added that they were to dine at the mansion, and were not to return until late in the evening. Tom Rain was present in the room when Tamar read this note, and she communicated its contents to him. 2 nights afterwards he departed on a little expedition, and on this occasion Lady Hatfield was robbed by the highwayman near Bedfont. On the ensuing morning Rainford was arrested and conveyed to Bow Street, but he escaped with impunity in the manner already described. But how great was his astonishment when he heard the name of Esther de Medina pronounced in the court, and with what interest, with what respectful admiration did he survey the sister of his Tamar, that sister who loved her whom the father had disowned. When Mr. Gordon was called forward and stated his name and calling, Rainford began to grow uneasy, for he knew that Tamar had sold him the ring 3 evenings previously. But as the diamond merchant gradually explained the details of the robbery of the diamonds, the highwayman's heart sank within him, for he had no difficulty in penetrating the mystery. He was still meditating upon the course that should be adopted to prove Esther's innocence, when it suddenly struck him that she must have been at the estate near Finchley at the very moment when the theft of the diamonds occurred. The reader knows the rest. Lord Ellingham's attendance at the court was ensured by the intervention of Rainford, and Esther was discharged. Her father, it will be remembered, appeared at the police office just as the case was about to terminate, and the expression which he made use of to his daughter, "Oh, Esther, Esther, I can understand it all. You have brought this upon yourself," is now accounted for. When Esther turned an appealing glance towards her father, as if to remind him of some duty which he ought to perform, or to convey some silent prayer which he could well understand, it was to beseech him to satisfy the diamond merchant for the loss of his jewels, and thus save Tamar from any unpleasant consequences which might ensue were the theft traced to her. But, as we have seen, he affected not to notice that rapid but profoundly significant glance. During the few minutes that Mr. de Medina remained in the court, Rainford was concealed, as it were, or at least shrouded from observation, amongst the crowd, and thus he escaped the notice of the Jew. We should also state that it was on this occasion Rainford first beheld his half-brother, the Earl of Ellingham, whose fine blue eyes indicated a frank and generous disposition, and in whose favour the highwayman was immediately prepossessed. For it must be remembered that his eyes were also of a deep blue, and indicated not only good humour, but a certain generosity of disposition. Indeed, it was only in respect to the eyes and the brilliant teeth that the Earl and Rainford possessed the slightest family resemblance to each other. Yes, it was on this occasion that Rainford first saw him whom he knew to be his half-brother, and the Earl noticed him also, noticed him amongst the crowd of spectators who thronged the court. But he knew not then how nearly that good-looking man with the florid complexion and light hair was related to him. When Rainford returned home to South Molton Street, he upbraided Tamar for the deed which she had perpetrated, and which had involved her sister in such a cruel embarrassment. But he did not reproach her in harsh nor brutal terms. Of such conduct he was incapable. He spoke severely and coldly, manifesting his displeasure in a way which touched her to the quick, but provoked no recriminations. She was almost wild with grief when she heard the narrative of her sister being dragged to a police office upon so degrading a charge, and producing the diamonds, she implored Rainford to hasten and send them back to their owner. He intimated his intention of performing that duty in person, and ere he went away, Tamar implored his forgiveness. "I have no right to assume to myself the power of pardon," he answered, "seeing that my example has done this. But, oh, Tamar, if not for my sake, if not for your sake, at least for that of your estimable sister who is so devoted to you, abstain from such deeds in future." He then embraced her and issued from the house. In the meantime, Esther de Medina had succeeded in persuading her father to advance the money, advance to her the means wherewith to liquidate the amount of the value at which the jewels were estimated. But in giving the sum required, Mr. de Medina said sternly, "Esther, it is to you only that I concede this favour, and not for the sake of her who was once my daughter, and whom the infamy this day brought to light has estranged more remotely than ever from my heart." He then retired to another room, as was his wont when he wished to avoid an unpleasant topic. Moreover, he thought that his daughter had suffered enough that day to render any further reproach on his part unnecessary, indeed cruel, and he knew that where the subject of conversation persisted in, he should not be able to restrain his ire. The reader has already seen how Esther de Medina called upon the diamond merchant and paid him the sum of £600, the amount at which he valued his jewels. He offered her a receipt, but she declined to take it, for she thought that as she was settling the affair from motives purely honourable and through regard towards another, it would appear as if she were really interested personally in the transaction, were she to reduce it to a mere matter of business. Not that she meditated a revelation of the fact that she had a sister so like herself that when seen apart they might well be taken for each other, and that this sister was the real culprit. Oh no, she would not, even if she had dared, admit that her father had another daughter. And if she lingered, as if anxious to say something more, 'twas merely because her feelings of natural pride prompted her to exclaim, "Oh, sir, believe that I am innocent of this dreadful charge." But a second thought convinced her that such a declaration would not be credited, unless supported by a feasible explanation, and she abruptly quitted the house, bearing the stigma, in Mr. Gordon's eyes, of having committed a deed of which she was utterly guiltless. Scarcely had Esther quitted the diamond merchant's dwelling when Tom Rain called to restore the diamonds, and great was his surprise upon learning that Miss de Medina herself had called and paid the £600 at which they were valued. He, however, left the diamonds, with the certainty that Esther would hear of their restoration either from Mr. Gordon himself or direct from Tamar. Rainford then returned to South Molton Street, where he found Tamar in a very excited state. The occurrences of the day had made a profound and most painful impression upon her mind. The indignity offered to her sister, the certain indignation of her father, the upbraidings of Rainford, who had never spoken to her so severely before, and the bitter regrets which she experienced when she contemplated her conduct. All these circumstances had combined to madden her. Thinking that Rainford was absent longer than the business on which he had set out seemed to warrant, she was filled with the most fearful misgivings. At one moment she fancied that, in disgust at her behaviour, he had abandoned her for ever. Then she imagined that he must have been arrested as the possessor of the stolen diamonds. Her mind was agitated like the ocean in a storm. She went out in a fit of desperation, and purchased some arsenic at a chemist's shop. She returned. Rainford had not yet arrived. She sat down and tried to wrestle with her maddening thoughts, but an invincible idea of suicide dominated them all. She struggled, she struggled bravely against that terrible sentiment, and at length Rainford came back. He exerted himself to calm her, said all he could to tranquillize her mind. He declared that he forgave her from the bottom of his heart, and lavished every token of tenderness upon her. She endeavoured to triumph over the fearful excitement under which she was labouring, but all she could do was to appear calm. 2 or 3 hours passed away, and Rainford hoped she was recovering her equanimity. But a species of delirium suddenly seized upon her. She rushed to the bedroom, and before Rainford even knew her intention, she swallowed the poison. By the time he had followed her into the room, alarmed at the precipitate speed at which she had hurried thither, the deed was accomplished, and the paper which he picked up, as she threw herself frantically at his feet, explained to him the whole truth. Not a moment was to be lost. Entrusting Tamar to the care of the servant girl, Rainford rushed from the house, and as a hackney coach was fortunately passing at the moment, he leapt into it, desiring the driver to take him to the nearest physician of eminence. The name of Dr. Lascelles was best known to the honest Jarvey, and to Grafton Street did the vehicle accordingly proceed. The physician accompanied Rainford to South Molton Street, and Tamar was saved. But ere Lascelles took his departure, the highwayman had resolved on adopting some plan to prevent any disagreeable consequences occurring in respect to Esther de Medina, on account of this attempted suicide on the part of Tamar. For Rainford naturally reflected that as the physician was constantly moving in society, and must necessarily have an immense circle of acquaintance, it was more than probable that he might, sooner or later, encounter Esther, whom he would mistake for the sister, his real patient. Hence the solemn promise which Rainford exacted from Lascelles, that when once his professional visits had ceased in South Molton Street, he would forget that he had ever beholden Tamar, and that should he ever meet her alone or in company, he would not even appear to recognise her, much less attempt to speak to her, unless formally introduced, when he would consider his acquaintance with her to be commenced only from the moment of such introduction. On the ensuing morning at 7 o'clock, Rainford and Tamar took their departure from South Molton Street, and repaired to Locke's Fields, where the highwayman had already engaged lodgings previously to the affair of the diamonds, as he was anxious, for many obvious reasons, to dwell in a spot as secluded and retired as possible. Tamar then wrote a long and pathetic letter to her sister, imploring her forgiveness for the indignity which she had undergone on account of one so worthless as herself, and requesting her to address all future letters to her, until further notice, in this manner: T.R., No. 5, Brandon Street, Locke's Fields. On the same day that Rainford and Tamar thus removed to the vicinity of the Elephant and Castle Tavern, Mr. Gordon called upon Esther de Medina in Great Ormond Street. Esther was much embarrassed when the diamond merchant was announced, for she feared that if her father were at home, he would naturally hasten to the drawing-room to learn the object of this call, and a renewal of many painful reflections, as well as of much unpleasant observation, would follow. It was therefore with a feeling of pleasure that Esther found, upon inquiry of the servants, that Mr. de Medina had gone out a few minutes previous to Mr. Gordon's arrival. When the diamond merchant mentioned the particulars of the visit which he had received from the light-haired gentleman, Esther instantly comprehended that the individual alluded to must be Rainford. For though she had never seen him to her knowledge, yet she had heard a few details relative to his personal appearance 3 years previously at Liverpool. Mr. Gordon acquainted her with the restoration of the diamonds, and her countenance suddenly assumed an expression of joy, because she could not help recognizing a certain evidence of good principle and of kind feeling towards herself in the fact of such restoration. 2 days afterwards, Tamar and Esther again met, and the younger sister breathed the most tender expressions of forgiveness in the ear of her whom, though so guilty, she loved so tenderly. On the following evening they met for the 3rd time, and then Esther used all her powers of persuasion to induce Tamar to accompany her home, to throw herself at the feet of their father and implore his forgiveness. But Tamar answered in a firm tone, while tears nevertheless streamed down her countenance, "It is impossible, Esther. Rainford loves me so devotedly that I should esteem myself the veriest wretch upon the face of the earth to desert him, and on this condition alone could I hope to obtain my father's pardon. No, my destiny is fixed. To him I am linked until death shall separate us. Think not, dearest Esther, that I love thee the less because I cannot, dare not, take a step that would probably unite us again at the blessed domestic hearth, and beneath the sacred roof of our father's dwelling. Oh, God knows how sincerely, how earnestly I wish that such happiness was in store for me. But it is impossible, Esther, impossible." And the sisters parted again, each weeping bitterly. Mr. de Medina had noticed that Esther was absent from home a long time on those 2 occasions, and he taxed her with having seen Tamar again. She did not deny the charge, but falling at her father's feet, she implored him to leave her that source of consolation. Her grief was so excessive that Mr. de Medina, who in his heart admired these evidences of sisterly affection, gave no reply on that occasion. A negative trembled upon his tongue, but he dared not utter it. He recognized all that was generous and noble in the disposition of Esther, and he felt proud of her as his daughter, the only daughter whom he considered himself to possess. But when in the solitude of his study he reflected maturely upon these interviews which were taking place between the sisters, and which, if not at once checked, would naturally become more frequent, his mind was impressed with an idea that Tamar was utterly and irredeemably profligate, abandoned in character beyond all hope, and he feared lest Esther should be corrupted by her conversation. He therefore resolved, painful as the duty was, to put an end to those meetings, and yet mitigate the severity of this blow by winking, as it were, at the continuation of their epistolary correspondence, but still with the firm intention of crushing that indulgence also at a very early period. He knew that oral communication is far more dangerous than written interchange of thought. The former therefore was to be suspended first. He accordingly chose the anniversary of the day on which Tamar fled with Rainford to administer to Esther a solemn oath, binding her never to see her sister again. And to this vow was the unhappy girl compelled to pledge herself. It was the conversation which passed between the father and daughter on this occasion that Lord Ellingham overheard, or rather detached portions of which met his ears, producing such strange misgivings in his mind relative to the purity of Esther de Medina. When the weeping Esther retired to her chamber after having taken that oath, it struck her that her father had not prohibited her from writing to Tamar, and Esther was too glad to avail herself of this circumstance to unburden her grief to her sister through the medium of that epistle which Old Death intercepted and perused, but which he afterwards returned to the letter-box in Holborn. And if the reader will refer to that letter, he will perceive that it was specially addressed to Tamar, although when first glanced at, and while the impression remained unfavourable to Esther's character, it might have seemed to appeal to Rainford himself. We have now cleared up all the mysteries relating to the family of Mr. de Medina, and we doubt not our readers will be pleased to find that Esther is indeed a model of purity, innocence, and sisterly affection. Oh, despise not then the Jewess, for Christians might be proud to emulate her virtues. And Rainford was a man who readily recognized and appreciated all the excellence of her disposition, all the glorious traits of her character, though he knew her not. But he admired, enthusiastically admired, the soul that could cling so devotedly to its love for a sister. And from the first moment that the sisters met in London, he vowed that Esther should never again be compromised by any act or deed on the part of Tamar, if he were able to prevent it. Thus was it that, on the night when Mr. Dykes and his Myrmidons invaded the house in Locke's Fields, Tom Rain gave such positive injunctions to Tamar not to visit him in prison should he be captured, for he feared lest any one acquainted with Esther might meet Tamar under such circumstances, the inevitable result being that the one would be mistaken for the other. But on the day previous to his execution, he yielded to the imploring, beseeching letters which Tamar sent to him by means of Jacob Smith, and consented that she should take a last farewell of him, on condition that she concealed her face as much as possible with a veil. When Esther read in the newspapers of Rainford's arrest, she felt deeply, deeply for her poor sister, whom she knew to be so devotedly attached to the highwayman. And oh, Esther herself had begun to comprehend the feeling of love, for she had not beheld with indifference the handsome, the elegant, and the generous-hearted Earl of Ellingham, and all that Tamar had said relative to the wondrous influence of that passion would at times recur strangely to her memory. Yes, Esther loved the good young nobleman, but her soul was too pure, her manners too deeply fraught with maidenly reserve, to betray the slightest evidence of her attachment. Nor had she yet so far admitted, even in the secret depths of her own mind, the existence of this inclination towards him, as to ponder upon it seriously, or to invest it with the aspect of reality. She knew that he was attached, and believed him engaged to be married to Lady Hatfield, and she sighed involuntarily, scarcely comprehending wherefore, when she thought thereon. Still she loved him, while she believed, in the innocence of her own heart, that she merely felt interested in him as a friend. Nor did her imagination define the true distinction between the feeling which she actually experienced and that which she only conceived to animate her. No, not even when the glowing description of love, which her sister had drawn on one occasion of their meeting, presented itself to her mind. But she could yet the more easily understand how it was possible for Tamar to love Rainford so devotedly as she did. Hence the acute anguish that Esther experienced on account of her sister when she read the arrest of the highwayman. Mr. de Medina did not of course remain ignorant of the occurrence, but he made not the slightest allusion to it in the presence of Esther, nor did he put into force his previously contemplated plan of forbidding any future epistolary correspondence between the sisters. He felt deeply for Tamar, in spite of his stern silence respecting her, and he would not deprive her, under the weight of such dire afflictions, of the consolation which he naturally conceived the letters of Esther must prove to her. He even gave Esther, though unasked, a considerable sum of money, casually observing that she might wish to purchase herself a new piano or anything else she might fancy. And the young maiden pressed her father's hand, for it struck her that he meant her to be the medium of conveying assistance, in case it should be needed, to Tamar. But Tamar, in reply to the letter which Esther wrote proffering pecuniary aid, gave her the assurance that, though bowed down by the weight of affliction, poverty was not amongst the sources of her deep sorrow. Day after day did Esther fondly hope that her father would speak to her relative to the now unfriended position of her sister, but Mr. de Medina preserved a profound silence. There were, however, moments when Esther fancied that his countenance looked anxious and careworn, as if a struggle were taking place in his mind. Still time wore on, and he said nothing respecting Tamar. He mentioned not her name. But one night, when Esther could not sleep, she thought that she heard a moaning sound in her father's room, which was on the opposite side of the passage communicating with her own, and alarmed lest he might have been seized with sudden indisposition, she stole silently from her chamber and listened at his door. He was pacing the room with agitated steps, and speaking aloud in a manner indicative of acute mental anguish. "O Tamar, Tamar, my daughter Tamar, wherefore didst thou ever abandon me? God of my fathers, that such misery, such disgrace, such infamy should have fallen upon my race! And yet, though I have disowned thee, though I have cast thee off for ever, though, obedient to a stern duty, I have interdicted thy meetings with Esther, the darling of my heart, nevertheless my heart yearns towards thee, my Tamar. Oh, to reclaim thee, to bring thee back to the paths of virtue, to see thee happy and gay as thou once wast. Oh, to do all this I would consent to become the veriest beggar who crawls upon the face of the earth." There was a long pause, and Mr. de Medina continued to pace his room with steps still more agitated than hitherto, while Esther stood in breathless suspense at the door, not daring to make her father aware that she had overheard him, and yet unable to retrace her steps to her own chamber. "But it may not be!" suddenly exclaimed the Jew, in an impassioned, rending tone, for the triumph which he had achieved over his softer feelings cost him pangs as acute as if his heartstrings were being torn asunder. "No, it may not be. I have pronounced the fatal words, Tamar. I have disowned thee, and I may not recall the fiat. But if that man who led thee astray should be cut off by the hand of justice," and the Jew's voice grew tremulous as in broken sentences he uttered these words, "then thou wilt be alone in the world, friendless, perhaps in want, starving. Oh, my God, my God!" And Esther knew that her father was overcome with the bitterness of grief. For a moment her hand was raised to knock at the door, but in the next the thought struck her that she would be doing wrong to wound and even humiliate him by suffering him to know that she had become aware of the sorrow which he devoured in secret. And it also flashed to her mind that beneath the cold, stern, and severe demeanour which he had maintained ever since the flight of Tamar from the paternal roof, beneath also that unbroken, profound silence which he had maintained towards her in respect to the misfortune that had fallen upon Tamar by the arrest of Rainford, beneath all this there agitated within his breast feelings and emotions keenly sensitive, but which were seldom, if ever, allowed to reflect themselves in the mirror of the countenance. Deeming therefore her father's grief too sacred for intrusion, too solemn to be broken in upon, Miss de Medina stole back to her chamber and moistened a sleepless pillow with her tears. Nevertheless, a gleam of light penetrated the dark clouds of grief which hung upon her mind, for she had ascertained, beyond all possibility of doubt, that Tamar was not entirely unloved by her father, that his heart was not a tomb in which her memory was interred. For, oh, that heart yearned towards thee, Tamar, lost, fallen though thou wast, and this conviction was an anodyne to the lacerated feelings of thy sister Esther. Time passed on, and still Mr. de Medina remained silent respecting the matter to which the charming maiden daily and hourly hoped to hear him allude. At length the trial took place, and the gallant highwayman was condemned to death. Oh, had it not been for that terrible oath, an oath from which her sire only could release her, Esther would have flown to console her sister at that season of her bitter grief. But alas, all she could do was to impart solace by means of letters, and how cold is even the most fervent language of the pen when compared with that which the heart feels it should utter through the medium of the tongue. Tamar replied to those letters, and Esther was astonished to perceive that the afflicted woman wrote with a certain degree of calmness, but she feared that it was indeed the calmness of despair. A second time did Mr. de Medina place in Esther's hands a considerable sum of money, telling her to use it as she thought fit. And the beauteous maiden, while her heart fluttered with hope and anxious expectation, exclaimed in an appealing tone, "Oh, my dear father, God grant that I do not misunderstand thy motives. Thou knowest that I have no need for all this gold, and she requireth a sire's pardon, but not the aid of his purse." "I dare not understand you, Esther," returned Mr. de Medina, with difficulty assuming a cold tone, but with tears starting into his eyes. And then he hastily quitted the room. Esther saw how deeply he was moved, and hope increased, not diminished, within her gentle breast. Then, when she pondered on all her father had uttered aloud on that night when she had listened at his chamber door, and when she reflected on all his proceedings since the day of Rainford's arrest, she fancied that she could fathom his motives and intentions. "Should my dear, dear sister," she thought within herself, "be left friendless and alone in the world, by the hand of justice striking at the existence of him whom she loves, then, and only then, will the door of the paternal dwelling be opened, and a father's arms be extended to receive the exile once more." At length the fatal morning came, the morning on which Rainford was to suffer, and to which date we have now brought up our history. On the preceding Saturday, Tamar had written to Esther to say that the hours of her bitterest, most crushing trials were now at hand, and that if she survived the soul-harrowing anguish then in store for her, it would be only with the hope of yet finding herself restored, sooner or later, to the sweet companionship of her sister, and also for the sake of the little boy whom Rainford's kindness had adopted, and who was so completely dependent upon her. "The moment all shall be over on Monday morning," added Tamar in her letter, "my preparations to leave London will commence. It is my intention, my firm intention, to proceed to America, and there remain, burying my woes in a strange land, and devoting myself to the care of this boy, until it may please God to move my father's heart to recall me home. Let me receive a letter from thee then, my beloved sister, on Monday morning, a letter that may console me by the assurances of thy continued love, if consolation there be for me in this life. Let your much coveted communication reach me, sweetest Esther, at about 10 o'clock on Monday. May God bless you, dearest, dearest Esther." Accordingly, on Monday morning, at about 9:30, Esther dispatched a letter, by a messenger, to Tamar's lodgings in the city. Need we say that this epistle contained all the tender assurances of love and unvarying affection which the affectionate disposition of the Jewish maiden could suggest, or which were calculated to console where consolation was so difficult? When the messenger whom she had gone out to hire had departed with the letter, Esther de Medina felt too restless, too nervous, too unsettled to return home again immediately. The idea that one whom her sister loved had suffered an ignominious death that morning, and that Tamar was at that very moment crushed down to the earth by the weight of her afflictions, this idea was more than Esther could contend against. She wandered listlessly about, unmindful whither she was going, and it was in this frame of mind that she suddenly heard her name pronounced. She knew the voice, which somewhat recalled her to herself, for it was the voice of Lord Ellingham, whose absence from home had been made known to her by means of the laconic letter which he had addressed to her father from his dungeon. The reader knows the rest. With strange rapidity was she hurried away by the Earl towards Red Lion Street, and in the house to which she was conducted she found her sister, who had arrived there only a few minutes previously, guided by Jacob Smith. End of section 58.
Section 59 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by edamerau. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. A Father. While the scenes related in the 55th chapter were taking place at the house in Red Lion Street, Mr. de Medina was pacing in an agitated manner his private apartment at his own residence. Esther had rightly divined his thoughts and intentions. He had indeed been debating in his own mind, for some time past, whether his duty as a father and as a man did not command him to forgive a daughter whom the hand of the Lord had so severely stricken. The Jew thought of his wife long dead, and murmured to himself, "Were she still alive, she would be kneeling at my feet, imploring me to pardon the erring Tamar. And does she not now look down upon me from those empyrean heights, where her sainted spirit is numbered with the blessed? Nay, more, do I not see her image now kneeling before me? Oh, can this be imagination? Yes, it is. It is, and yet how like the reality." Mr. de Medina was so painfully excited that his fancy, for a moment, conjured up the semblance of his deceased wife, as she had appeared in the pride of her loveliness long years before. But when the evanescent illusion had passed away, he again paced the room, a prey to the most painful indecision and doubt. He longed to recall Tamar to his favor, and yet he feared to compromise his character for firmness and decision. So strange and yet so sure it is that, even in those moments when our best feelings are agitated within us to the purest and holiest ends, a miserable sentiment of worldly vanity intervenes, and if it do not altogether mar good deeds, at least impairs the merit of their excellence by engendering hesitation, wavering, and delay. Mr. de Medina's conflicting, battling meditations were suddenly interrupted by a loud knock at the street door, and a servant shortly after announced to his master that the Earl of Ellingham was waiting in the drawing-room. The Jew remained in his chamber for a few minutes to compose his countenance and collect his scattered ideas, ere he descended to meet the nobleman. When he entered the drawing-room, he immediately saw by Arthur's face that it was no visit of mere ceremonious courtesy which was now paid to that house. "My dear Earl," said Mr. de Medina, "you have been lost to the world for some weeks, and I must confess that, when I received the letter which you did me the honour to address to me nearly a month ago, I entertained fears lest business of an unpleasant nature called you thus abruptly away from England." "That letter, my dear sir," answered the Earl, "was not precisely such an one as I should have written to you had I been free from restraint." The nobleman then related, in as few words as possible, the outrage that had been perpetrated upon him, the imprisonment he had endured for 4 mortal weeks, and the manner in which he had escaped. Mr. de Medina expressed his indignation and surprise at the treatment which the young nobleman had undergone, and inquired if the motive could be accounted for. "I am totally at a loss to conjecture who were my enemies, and the cause of their abominable proceedings," answered the Earl. "But let us waive that subject for the present, my dear sir," he continued, "as it is my duty to engage your attention with other and more important matters." Mr. de Medina pointed to a seat near the fire, and then drew a chair for himself to within a short distance of that taken by the Earl. "I am about to mention a name to you, my dear Mr. Medina," continued the nobleman, "which may perhaps, nay, will certainly sound unpleasantly upon your ears. But you know me too well to imagine for an instant that I should thoughtlessly or wantonly give you pain. I allude to Thomas Rainford." The Jew started, and his countenance fell. "This Thomas Rainford, Mr. de Medina," resumed Arthur, "has wronged you deeply, and not for a moment do I attempt to defend his conduct. But how know you, my lord, that the wretched man who is now no more, and against whose memory common humanity orders me not to nourish animosity—" "Mr. de Medina," interrupted the Earl in a low and solemn tone as he bent towards the Jew, "Thomas Rainford lives." "Lives?" ejaculated Mr. de Medina in a voice loud with excitement and surprise. "Hush! Speak low, in a whisper. The walls have ears," said Arthur impatiently. "In the name of heaven, compose yourself. Calm your mind, Mr. de Medina, for I have much to communicate to you, and that much of the first importance." "Proceed, my lord," said the Jew coldly. "I am all attention." "It is, then, true that Rainford lives, and yet scarce an hour has passed since men were crying the account of his execution for sale in the street, beneath this very window," observed Mr. de Medina in an incredulous tone. "It is as true that he is now alive, as that he underwent the ordeal of the terrible rope, even as the pamphlet vendors proclaim beneath your window," continued the Earl. "In a word, he has been resuscitated by the wondrous agency of Galvanism." "Good God! My lord, is this possible?" cried Mr. de Medina, "or do my ears deceive me?" "Again I implore you to master your feelings," said the Earl, "for I have another circumstance, almost equally strange, to reveal to you. Thomas Rainford is nearly related to me." "To you? To your lordship?" exclaimed Mr. de Medina. "Yes, the same father was the author of our being, though different mothers bore us. He is my half-brother, and all the proofs thereof are in my possession. Nay, more, and this I reveal to you to prove the confidence I place in you. He is my elder brother, legitimately born, and is the rightful Earl of Ellingham." Mr. de Medina gazed on the young nobleman in speechless astonishment, with an amazement indeed so profound that it seemed as if he were suddenly paralyzed by the announcement which had just met his ears. The Earl then rapidly sketched the outline of Rainford's birth, and without in any way alluding to Lady Hatfield, stated that accident had brought them together, and had led to the revelation of all those wondrous circumstances. Arthur did not, however, forget to mention the generous conduct of Rainford in refusing to avail himself of papers which would have placed a coronet on his brow and vast estates at his disposal, and also in consigning those papers to the possession of Arthur himself. Mr. de Medina was perfectly astounded at all he heard, and he listened in silent wonderment, no longer interrupted the narrator with comment or question. The Earl proceeded to inform him how the whole scheme for the resuscitation of the doomed man had been arranged between himself and Dr. Lascelles, and how it had perfectly succeeded. "Indeed," added Arthur, "I left my half-brother just awakened from a profound sleep, and, though much enfeebled, still beyond the reach of danger. But spare me the necessity of describing to you the first moments of horror, boundless, appalling horror, which he experienced when, slowly opening his eyes, he awoke to the recollection of all he had this morning gone through, and to the wildest doubts as to where he was and what had actually become of him. Oh, Mr. de Medina, it was a scene which the memories of those who beheld it never could fail to retain, even though madness were to destroy the discriminating powers of the intellect. But all that is past, gone by, and my brother lives, conscious, too, of resuscitated existence." "My dear Earl," said Mr. de Medina, at length breaking the long silence which had been maintained on his part, "I have read and heard many wildly wonderful narratives in my time, truths also far stranger than fictions, genuine occurrences which outvie all the marvels of romance. But never do I firmly believe, has mortal tongue related, nor mortal ear listened to, a history more amazing, more solemnly interesting than this. Should these facts ever transpire to the world, and be seized upon by the novelist as the basis of a tale, those who may read, having been previously unacquainted with those facts, would exclaim, "'Tis impossible!' Oh, what a work might be written under the title, The Mysteries of London! But pardon me for wasting your valuable time with these comments. I say pardon me, because I perceive that you have more yet to relate." "I have indeed," said the Earl, trembling for the success of the mission which had taken him to Mr. de Medina's house. "And I am now compelled to touch upon a subject which cannot be otherwise than painful to you." "I understand you, my lord," interrupted the Jew. "Proceed, for I know that you would not refer to that topic without a well-intentioned motive." "Such is indeed the case," said the Earl, "but not to use more words than are necessary, as time is precious. I shall at once inform you that I am acquainted with a sad episode in my half-brother's life, which relates to your elder daughter." "Go on, my lord," said the Jew, mastering his emotions. "But not until this morning, till within an hour ago," continued the Earl, "was I aware that you possessed 2 daughters. The moment that Rainford was pronounced to be out of danger, I dispatched a faithful messenger to bring the tidings to her who loves him, and whom he loves so well. But while this messenger was absent, I had occasion to leave, for a short time, the house where Thomas Rainford now lies. An accident led me to encounter Miss Esther. Pardon me when I state that a variety of circumstances, which I will some day explain, had for several weeks past induced me to believe that she, whom I now know to be an angel of purity and goodness, was the being so dear to my brother, and anxious to relieve her mind, as I thought, from the agony of grief into which the supposed fate of Rainford must have plunged her, anxious also that her presence should greet his eyes upon wakening from the deep sleep that followed the galvanic resuscitation. I led her, dragged her with me to the house I ere now spoke of, saying heaven only knows what incoherent things to her as we sped along, and to which I remember now she listened and replied with an amazement since explained. But in the meantime, Jacob Smith, the messenger whom I had sent to your elder daughter, had arrived with her, and thus you perceive how innocently on my part the sisters were brought together by the bedside of my brother. Esther and Tamar together! Ejaculated Mr. de Medina, starting from his seat in mingled anger and surprise. Then, suddenly changing to an aspect of profound sorrow, he murmured, "O Esther, thine oath, thine oath." "She did not violate it, Mr. de Medina," said the Earl emphatically. "As well might it be asserted that, had you sworn never to enter my house, and were you carried thither by force, your vow would be wilfully, wickedly broken. No, Miss de Medina knew not whither she was going, knew not whom she was to see, knew not that her sister would be there. If any one has erred in all this, 'tis I, and yet I, Mr. de Medina," added the Earl proudly, "am incapable of doing a bad deed. There lives not the man who, with truth, could impute me to aught that I should be ashamed to have published before all the world. And it is not to boast of untarnished rectitude, of a bright fame, of an unsullied reputation that I now speak, but it is to convince you, Mr. de Medina, a man of the world, yourself upright beyond all doubt, honorable beyond all possibility of impeachment, it is to convince you that if I have incurred your displeasure, I did not the act wantonly, and that I deserve forgiveness." "Excellent young man!" exclaimed the Jew, grasping the Earl's hand, and wringing it with even paternal warmth. "Who shall dare to impute sinister motives to one like you? No, oh no! Were all the scions of the aristocracy as noble-hearted as yourself, endowed with such feelings as you possess, they would be a blessing instead of a curse, and a shame to this country." "I was unjust," added Mr. de Medina more slowly, "unjust towards my beloved and amiable Esther, and unjust also in respect to you. But, oh my lord," continued the Jew, while the tears rolled down his cheeks, it is hard to have the honor of one's name tarnished by a disobedient daughter, and such as the lost, the unhappy Tamar. The best of us in this world are but poor, erring, sinful mortals, in the eyes of him who was all-perfect, but who was likewise all-merciful," said the Earl in a solemn and impressive tone. "Alas, but a few minutes have passed since I proclaimed my rectitude, vain boaster that I was, and lauded your integrity, miserable flatterer that I was. But I then spoke as men speak, as we mortals are accustomed to estimate our characters for honor and probity. Nevertheless, in the sight of heaven, we are sinners, wretched sinners, and our only hopes are in God's illimitable mercy. Then, Mr. de Medina, as you hope for salvation in another world, as you expect forgiveness at the hands of the Almighty for those failings wherewith the very best of us are characterized, I implore, I beseech you, to pardon your daughter Tamar." Glorious, almost godlike, was the enthusiasm with which the fine young nobleman urged his strong appeal, the stronger for all the sincerity of the argument which prefaced it. Mr. de Medina gazed upon him with mingled wonder and admiration. But when the Earl had done speaking, the Jew turned aside and paced the room in a manner betraying the most painful agitation. "Think not," resumed Arthur, also rising from his seat, that I am one of those wretched hypocrites, who, in their sickly cant, make use of the holiest names and the most sacred arguments, to win a cause in which they are interested only through selfish and worldly motives? No, I should scorn to reduce myself to such a level. I should hate myself were I capable of such contemptible duplicity. It is not he who prays longest and loudest that is the most sincere. But I appeal to you by all things sacred. I, the Christian, appeal to you, the Jew, by those doctrines which form the basis of the creed in which we both put faith. Doctrines which teach us the goodness of the Almighty, as manifested toward the Israelites, by all he did for your forefathers. Thereby do I appeal to you to receive an erring daughter back to your arms, and ensure her of your pardon. Still, Mr. de Medina replied not, but continued to pace the room. Were your daughter Esther, the amiable, the excellent Esther, here, continued Lord Ellingham, she would not perhaps intercede so vainly as I. During the rapid explanations, which were ere now vouchsafed to me by the repentant Tamar herself, explanations which have shown me how ineffably beyond all human praise is the conduct of the younger towards her elder sister, I learnt more of the heart of woman than ever I knew before. My ideas, my sentiments concerning woman and her mission here have always been of the loftiest kind. But now I am led to recognize something angelic, something heavenly in her disposition. Oh, Mr. de Medina, had I such a sister as Esther, never would I permit a tear to dim the brightness of her eye. If it were in my power to wipe it away, never would I allow a pang to steal into her gentle breast, if deed or word of mine could avert it. For I declare your younger daughter to be a very angel of excellence and moral worth, and your entire nation should be proud of the name Esther de Medina. My lord, my dear Earl, faltered the father, approaching the young nobleman and taking his hand, if the Jews should be proud of Esther, the Christians may, with good cause, glory in their Arthur of Ellingham. But if this must be, if Tamar should once more receive from me the name of daughter, how— I understand you, my dear friend, interrupted the nobleman. You would know what course is to be pursued in respect to my half-brother. The Jew made a hasty sign for his companion to proceed. I must confess that this difficulty struck me forcibly ere I came hither just now, continued Arthur. My half-brother is devotedly attached to your daughter, and Tamar is equally wrapped up in him. To separate them, in my opinion, would be the height of cruelty. For you to forgive your daughter and consent to allow her to dwell in concubinage with Rainford are things I know to be incompatible. But is there no course open to them? Listen to the plan which I suggested before I left those who are no doubt so anxiously waiting my return. It is this. Tomorrow night, if Dr. Lascelles accord his permission, I shall accompany my half-brother to France, where he will proceed as soon as possible to the United States of America. For in the hasty explanations which ere now took place between us all, I learnt that he had already expedited thither a considerable sum of money, his intention having been to proceed with Tamar to the New World, when his project was suddenly marred by his arrest. While he is away and in safety, I shall exert myself to obtain his full pardon, for I shall privately represent to the minister all the circumstances of this most extraordinary case. Tomorrow night, then, we proceed to Dover, whence we shall embark for France. 'Tis for you and your daughters to follow us to Paris, and there the hands of Tamar and Thomas Rainford may be united in the chapel of the British Embassy. I am well aware that it will be a Protestant marriage only, that in your eyes it may be insufficient, so far as it regards the creed of your daughter. but it is the least of two evils. For, believe me, Tamar and my brother are so devoted to each other that they would never consent to separate. No, Tamar would not quit him even to receive her father's pardon. Thus they would continue to live in that state which is repugnant to the feelings of society, a state unhallowed by the rites of the Church, where two hearts are thus closely connected and are wedded to all intents and purposes by the mere fact of their binding affections. Tell me, does it matter much at which of God's altars the blessing of heaven shall be invoked? You will pardon your daughter. You will receive her back into your arms. You will give her to one who loves her most tenderly, and who has ever treated her as if she were his wife. And, after the ceremony shall have been performed, albeit a Protestant one, you may say proudly and unblushingly to those who learn that you have another daughter, and who inquire concerning her, you may say fearlessly, she is married. Mr. de Medina walked towards the window for a few moments to conceal his tears. But he could not conceal them, and with a holy dew trickling down his cheeks, he turned again to the nobleman, saying in a tremulous and broken voice, "My friend, my dearest friend, I yield. You have subdued me. It shall be as you have designed it." The Earl pressed Mr. de Medina's hand with fervent warmth, with the ardor of gratitude. "Come with me at once. Delay not a moment," exclaimed Arthur, his own eyes also dimmed with tears. And he hurried Mr. de Medina to the hackney coach, which was waiting at the door. End of section 59. Section 60 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by edamerau. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W.M. Reynolds. The Resuscitated. Touching was the scene in the bedchamber at the house in Red Lion Street. That scene which the return of the Earl of Ellingham, accompanied by Mr. de Medina, was to render more touching still. But previously to their arrival, the group was interesting and must be specially noticed. Rainford was seated in the bed, propped up with the pillows, for he still felt very weak, though all danger had completely passed. Standing by his side, with one hand locked in his, was Tamar, clad in deep mourning, a mourning now no longer necessary, and which covered a heart beating with ineffable joy. Dr. Lascelles and Esther de Medina were also standing close by the bed, and Jacob Smith was leaning over the footboard, surveying Rainford with eyes dimmed by tears, and in a kind of wonderment, as if he were scarcely able to convince himself of the miracle, the living evidence of which was before him. The hearts of all were too full for connected discourse, for even the doctor himself was more moved by the incidents in which he had that day performed so prominent a part than ever he had felt before. At length Tamar turned towards her sister and said in a low, tremulous tune, "Do you think, dear Esther, that Lord Ellingham will succeed? Can you hope it?" "I have every hope," replied Esther firmly. "His lordship suggested a plan by which all our father's scruples may be overcome." "And by which we shall not be separated, save for a few days, Tamar," observed Rainford. "I would not quit you even for an hour," answered the elder sister emphatically, "were it not that I was previously assured of being speedily reunited to you." Rainford pressed her hand tenderly. "If my friend Arthur does not succeed with Mr. de Medina," said Dr. Lascelles, "I must go myself and see what I can do. But I confess that I should despair of producing any effect, were Arthur's eloquence to fail." "Hark!" cried Jacob Smith. "The front door opens." The physician hastened to assure himself that no unwelcome step was approaching, and the sisters exchanged looks indicative of the most acute suspense. "Bravo!" cried the good doctor, returning in a few moments and clapping his hands together. But before he had time to give any explanation as to the cause of a joy so unusual in one of his calm and unexcitable disposition, footsteps approached the room. The eyes of Rainford, the sisters, and Jacob Smith were anxiously cast towards the door. Lord Ellingham entered first, his countenance radiant with joy. Another moment, and Tamar bounded forward to meet her sire, in whose arms she was immediately received. "Oh, my dear, dear father," exclaimed Tamar, "is it possible that you can forgive me, that this happiness is not a dream?" "Let the past be forgotten, my child," said Mr. de Medina, pressing her again and again to his breast. For now that she was forgiven, all the long-smothered generosity and tenderness of his heart in respect to her revived with fresh vigor. "And you, Esther, my well-beloved," he added, "come also and share your father's joy that the day of pardon has at length arrived." Most affecting was the scene. The physician pretended to be busily occupied in wiping his eyeglass, but the tears fell fast upon it. Rainford and Lord Ellingham both wept aloud, and Jacob Smith whimpered like a little child. At last the party grew somewhat composed, and Mr. de Medina advanced towards the bed. "Mr. Rainford," he said, extending his hand, which the resuscitated highwayman grasped with grateful warmth, "to you also do I say, let the past be forgotten. From the very bottom of my heart do I forgive you, and this forgiveness I the more readily accord, because I learn that your conduct has been uniformly kind and tender towards my daughter, because you are prepared to make her your wife, according to the ritual of your creed, and also because I have heard from your noble relative, far more noble in nature even than in name, that you have manifested so many proofs of an excellent heart and a generous disposition towards him, that it is impossible not to admire your behavior in this respect. I have now said all that I intend to utter upon these subjects, for if I be stern and severe in my displeasure, I am equally sincere and profound in my forgiveness." "My dear Earl," whispered Dr. Lascelles, in the most solemn manner possible, and in a tone audible only to himself and the young nobleman, "I did not think of asking you for any reward for all I have this day done to serve you and yours. But I am so charmed with this Jew, who positively shows more good feeling than many Christians whom I know, that I would give anything to possess a cast of his head. Do you think—" "Depend upon it, my dear doctor, I will not forget your wish," said the Earl, smiling. "But you must admit that this is not precisely the time to ask a favour of so delicate a nature." "True," observed Lascelles, "and yet the interest of science—" "Hush," said Lord Ellingham, "you will be overheard." As soon as the party were sufficiently composed to deliberate upon the course now to be adopted, considering the position of Rainford, a solemn conclave was held. The results of the council may be thus summed up. Dr. Lascelles, feeling convinced that Rainford was totally out of danger, proposed to return without delay to the West End, to visit his patients who would be otherwise astonished and vexed at his absence. Mr. de Medina was to repair home with his 2 daughters, and while the young ladies made all the necessary arrangements for the trip to France, their father undertook to proceed to Dover, and secure a sailing vessel to be in readiness by the time that Lord Ellingham and Rainford should reach that port. Mr. de Medina would then return to London to fetch his daughters, and the family would follow the half-brothers as speedily as possible to Paris. On his side, Lord Ellingham expressed his intention of remaining with Rainford until the moment for their departure together should arrive. Jacob Smith was to stay also in the house in Red Lion Street, and to accompany Tom Rain not only to France, but also to America, for the poor lad was so devotedly attached to him, and Rainford felt it almost a duty to remove the youth from the scene of his former temptations and miseries. Dr. Lascelles accordingly quitted the house, first having promised to see Rainford again next day. Mr. de Medina and his daughters next took their departure, Tamar having taken a tender farewell of him whom she loved, and whom, according to present arrangements, she was not to meet again until they arrived in Paris. As for Esther, ere she turned to quit the room, she gave her hand to Rainford, who respectfully touched it with his lips. At length, the Earl and Jacob were left together with the resuscitated highwayman, who now lost no time in narrating to them the particulars of his visit to that very house a few weeks previously. For when, on awakening from his deep sleep, he was sufficiently recovered to collect his scattered ideas, and when the first emotions attendant upon his meeting with Tamar had passed, he had recognized the chamber in which he was lying. But finding himself under the care and protection of Dr. Lascelles, whom he had seen, it will be remembered, in the house on the night of his memorable adventures beneath that roof, he had so far mastered his surprise and momentary alarm so as to maintain a profound silence relative to his recognition of the place. But now there was leisure to converse on matters of secondary importance, and that she, in whose breast he was fearful of exciting fears for his safety, was no longer present, he detailed at full length all the particulars with which the reader is acquainted, not even omitting the impression existing in his mind that Old Death was no more. Then Lord Ellingham learnt how Rainford had happened to visit the laboratory when he was disturbed by the entrance of Lascelles, and he also heard for the first time how his half-brother had recovered his money with compound interest, and had obtained all the private papers proving the history of his birth and the marriage of the late Earl of Ellingham with Octavia Manners. Jacob, likewise for the first time, learnt that the very house in which he then was contained the storerooms of Old Death, and he now also ascertained the cause of that individual's sudden and mysterious disappearance. Arthur, in his turn, related the entire particulars of the outrage perpetrated upon him, his imprisonment in a dungeon for 4 long weeks, the reason of his writing the laconic letter which Rainford had received in prison, his escape by means of the sewers, and his suspicion, in consequence of all he had heard that morning from Dr. Lascelles, that the scene of his late incarceration was not altogether unconnected with the mysterious subterranean of that very house. But conjecture was useless in respect to all these circumstances, and the only point to which any positive decision could be arrived at was the absolute necessity that existed for defending the house from all intruders, so long as Rainford should remain in it. Jacob Smith went out to purchase refreshments, and Rainford felt himself so well that he was enabled to make a hearty meal. Hour after hour passed, and at length evening came. "Arthur," said Tom Rain, breaking a silence during which he had partially dozed, and now aroused by a sudden idea that had struck him, "Arthur, I have a strange fancy, a whim, which I must desire you would gratify." "Name it, Thomas," returned the nobleman. "I should like to see the evening paper," continued Tom Rain. "I need scarcely tell you that never again will the highways of this nor any other country be rendered dangerous by me. Never shall this right hand of mine perpetrate a crime. My career as a desperate plunderer terminated this morning on the roof of the jail. From the instant of my resuscitation, I date a new term of existence, new in a moral as well as in a physical sense. But I should like to see what is said of me in my last moments." For an instant, the Earl hesitated, but only for an instant, and Jacob Smith was sent to purchase the evening newspaper. In due time he returned, and Rainford sat up in bed to read the account of his own execution. "I am glad of that," he exclaimed, as his eyes ran down the column headed with the awful words, "Execution of Thomas Rainford," and his countenance became flushed with excitement as he read aloud, in a tone that trembled not in the least degree, a few of the sentences which seemed to give him pleasure. He underwent the dreadful process of pinioning with extraordinary courage. His footsteps were as firm as if anything save a scaffold were his destination. He ascended the stairs leading to the roof of the prison with steps that faltered not. The same dauntless courage sustained him as he mounted the fatal ladder which conducted him to the drop. Nor did he once exhibit signs of fear. No, not even when the executioner descended the platform to draw the bolt that was to launch him into eternity. Thus died a man who possessed a courage that would have rendered him distinguished had his destinies cast him in the profession of arms. "For heaven's sake, no more of this, my dear brother," exclaimed the Earl, painfully excited. "Burn the paper, Arthur," said Tom Rain, handing it to the nobleman, and then throwing himself back on his pillow. "I have seen enough, and never wish to read that narrative again. But pardon me for having given you pain, and think not it was any frivolous sentiment of vanity that made me desirous to peruse the account, or that excited me as I read it. I merely wish to convince myself that no injustice was done me, Arthur," he added, very seriously, "for, of all things, I abominate a coward. And I confess it may be a weakness on my part that I should not like my last moments to have been misinterpreted. But let us talk no more on this topic, since it gives you pain. And now, by way of changing the conversation, I will tell you some of the plans I have shadowed out in my mind. Perhaps they may never be realized. I hope they may." Arthur had set fire to the newspaper by means of a lamp which was burning upon the table, and having crushed out the expiring flames with his foot, he drew his chair towards the bed to listen with attention to his half-brother. Jacob Smith leant over the footboard, anxious to drink in the words which Rainford was about to utter. "I have been thinking," resumed this individual, "that my past life requires a great atonement through the medium of my new existence. I am not, however, one of those men who turn saints, and who hope to win the good opinion of the world and the favor of heaven by means of incessant prayer. No, my ideas are quite at variance with such proceedings. I believe that one good deed is worth 10,000 psalms. It certainly is more beneficial to our fellow creatures, and must therefore be more acceptable to the Almighty. I have been thinking, then, how pleasant it would be for one who possesses an independence to employ his leisure time in seeking out those poor, unhappy beings whom adverse circumstances, or even their own faults, have plunged into misery. If they be cast down through misfortunes unconnected with ours, it would be delightful to aid them. But doubly pleasing must it be to reclaim those who have erred, and to afford even the felon a chance of quitting his evil ways and acquiring an honest livelihood." "Oh, it would indeed," ejaculated Jacob Smith, all the adventures and incidents of his own checkered life rushing to his memory. "I have been reflecting, moreover, not merely within the last few moments," continued Rainford, "but ever since I heard the narrative of one who became an ill-doer in spite of himself," looking significantly for an instant towards the lad, "but who struggled successfully at last against temptation, cruel attempts at coercion, and almost unheard-of wretchedness. I have been reflecting, I say, that society is wrong in refraining from the adoption of strenuous means to reform those whom it considers to be the most abandoned. The reformist does not enter the criminal jail. He considers it to be useless. But whither should he go, if not there? He should reason with himself that it is impossible for men willingly to cling to the unnatural. The feverish excitement of a life of incessant crime, if they had any chance of adopting pursuits unattended with constant peril. Setting aside the morality of the case, 9/10 of those very persons who sing the loudest, swear the hardest, and appear the most depraved, would gladly quit a course that makes their conscience see a constable in every shadow. I think I can give you a parallel case, which will fully illustrate my meaning. It is the custom to vilify the Irish, to declare that they cling with a species of natural tenacity to their rags, their dirt, and their penury, to assert that they themselves are the foes to any civilizing principles which may be applied to them. But look at Irish labourers in England. Look at the Irishman when, in this country, supplied with plenty of work, earning adequate wages, and removed from scenes of political excitement. Does he not work hard? Is he indolent? Does he adhere lovingly to rags and misery? No such thing. Well, then, it is equally absurd to suppose that criminals cling with affection to crime, prisons, and an existence harassed by constant apprehensions. Remove the thief or the housebreaker from the sphere into which circumstances have cast him, and from which he cannot extricate himself. Give him a chance of earning an honest livelihood, and of redeeming his character, and in 9 cases out of 10 he may be reclaimed. There are, of course, exceptions to all rules, but I am convinced, from all I have seen and heard, that I am now speaking of a rule and not of the exceptions. Well, then, these considerations lead me back to the starting point which I chose. And I repeat my former words, that were some man to devote himself to the visitation not only of the dwellings of the honest poor, but also the haunts of crime and the abodes of vice, the deep sinks of impurity, and even the felons' jails themselves, he would be able to effect an immense amount of good. You may be surprised to hear such sentiments come from my lips. "I am delighted, ineffably delighted," exclaimed Lord Ellingham, speaking with the enthusiasm of unfeigned joy, "and I agree with every opinion you have put forth. I see that our laws are miserably deficient, while they seek only to punish and not to reform. That our legislators are short-sighted, if not actually wicked, in neglecting to adopt means to prevent crime by reforming the criminal, rather than encourage turpitude by rendering the criminal a desperate outcast." "Oh, my dear brother," cried Tom Rain joyfully, "how happy I am to hear you thus express your adhesion to those theories which I have so rapidly glanced at. And are not you a legislator of England, an hereditary legislator? And do you owe nothing to your country? Believe me when I declare that were you to apply your intellect, your talents, your energies to this great question, you would render your name so illustrious that the latest posterity would mention it with veneration and gratitude. Rest well assured, Thomas, that these words of yours shall not be thrown away upon me," returned Arthur solemnly. "And on my side, humble individual that I am, and that I intend ever to remain," added Rainford, with a significant glance towards the Earl, "my resolution is fixed to make some atonement in another part of the world for all the bad deeds I have committed in this. Should I reach America in safety, it will be my task to reduce to practice some of these theories which I have just now broached, and I believe that the results will fulfill my expectations." Footnote: Mr. Brandon, in his admirable preface to Mr. Miles' work on Poverty, Mendicity, and Crime, places on record the ensuing observations. "It is a generally admitted axiom that, among the uneducated, the human mind is more prone to evil than virtue. How greatly, then, must vice be disseminated and the evil propensities encouraged by persons of all descriptions, from the hardened murderer to the truant-playing apprentice, mingling, and without one admonitory antidote, to check them, all unemployed, all uneducated, in the proper school of morality. The idlers, tyros in crime, or petty misdemeanants, be they boys or adults, will listen with eager curiosity to the gossiping of the old and hardened offenders, while relating to each other the exploits they had achieved, or when giving instruction how to escape detection in certain situations which, from their own experience, they have been led to conceive the best, and to hear them plot fresh depredations to be committed as soon as they shall have finished the term of their captivity, or be set at large upon a verdict of not guilty, what but evil can arise from such a state of congregating? The mind cannot fail to become contaminated in some degree, even in the best disposed among them, while others, incited by the picture of pleasure they have described in the event of a successful enterprise, and from the encouragement given to the growing desires by the hardened wretches, enter recklessly into the path of vice as soon as they have turned their backs on the prison door. Future accomplices and companions of the jailbird, who had been their tutor, commencing their career perhaps by a robbery planned whilst in prison. Minds not overstrong nor sufficiently guarded by moral education are easily led astray, and the very punishment they are enduring as a requital for faults committed will be used as the rudder by which they are steered to crime, in persuading them that they are aggrieved victims instead of criminals, paying the penalty due to offended justice. This is the certain effect of the present system, and to expect anything like repentance or thorough reform in a criminal would be ridiculous. In a work published some time since, which is generally considered authentic, the autobiography of James Hardy Vaux, a notorious thief, is the following anecdote, which, as it corroborates and is illustrative of the facts above stated, namely that vice is taught in prison, is here inserted. He, Vaux, had in a most systematic manner robbed jewelers' shops, and, as he conceived, every one of note had fallen under his lash. He was at length taken up for stealing a gold snuff-box, and committed to Newgate, where he made acquaintance with two brothers, both of the same profession as his own, and committed for a similar offence. They were very communicative to each other, and Vaux discovered that there were some of his favorite shops which had escaped his notice. They pointed out, says the text, about a half-dozen shops which it appeared I had omitted to visit, arising either from their making no display of their goods, or from their being situated in private streets where I had no idea of finding such trades. Although I had little hopes of acquittal, it was agreed that in the event of my being so fortunate that I should visit these tradesmen I had overlooked, and I promised, in case I was successful, to make them a pecuniary acknowledgment in return for their information. He was further instructed in what manner to proceed, and what sort of goods to order, and a Mr. Belger, a first-rate jeweller in Piccadilly, was particularly recommended to his notice as a good fiat. He succeeded in getting acquitted, and in robbing the shops pointed out to his notice, when, like a man of honor, he did not fail to perform his promise to the two brothers, his associates in Newgate. The good fiat he robbed more than once, and once too often, for Vaux was discovered by him at last, and through his instrumentality convicted. End footnote. There is no doubt of it. Oh, there is no doubt, exclaimed Jacob Smith, catching the enthusiasm which now animated him who was once, and so lately, a lawless highwayman, but whom circumstances, and the never altogether crushed sentiments of a rightly constituted mind, had suddenly imbued with the hope of atoning for the past, by means of the good which he meditated towards his fellow creatures. Poverty is a fertile source of crime, observed Lord Ellingham, but then it is declared that many are poor only through their own idleness. How are such persons to be reformed? I am prepared to answer the question. Education will teach them the value of industry, and the necessity of rendering themselves independent of parochial relief and eleemosynary assistance. If a child offend, we say, he knows no better. The uneducated individual is as ignorant of the real principles of right and wrong as the lisping child, and therefore must instruction, not merely religious but an enlightened species of education, be provided for the millions. Footnote. Mr. Brandon has these remarks in his preface just quoted from. Poverty is one of the great causes and proceeds from both public and private abuse. It is the originator of minor crime when it arises from want of employment commensurate to earn sufficient to maintain a large and growing family, so often to be found in the hovels of the poor. Of the greater offenses, when it is owing to idleness and a total dislike to labor, of which there are but too many instances, the individuals never attempting to work more days than will procure food, and of that a scant portion for the family, while for their particular self they make up the deficiency by a quantity of those pernicious spirits so destructive to health, and become besotted the rest of their time, until they are compelled to labor for a supply of provision. At length work fails altogether, either from a slackness in trade, or the party having become too enfeebled or besotted to use proper care and exertion. Then, with poverty staring him in the face, his favorite liquor refused, and he turned out of the same house in which he had squandered so much. When flushed with cash, he becomes half mad, the inflamed state of his mind from drink adding to it, and the wretches he had associated with in his boozing hours, being of the worst description, giving bad advice, he is tempted and fails. But there are others who struggle in vain and can only get a partial employ at most, who strive to their utmost, they cannot gain sufficient to drive the gaunt wolf, famine. From the door, and are doomed to behold the wife and children of their love, dearer to them than life, in a state of starvation. What wonder that they should be induced to steal food, to soften the cravings of hunger, and alleviate the bitter cries of the young and helpless infants. Parental affection is strong, and what for himself a man would score to do for the sake of his poor and suffering child, he rushes to, and rather than behold his family dying in the agony of starvation, he begins by robbing victuals. For this he is placed in prison with a set of reckless vagabonds, by whom he is taught to become as degraded as themselves, and crime following crime, he stops not till he rises to the acme of his profession. Whereas, if this description of prisoners had been kept apart, he would have returned to society nothing the worse for his incarceration. Early marriages are one of the great causes of poverty, a folly to which the laboring classes are greatly addicted, getting large families before they are enabled by their strength or abilities to maintain them. Dr. Granville made a very curious table, showing the ages at which they marry, and as his calculation is made upon his lying in hospital practice, which is confined to the lower classes, none else taking the benefit of such institutions, it is confirmatory of the fact and the extent of this evil. End footnote. It is for you to urge those great and glorious points in the proper place, in the Parliament of England, said Rainford, and I repeat, posterity will honor your name. I am not such a hypocrite as to deny the existence of those charms which a laudable ambition possesses, returned Arthur. No selfish considerations will, however, influence me in the public course, which I am now determined to adopt. But I am forgetting, dear Thomas, that this prolonged discourse on an exciting topic may be prejudicial to you, weak and enfeebled as you are. Let us not, therefore, pursue the theme at present. It is now growing late, and you stand in need of repose. Jacob and myself will watch by your bedside. Rainford pressed his brother's hand and composed himself to woo the advance of slumber. In about 10 minutes he was fast asleep. The Earl of Ellingham was seated close by the head of the bed. Jacob drew a stool near the foot, and the two observed a profound silence. The Earl looked at his watch. It was 10:30 o'clock. The lamp burnt upon the table. Suddenly, slow and heavy steps were heard beneath, as if someone were ascending the flight of stairs under the floor. Lord Ellingham placed his finger upon his lips to enjoin Jacob to maintain the strictest silence, and then instantly extinguished the light. In another moment, someone was heard preparing to raise the trap-door, a proceeding which Arthur did not attempt to thwart. He knew that if the person or persons now approaching were debarred the ingress which was sought, the front door would be the alternative next essayed, and he therefore resolved that, come what might, he would endeavor to capture and secure any intruders whose presence threatened in any way to interfere with his plans. These calculations were all weighed in a single moment by the energetic and brave young nobleman. The trap-door was raised slowly. The carpet was thrust aside from the aperture by the arm of him who was ascending, and a light suddenly gleamed from beneath. The intruder carried a lamp in his hand. Arthur and Jacob Smith maintained the most death-like silence, the former nerved for the trying scene, the latter ready to sink with apprehension on account of Rainford, who still slept soundly. Having removed the carpet from the aperture, a task which occupied nearly a minute, as the intruder held the lamp in his left hand and was compelled to support the trap-door in a half-open position with his head or back, while he worked with the right hand, the individual, for Lord Ellingham was by this time pretty well satisfied that only one person was approaching, prepared to ascend into the room. But the moment he removed the carpet and advanced another step or two upwards, the lamp was dashed from his hand, and he was violently seized by the collar in the powerful grasp of Lord Ellingham, who exclaimed at the same instant, "Be silent, or you are a dead man." The individual thus captured uttered a low growl, but said nothing. Then, quick as thought, and with a degree of strength which astonished even him who exercised it, the Earl dragged the man up the steps into the room, but fortunately without awaking the soundly sleeping Rainford. All this took place amidst the most profound darkness, be it remembered, but acting with wonderful energy and presence of mind, Arthur dragged the man along the floor of the bedchamber into the laboratory, and then, without relaxing his hold, exclaimed, "Jacob, light the lamp and bring it hither." "Jacob," muttered the prostrate intruder, "Jacob." "Silence!" cried the Earl. "You are in the grasp of a desperate man," he added in a menacing tone. "But if you mean no harm, you will receive no injury." Scarcely were these words uttered, when Jacob Smith, having hastily relighted the lamp, entered the laboratory, closing the door behind him, for he fully comprehended the Earl's motive in dragging the man, whoever he might be, away in the dark from the chamber where Rainford was lying. But hardly had the light of the lamp fallen upon the countenance of the individual who was now half lying, half sitting on the floor, restrained by the vigorous grasp of Lord Ellingham, who bent over him, when Jacob uttered a cry of mingled horror and alarm, exclaiming, as he staggered back, "'Tis Old Death!" The lamp fell from his hand and was instantly extinguished. End section 60.